I thought I was the happiest girl in the world until that summer, when everything changed. Prologue. Ocean Springs, Mississippi 2003. Daddy, play something good. Bo beamed down at the darling girl that was nestled on the couch, clutching a stuffed puppy in the crook of her little elbow. Her big doe eyes were bright and brimming with childlike wonder. His daughter was the thing he cherished most in this world. From her two-souled brown, curly locks to the remnants of sticky popsicle juice on her full lips and rosy cheeks, the girl was the light of his life. All right, baby girl. See if you can groove to this little tune. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐷𝐼𝐸 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐷𝐼𝐸 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Lifting the stylus of the turntable between his fingers gently, he knew from the moment he saw the way his daughter reacted to music that she was more like him than her mother. It was something that made him very happy. To be able to share his passion for music with his child was a gift sent from heaven above. Bo found the perfect record from his expansive collection and placed it on the player. A grin painted on his face. As the music filled the room, his little girl jumped for joy as she began dancing happily on the rug, twisting and turning with her pink ring sticking out. She loved the Doobie Brothers, and it made Bo a proud papa. The little southern princess that she was, she twirled and spun to the sound of black water. Her cheeks began to redden from the exertion and heat of the summer temperatures. The heat didn't seem to faze her. She continued on with determination. Chuckling to himself, Bo turned and started to dance too. His movements were very overdramatic and sloppy, but it was all on purpose, because as soon as he began his ridiculous dance, his precious little girlie erupted in a fit of giggles, her sky-blue dress whirling in the air when she jumped up and down. He was nothing if not an expert at making her laugh. Daddy, you're so silly. Her sweet little voice bursting with joy. Bo grinned. Is that so? You don't think your old man can dance? An eyebrow raised. Isn't this how it's done? Suddenly, his arms flew in the air and he waved them around like a crazy person. He was awarded with more giggles for his performance. As the song came to a close, Bo dropped onto the couch, out of breath from all the shenanigans but still wearing a thoughtful smile on his lips. Daddy, can I pick an album now? At her words, Bo nodded. Sure thing, baby girl. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐷𝐼𝐸, he said in between pants of breath. Careful with it. Sugar. He watched with pride as his 3-year-old daughter expertly pulled a vinyl from the shelf and slipped it free of its sleeve. Her tiny, pudgy fingers lifted the stylus and replaced the record. She grinned wide, one of her 2 front teeth missing, adding an endearing gap in her smile. With her stuffed toy in hand, she climbed onto her daddy's lap and snuggled into his arms while the music started to play with a few warm crackles. Bo wrapped his arm around his princess, when he began to hear a wonderful sound. It was the sound of a steely dance song. He then realized that hadn't even showed her the band yet and quizzically peered down at her. Baby girl, mind telling me how you know this one? He questioned as he played with the soft chestnut ringlets on top of her head. Her dark eyes stared up at him with something akin to guilt, trying to hide his amusement at her sudden shyness. Well, she sighed, when you're not here, mama's always busy. I get so bored, so I gotta listen to some of your music. It makes me happy. Daddy, she explained, nervously fiddling with her skirt. Bo smiled and pinched his daughter's cheeks to get her to look at him. Never be ashamed of music. Baby girl, never, he reminded her, and she lit up at his words. All the guilt and appreciation gone as she wrapped her arms around his middle. Understand? Yes, sir. She nodded profusely and Bo let out a chuckle. I love you, Daddy, mumbled his daughter, snuggling deeper into him with a sigh. Daddy loves you more. Hendrix. 1 Virginia Moon, Virginia present day, Cedric POV. My motorcycle rumbles underneath me, purring and vibrating as it flies down the road like a Mustang. This is what makes me free. A nice long ride on my bike is the best thing to clear my mind. I'm a bit out of my element here. Thousands of miles away from my home. A whole world away from my pack. The stress builds up fast at the remembrance that my people are without their alpha. This mission, however, is beyond worth the small sacrifice, and I'll just have to push through it. This is something I need to do. Trees fly by as I make my way down the long, open road that winds around the hills. The sun is setting in the far distance, dipping down past the blue mountains and turning the sky a brilliant shade of pink. I crank the accelerator harder in my hand, propelling myself even faster and pushing the limits of the vehicle. I don't care about the danger. I am, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐠 enthusiasm. Indestructible. My heart has been in my throat for the majority of the week, but this always seems to diffuse the tension somewhat. Always makes me feel better. After an hour and a half of riding, I head back to my temporary home. I zoom through the small town, slowing down as I near a red light at intersection. I come to a stop, my head turning this way and that to observe the little college town I've found myself dropped in. It's crawling with young humans that are excited to start their lives with education, others looking like fair zombies after hours of homework. I'm suddenly glad I've never been to college, especially because I would rather not be surrounded by a sea of humans of all things. I am so much more than them. I'm above things such as a college education, not that I ever needed to go in the first place. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐠 enthusiasm. To 123 years I have enough knowledge to keep me company. There isn't much else I need to learn. College is for clueless humans, not ancient animals built for ruling. The light flips to green, and I roll forward slowly, obeying the speed limit laws reluctantly. Don't want to gain any more attention than I already get looking the way I do. In trying to keep low profile, when humans see me, they can't but stare at me. I am a strange, awful sight to them, but I stopped letting it bother me a long time ago. I am a icon after all. They'll be spending the rest of eternity with this face, so I really don't see the point in dwelling on it. It's kind of difficult to stay inconspicuous when you look the way I do. Not to mention, people tell me I have RBF, resting bitch face. When I get to the apartment I dismount and park my bike, leaving my baby behind as I make my way up the cement stairs. I slide my helmet off and shake out my hair, sighing as I think of getting a much-needed shower. When I walk, a door to one of the countless apartments opens, revealing a short human man with a suit on. He turns around to lock his door behind him. When he spots me on his way out, his mouth literally drops open. I'm over a foot taller than him and my shoulders are twice the size of his. I look at him as he gawks up at me with wide, terrified eyes. His heart begins thudding quickly inside his slim chest, his hands betraying him as they start to shake. The human's keys clink together, echoing off the walls. His fear scent offends me. My nose scrunches up and I can't help but glare at him the more he stares at me. Can I help you? I demand, using my alpha voice. Take a picture. It'll last longer. I spit, shaking my head and continuing on my way without so much as a glance back at him. And yet, even as I walk away, I can hear him stumbling down the stairs in a hurry to scuttle away from me as if he'll turn around and pounce on him. Who knows? Maybe I will. I am tempted after all. Stupid damn humans. They always remind me of bugs. Little vermin littering the streets. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐠 enthusiasm. I've made friends with a human here and there. It's hard not to with as many wars as I've been in throughout my many long years on Earth. But that had been different. The human men I fought beside throughout the years were brave, fighting for their countries and rights. Nothing like pansies they've turned into now. If only they could see what their future generations would bring. Normal human men now walk down the street in socks and sandals, afraid of their own shadows. I scoff. They have no backbone whatsoever. The mortal male I encountered moments ago is proof enough. It irritates me. I try to push past it, but I can't help but be annoyed by his mere existence. Not to mention the females. They're like lost little fawns, helpless and confused. I try to stay away from humans at all costs, and now I'm being forced to interact with them on a daily basis. Lucky me. It was my choice to take on this mission. A mission to hunt down the infamous Red Alpha. The enemy I've been after for the past year after he took something very important away from me. My third in command. My trusted friend. My brother in arms. My �K𝐜𝐤. Wheeler didn't deserve to be brutally murdered. And us Lycans are hard to kill. To kill one of my kind you need a silver knife to impale our hearts. Not exactly an easy thing when we're literal beasts on the battlefield. When I shift into my like an 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐩 30 tall, and with more strength than an army of human men, entering my apartment, I'm not surprised to see any beta on my couch, looking at me expectantly. Where exactly have you been? Savannah asks, her thick black hair swaying as she stands up and gives me a suspicious look. Savannah is my second in command. She's always vigilant and uptight, but she's good at what she does. So how can I complain? Oh, you know, checking out the area. Who knows how long we'll be here. Need to scout the place out. I explain nonchalantly, not looking to have her in a pissy mood that I skipped out on our meeting to take a ride on my bike. I've known Savannah for over 1 year, and she knows me well. Yeah, right. You're always faking to go ride on that hunk of junk. She rolls her eyes at me. My bike is not junk, but I keep my mouth shut. I'm not much of a talker, especially when it comes to arguing. It's a useless waste of time. Savannah knows my motorcycle is one of the few things I enjoy, and yet she loved to complain about it. But it doesn't amuse me. Nothing amuses me. I don't get amused. My beta knows this, but it doesn't stop her and many others from trying to get all F out of me. I can't remember the last time I laughed. Well, we need to set up cameras around town, especially the more remote areas. Check this out. She waves me over as she grabs for her laptop, centering it on the coffee table and turning it on. Another thing I'm not fond of. Technology. I've survived centuries without it. Why do I need it now? I hang up my helmet, slipping my leather jacket from my shoulders before sitting next to her, stretching my legs out in front of me while I attempt to relax. This better not be another jump scare video you love to show me. I don't scare. I tell her on a monotone voice. She should know better. She snorts, shaking her head and looking back at me over her shoulder, her shirt slipping down to reveal her taunt skin. Read this. Her hand reaches for the screen, tilting the computer so I can get a look at it. I lean forward and lazily run my eyes over the news article. Local man spots massive walls near Evington Creek in Southern Virginia. I frown at the screen and scroll through it quickly, taking in the few details listed from the interview with the man. The article clearly makes it obvious that the man is likely crazy, but I know otherwise. This is the whole reason why he rafter or YK, knowing full well what the answer will be. Well, it does say that the guy saw a giant white wolf, so we'll let you decide for yourself. Savannah shrugs, shutting her laptop without another word, letting me simmer in the news. A YK is the Red Alpha sidekick. He was a Lycan, and an albino. His hair and skin are as light as snow. Edge is easy to spot, hard to catch. Is why we were sent here in the first place. It's obvious 𝐻ES laying low in this area, and the guard insisted that I come here undercover to scope it out. The guard is like an army mixed with the FBI, except their sole purpose is to protect supernatural creatures. They work alongside the human governments to protect and hide the existence of the different supernatural species. I used to work with the guard frequently. In fact, I was one of the founders all those years ago. I only left a few hundred years ago or so, starting my own pack in Montana when it was added to the United States. I was among the first settlers in the West, all to start the Slate Penumbra pack. That's when I met Savannah. Suffice it to say, I am damned proud of my pack. I settled it among a very small Native American tribe of Lycans that were struggling with the idea of humans encroaching on their land. They let me join them, become their alpha, help them. Since then I've never wanted to leave. They're mine to protect and care for. My pack is now the most powerful pack in the world and I am their leader. My pack is my home, but I left it to destroy one of the biggest threats to 𝐊𝐤𝐼𝐻. The ruthless Red Alpha. He is notorious for slaughtering shifters left and right. She is merciless, and the thought of him being out there is enough alone to make me come on this assignment. He is a threat to the safety of my pack, and I will not let him hurt them again. After losing Wheeler, this is the only option I have to ensure they are safe. Even if it means pretending to be a human college professor. One thing's for sure. It will be an interesting experience that more than likely will end with me being annoyed and ready to tear someone's head off. Who knows? I'm not averse to cracking a few skulls. 𝐊𝐤𝐼𝐻 come on in. Have a drink. Let loose. There's a little. Stacy hollers louder than necessary to be heard over the booming music. The pounding of the bass and the cheers of people drive my head into a new level of hurt. It's a big party. I'm one of the first nights since school started that we can actually do something to take our minds off of studying. College does seem like a very mature thing. But my best friends and I are only 18. If I remember correctly, is under the legal drinking age. Thank you very much. In good. I insist. Holding up my red solo cup filled with Mountain Dew. Though I've only taken a few sips here and there. The acidic taste isn't exactly my cup of tea, but it's the only non-alcoholic beverage available here. Stacy's pretty face crunches up in disapproval, but she continues dancing with fast, jittery movements that somehow come across graceful. The girl couldn't look clumsy if she tried. Her short, black hair is full of pink streaks that catch the flashing lights as she twirls and laughs. A pair of cat ears perched on her head. Stacy is the epitome of a partier, and she isn't afraid to show it. As cliché as it sounds, I have always hated parties. Not that I feel like I'm somehow above people who do enjoy the party scene, but it's definitely not my scene. The humidity between the sweaty bodies, the stench of beer on every person's breath, and the constant crowd of leering guys catcalling and flirting like there's no tomorrow. It's all too chaotic. I can't see how anyone can find it fun, but to each their own, I suppose. And then there's the music. Oh, how I hate the music. It's always the same. Loud, pulsing pop and rap songs that millennials eat up like a 5-course meal. Stacy and Miranda, my two best friends, call me a music snob for my complaints. I consider myself more of a music expert. Personally, I don't judge people for liking what's on the radio. Music is freedom, and that's what's so great about it. Everyone has their own personal taste. Party music just makes me sad. There are millions of songs. To my authentic 𝐊𝐤𝐼𝐻, 𝐊𝐤𝐼𝐻, heartfelt thanks to your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, and genres. Music has been recorded since the 1870s. That's almost 150 years worth of music. But people still insist on listening to what everyone else is listening to. I can never understand why anyone would settle for exclusively listening to what's popular when there is a whole world of recorded music to discover. That's all it is. No snob here. Not me. It makes absolutely no sense to me. But that does not make me some hipster. WOO. Stacy slurs, and I look up to see her sitting on a football player's broad shoulders. She raises two beers in the air. The crowd of people around us erupting in cheers and screams loud enough to burst an eardrum or two. Stacy turns both bottles upside down above her mouth, doing in the sewage quickly as everyone chants chug. In unison, people begin to crowd around me, and to being a small person I begin to get lost in the swarm as I'm jerked and smooshed around. I try to breathe, try to stay calm, but I can't. I desperately begin clawing at people, trying to get air. I'm in a sea of people being swept to the bottom by the current. A hand wraps around my arm, pulling me out into the side. I squeak in terror, horrified that I'm being dragged. Are you okay? Miranda. It's just Miranda. Come washes over me and I nod profusely, trying to reassure her. I was just, checking out the floors. Very nice. Mahogany, I think. It's too embarrassing to admit that I was nearly trampled to death. I don't exactly have a great track record for being graceful. Some party, huh? Ignoring my strange rambling, observing the ongoing crowd with a small spark of excitement in her eyes. Anna isn't as party crazy as Stacy, but she does like these type of things a heck of a lot more than I do. Anyone could see that. Looks about the same as every other party all drag me to. I comment dryly, observing Stacy as she crowd surfs while she sings along to whatever song is currently blaring on. Belinda smiles down at me, shrugging her thin shoulders with a look of innocence. Tomorrow it's back to classes. Why not have some fun to forget for a little bit? She says, winking at me. Well, the forgetting part looks like it's working, because Stacy doesn't seem to remember she has to wake up at 7 tomorrow. I would hate to imagine the pain of her hangover. And Miranda both laugh out loud. Somehow I think she'll be all right, she says, but I don't question the strange comment. Eventually, we try to make our way to the front of the frat house. I say try because we're stopped many times by leering dudes who can't keep their eyes off of the fabulous Miranda. She's a leggy girl that tops at 62. Her light, strawberry blonde hair is swept into a ponytail, and her fantastical eyes are eerily similar to the color of the sky in the spring. Not to mention the strange power that oozes from her. It's hard not to be drawn to her. She is easily the prettiest girl in this house. Scratch that. The prettiest girl on campus. Hands down. She turns down every guy that speaks to her. They're all drunk anyways. Otherwise they wouldn't have the courage to talk to her, let alone look for too long. That's the way it's always been, even in high school. Stacy and I have been friends since the 8th grade, and moved into town halfway through junior year. My two best friends are cousins. Even though they look nothing alike, they even lived in the same gated community. And for Mississippi that's very rare, being the poorest state. There aren't many people with money, but Miranda and Stacy are part of the lucky minority. All three of us became really close, so close that we're basically sisters, and I can't imagine my life without them. Hey guys. Wait. All 80s. Stacy shouts as she runs towards us, pushing past people with her elbows. Her face is flushed pink, her smile contagious even though it's alcohol-induced. She bumps into me in her haste, splashing my Mountain Dew onto her shoes. Oops, 𝐸s. She giggles and sloshes her heels in the soda as she begins marching in place. That's okay. I already spilled some beer on them. I shake my head and smile. Stacy is fun to be around when she's drunk, carefree and light-hearted. When she's sober, she can be a bit pissy, and too sassy. She slings her arm over my shoulder, leaning on my smaller body as she laughs some more for no reason. Miranda and I watch her with humor-filled gazes. This side of our friend amuses us. We eventually maneuver her through the front door and out onto the lawn. Miranda and I work together to help her walk. Miranda being the one doing most of the work, seeing as how much stronger she's than me. As we neared Stacy's 2007 Subaru Outback, she yips with glee when she spots her little car. Yay driving. I get to drive. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She shouts and I share a mischievous grin with Miranda as we hold back our giggles. I don't think you'll be driving tonight. I explain as we reach the car. Miranda takes the keys out of her purse and unlocks the doors. We open the back and try to get Stacy to climb in. I'm not even that drunk. I only had like 52 beers and a few full bottles of vodka. And those margaritas weren't that strong, so those don't even count. I raised an eyebrow at her words, knowing full well that if she had that much alcohol she would be dead. But Andy gave her a stern glare for some odd reason, before she continues to shove our very drunk friend into the vehicle. After a few minutes, We finally have Stacy situated and buckled in. I go around the car and slide in next to her so I can keep a close eye on her. Miranda cranks the car, and it rumbles to life. We take off down the street towards our shared apartment. Stacy snuggles next to me and slumps down into my lap, resting her head on my thighs and sighing contently. I run my fingers through her hair gently, trying to soothe her to sleep. "Oh, Henny, I love you so much," she says, and I smile. "I love you too." Making eye contact with Miranda in the rearview mirror. Amusement fills her blue eyes before returning to the dark road. "I wish you could never die," Stacy says, and I hold back a laugh. She's making no sense. "Then you could live with me and my Anna for the rest of forever," she mumbles, and I snicker a little bit. I try to look at my Andy again, but her eyes are fixed on the road with determination. Her hands are gripping the steering wheel tightly, and from where I sit, I can see her jaw is clenched. That's strange. I tilt my head in confusion. She's probably just tired of Stacy's drunk ramblings. Miranda is usually super patient. I wonder absently why she's acting so weird. Maybe she's just about school or something. Brushing it off, I nestle into the seat and close my eyes. Exhaustion from the night finally taking over. Screeching fills the apartment and I immediately cover my ears to protect them from the shrill sound. My crazy best friend is running around our apartment overturning everything trying to find her favorite heeled booties. "Where the hell are they?" Stacy squeaks, falling to the floor to look under the couch, peering down at my bowl of cereal. I smirk to myself. Of course Stacy woke up late, and I'm guessing it has something to do with all of that drinking last night. She doesn't seem affected by a hangover in the least bit, and I attribute it to sheer luck. Maybe her body is immune at this point, getting used to the party life. I wouldn't be surprised. I swear I will tear down the walls if I can't find them. I'm not going anywhere until they're on my feet. Stacy begins going through our kitchen cabinets in her search. Even though the cupboards are all but empty, we only moved into months ago, and we've yet to buy enough dishes or food to fill them all. Not to mention Stacy keeps most of her food stashed under her bed like an animal saving up food for the winter. "Found them!" I hear and a shout in triumph. She prances into the room, holding them high in the air. Stacy dashes for them, but our extremely tall friend raises them high above her head so she can't reach them. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Stacy's exasperated voice sounds evil as she practically tries to climb a and like a tree. "Only if you promise to leave the drinking for school nights," Miranda says in a 𝐶𝐮𝐬 voice. I laugh at the scene in front of me. We don't yet have cable in our apartment, but this is all the entertainment I need. "You win," Stacy grumbles, holding out her hands, finally rewarded with her favorite shoes. As soon as she gets her fingers around them, she's hastily strapping them onto her feet as she sits in the middle of the kitchen floor. That cold tile can't be comfortable. She jumps up, wiping her pants off and doing a dramatic twirl as if she's a model. "Don't you think your makeup is a little dramatic for school?" Miranda inquires, sliding into a chair across from me and snagging the box of waffle crisp that sits in front of me. Shimmer eyes are a bit glam for a business management class. I manage with a mouthful of half-chewed cereal. This morning, despite waking up late, Stacy decorated her beautiful Asian eyes with loads of orange glitter. It's not unusual for her to go overboard with her makeup, and a lot of people give her weird looks, but she doesn't seem to care at all. Stacy glares at us as she picks her purse up off the coat hanger and slings the strap onto her shoulder. "I look great. You are just jealous." She shrugs her shoulders and with a smile opens the door and rushes out, slamming it behind her. I honestly feel bad. She has the first class of the day at 8, all alone. All of us have classes at different times, seeing as how we all chose different majors. Mine, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Is music. I have to take music theory and music composition this semester. Some of my other courses are exiting too. In taking some English courses, so instead of settling for some basic English class, I chose literature history. My schedule is packed mostly because on top of my classes I work long hours, which is a bit overwhelming. I need to pay my way through school all by myself after all. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Well, I'm bored. I'm going to check out that little coffee shop on campus. Miranda stands and stretches out her long arms. Hey, how about you come with? I shrug my shoulders. It sounds good to me. Hot chocolate doesn't sound too bad in the cold. It's almost October in a couple of weeks after all. And this Mississippi girl isn't used to the chilly autumn breezes up north. After getting dressed, we walk to campus. It takes us no time at all to find the little coffee shop. All we had to do was follow our noses. When we get inside, the place is buzzing with life. College students go about chatting and laughing it up. The smell of fresh coffee and cinnamon rolls fills the air, and it's toasty warm inside. I like the atmosphere very much. What do you want? Miranda asks, squinting at the menu like she can't see it well, which is an act if I ever saw one. We all know she has crazy amazing eyesight. Another one of her flawless qualities. Just a small hot chocolate. Glancing around for an empty table for us. Spotting one. I make my way towards it 𝐊𝐲 and gets in the long line. I slide into one of the chairs, observing the busy coffee shop around me. Nobody seems to pay me much attention, which I like, as in glancing at the artwork on the walls. A loud guy's voice erupts behind me. Did you hear about what that guy saw in the woods this week? Someone asks, and I look over my shoulder to see a small group of people sitting in the table beside ours. Not wanting to be caught staring, I quickly turn back around. Well, he was like walking around, trying to find his dog that ran off. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He says he heard a twig snap, and when he turned around he saw a bunch of wolves. A few gusts are heard from the group, and I stiffen at a thought. There aren't wolves in Virginia. Everybody knows that. Yeah, and he said they were all staring at him like he was some piece of meat. A shudder goes through my body, but I tell myself not to listen. The guy is lying, and there's no probability about it. Then, out of nowhere, a ginormous one showed up, like as tall as the trees or some shit. Guy says it was pure white with black. Evil eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You're just trying to scare us, some girl says, and I can't help agreeing with her. He needs to stop spreading rumors. There is no way there were any wolves here, especially ones of impossible size. I didn't say it was true. Babe, just saying the guy was on the news telling his story and I thought it was hilarious. She is just some crazy old drunk. I mean, he lives in a trailer. I cringe at that last part since I've lived in a trailer my whole life. They continue their conversation, but I tune it out as my thoughts take over. The guy is probably a crazy old man or junkie that hallucinated the whole thing, or someone who just really craves attention. I try to shrug it off, but this strange sensation of foreboding climbs up my spine. As I try to figure out what's happening to me, Miranda suddenly appears. She's a weird look in her eyes as she gazes at the kids behind me that are now laughing, completely moving on from their previous conversation. Hey. Grabbing her attention, she looks at me, then back to the group before she finally sits down. Miranda pushes my hot chocolate towards me, reaching for my wallet to pay her back. Don't mention it, and money won't be necessary. It's on me. She flashes a knowing smile at me. I'm poor. I've always been poor. It's a simple fact of life I have learned to accept. You sure? Knowing the answer. Her Aunt Stacy always buy things for me and refuse to take any compensation. My friends are degenerates. Positive, she replies, but her eyes remain focused on something behind me, looking like she's lost deep in thought. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐿𝐬. I grumble as I push the heavy door open with all my might, a little bit upset with myself for taking such a stupid class. Music theory. Yeah, it sounded fun when I signed up. Sure, but it is anything but. The amount of homework I have to complete in 2 days is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, 3 hours of reading and an essay, and that's on light day. I don't know how I work until 1 a.m. Finish this load of homework, and still manage to get a good night's rest. I guess I'm doomed. Dumb music theory. Who even needs college? Freaking homework. I continue to huff and puff while I make my way across campus, my hands clenching and unclenching on my backpack straps while I try to calm myself down inside. I moan, trying to push on even though my backpack feels like it's filled with 100 bricks. I finally spot my bike and nearly fall over in relief as I pick up the pace to get there as soon as possible. Yes, I shout out in victory when I attack the bike rack, grabbing the metal in my hands and leaning on it for support. A group of girls pass by, giving me weird looks, and I narrow my eyes on them before laughing nervously. Nothing to see here, ladies, I assure you. They stalk away, glancing back at me. I shake my head and bend down, crouching beside my bike and twisting the lock back and forth, each number simmering in my mind until the metal pops open. My cheeks still burn from the stares of my classmates. Nice going. Now everyone on campus is going to think you're ear freak. Wow, I really need to stop talking to myself. I dig into my bag, pulling out my trusty headphones. They are a little beat up on the outside, but they have always been reliable. I plug them into my old iPod and blast some 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐰 Zeppelin, even knowing the tunes are loud enough for anyone around me to hear. I really couldn't care less. Never be ashamed of music. Baby girl. I come to an abrupt stop before I climb onto my bicycle. Those dumb words need to back up. I'm not in the mood for moping today. Any thoughts of my daddy tend to do that to me, and I can't handle it sometimes. Stubbornly clenching my jaw to forget them, I start pedaling away. I weave through an endless sea of students wandering around campus. The shade cast by the trees paints long, mesmerizing lines on the sidewalk. Simple things like these are what make my day bearable, especially when I'm on my way to work. It's essential. Going to work for hours on end, that is, but I hate it with a burning passion. Working as a waitress does that to a person. But here's the thing. I need the money, desperately. Ever since I can remember, I've been dirt poor. My parents could barely afford to buy me new clothes every new school year, and we only shopped at the Goodwill. I was relentlessly teased for it at school. No one wanted to be friends with the girl that wore the same clothes all the time, the girl who had holes in her tennis shoes. It only got worse after Katrina hit. That awful hurricane quite literally rocked my entire world, in more ways than one. My bike shakes underneath me as I run over a rock. I straighten out the handlebars and huff a ragged sigh. Of course, this is just my luck, pay attention. Hendrix, get it together. After hours of grueling school today, I really do not feel like working until to Anne. But guess what? Life's not fair. My life has been full of ups and downs, and I can't help but feel like college is somehow a turning point for me. It has to be. This is my fresh start. I never really thought I would leave home for school. I was born and raised in Mississippi. It's my home, and my mama's sick. Like, really sick. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She's been sick ever since my daddy left us behind. I knew I would always be there to watch out for her. Things changed when she insisted I come out here with my friends. She told me I need to experience life and that can't live without Stacy and Miranda. And I knew she was right. It was a hard thing to do, leaving her behind, but it's her wish for me. I can't deny Mama that, especially since she doesn't have long left. Ever since I arrived here I've felt a keen sense of change. Virginia is drastically different from Mississippi, but I don't think culture shock is to blame. I haven't tried to explain it to anyone, but the constant feeling in my gut is pretty terrifying. It is as if every muscle, every nerve ending, every little atom is waiting on pins and needles for something to happen. I can only compare it to being underwater for too long. It's like that tenseness of your body as it waits impatiently for the return to the surface, desperate to breathe again. It's nothing if not unsettling. So here I am, heading to my job as every part of me feels uneasy. I feel like my whole being is just trying to tell me that something big and exciting is just around the corner. I am very suspicious of this sensation. How can something exciting happen when I'm living paycheck to paycheck with anxiety that my new life will come crashing down around me at any second? Money is everything to me now. It's all that I really think about now. My bike rocks back and forth while I ride it past the busiest road in town. The traffic whizzing past doesn't bother me as long as I have tunes blowing full blast in my ears. Music has always been my vice. Who needs drugs and alcohol when you can listen to Robert Plant's voice every day? When I roll up to the diner, it's not exactly packed, but there are plenty of people in there. I narrow my eyes through the windows and then squeeze them shut. Time to get to work. I'm not looking forward to it just because I can't listen to music on the job. The only real downside to my work. But I can always save the music for later. I park my bike round back, not worried about it being out in the open. This town has a very low crime rate, and no one comes back here anyhow. As I walk in through the back door, Ronnie's humming fills my ears and I can't help but smile despite my some mood while I take off my headphones. Ronnie is the cook here at the Pink Chicken. I know. Weird name for a restaurant. Customers remind me daily of that fact. I happen to like it. It's spunky, different. Hendrix, you're eerie. Like usual, Ronnie sings, his full lips pulling up into a smile. 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐼, a big man, not so much as in tall big, but more in a wide sense. The guy walks over to pull me into a hug. I try backing away, but it's no use. Ronnie's a hugger. He smells like cheeseburgers and cigarette ash. When he pulls away, he winks down at me. I made you your favorite. He reaches to the counter and lifts a milkshake with a long red straw poking out of the mountain of whipped cream. I lick my lips and grab it from his dark hand. Butterfin a milkshake. I'll never know how anyone can eat such a thing. Guess it's not my business, he mutters, going back to flipping burgers on the grill. I smirk at him before giving him a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, Ronnie, I call as I make my way to grab my apron and notebook. I'm a good old-fashioned waitress here. The pay's all right. A bit more than minimum wage. It's hard to find a job in a small college town, so I'm lucky to have found it. I drink my shake quick, but end up with a brain freeze. I try to shake it off while I turn on and head out into the seating area. There's nothing but colorful booths around the place. The flashing, blinking decor sign of your typical 1950s style diner. It's not such a bad atmosphere to spend my time in. You got one at table 14, a couple at 6. Nancy tells me, her eyes darting to me and Stables. She stands at the hostess counter with a few bottles of nail polish out. She blows on her wet, bright red fingernails that shimmer in the neon light. Thank you, Nang. Picking up a pen and clicking it a few times in my hand. Good luck with table 14. She's a classy bitch. She informs me in a hushed voice as she leans towards me, like it's some kind of detrimental secret. I give her a measured nod as I grab a few menus and napkin-wrapped silverware. Thanks for the heads up. Trying to smile. Nancy isn't a great judge of character. She's often judgmental, but she's nice to me, at least to my face. I'll try and watch out. Seriously, she's got evil in her eyes. 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐼 𝐊𝐤𝐳 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She raises to over-plucked eyebrows before casting her gaze to the booth in question. I look where she motions at the woman who looks to be in her late 20s or early s. She's absolutely beautiful, but in a very natural, refreshing way, as if she doesn't even have to try. Her long, shiny black hair is like a curtain around her athletic figure. I gulp when her eyes cut around the room with a vengeance. Gulping, and shoving on my best smile, I head over to her table with a small spring in my step. Maybe a friendly approach will do the trick. Even the grumpiest of customers can leave happy when in their waitress. Hi there, my name is Hendrix, and he'll be waiting on you today. What would you like to drink? Waiting expectantly, but all she does is stare at me. Her black eyebrows stand out against her beautiful dark skin and light eyes. If I had to guess, I'd say she's Native American. She's gorgeous, but she'd be much prettier if her features weren't twisted into a sneer. The woman's nostrils flare, her eyes widening at me in shock. She continues to move her nose. To my 𝐊𝐼𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐼𝐺𝐼𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. Is she sniffing me? I try not to feel self-conscious. I hope I don't smell like a cheeseburger after hugging 𝐊𝐼𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝. Maybe I should tell her it's not Bo. Would that be weird? Yeah, probably. After a few awkward moments of eye contact, the woman looks me up and down with a strange expression between awe and disbelief. Wow, I must really stink. We carry co-products. I mumble, and I sound like a complete idiot. Why do I even open my mouth? I swear. Hendrix. And I nod at the question, hoping she doesn't push any more because I can't stand talking about my stupid name. Like Jimi Hendrix. She wonders, dark eyebrows pushing together. And there it is. The question I'm asked every day. Just great. Yes, I'm named after him. I don't explain further, because that would mean talking about my daddy. And that is not happening. It's hard enough to remember him every single time I hear my name, but to have people ask about it makes it worse. The lady won't stop staring at me. All narrowed eyelashes and tough jaw. I don't know why she feels so important to me. It's a strange feeling that I can't quite shake. She folds her lean, muscled arms over her chest with a thoughtful glare of sorts. Water will be sufficient. You can leave now. I startle at her icy tone and words. A pang of unease riddling my chest. Huh, that's weird. I walk away smoothly. It's clear to see why Nazi thought the woman was mean. She clearly isn't very nice, but I have no idea why it's affected me so much. I feel so. To my 𝐊𝐼𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐼𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. I'm never angry. To my 𝐊𝐼𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐼𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. Even when we do get the occasional snotty customer, I've been called every name in the book, gotten nasty glares, and I've even felt up on numerous occasions, and I just get over it quickly. I don't get mad. It's just not me. So why am I so angry at that girl? It makes no sense. Maybe 𝐿𝐼𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝, or maybe it's because she asked about my name. See, I told you. Just look at her. You look up bitch in the dictionary, and you'll get a picture of her. Nazi whispers to me. The lady in question flicks her poisonous stare up at us like she somehow heard us, which I know is impossible. We're way too far away for her to eavesdrop. I try to regain my sense of peace before moving to my next table, but I'm too focused on the nasty pit in my stomach to smile while I continue to do my job. For use the Cedric POV, I rumble up to the school with something akin to anger. Or maybe it's anxiety. I'm not quite sure. I haven't felt anxiety in years. Who knows how long it's been since the ridiculous emotion has riddled me, staring up at the historical building in front of me. I am nervous after all. This isn't what I expected. I'm not afraid of anything. Most certainly not a bunch of college-aged human students. Maybe I'm afraid that he'll kill someone if they get on my nerves. It is possible. I park my bike, slipping off the motorcycle with a glare. I don't want to go in there. I don't want to have a meeting with the school's president. Shoving my keys in my pocket. I know I have no other choice. This is necessary. This is the whole reason I came out here in the first place. I won't let some meeting with some infuriating little human stand in my way. I've already met him, spoke with him, but today is my first day on the job, and they need to make sure everything is in tip-top shape. At least, that's what the email said. Pathetic humans. Large letters spell out administrations above the double doors. I roll my shoulders while I enter the building, still not accustomed to the way the button-up shirt clings to my chest like a skin. Savannah picked them out and bought them on my dime. She insisted that's how they're supposed to fit, but I don't believe her. I know better. No male should be confined to skin-tight clothing. When I walked to the front desk, I quietly observed the woman behind the desk. She's middle-aged with fine lines decorating her face. Her pink sweater has kittens on it. Wire-rimmed glasses hang off the edge of her hooked nose while she concentrates on a crossword puzzle in her lap, completely oblivious to my arrival. Does the gazelle ever notice the lion poised to strike? Once I get to the counter, I clear my throat. The female glances up casually, then does a double take when she spots me. Her eyes widen, and her pink painted mouth parts. The scent of her fear wrinkles my nose, but I try to mask the distaste quickly. I can't any more attention. I have an 8 o'clock with drive. Owen, I explain, tight-lipped as the human continues to stare at me like I'm some kind of museum attraction. Her cheap perfume wafts around me along with her fear and arousal. I'm not unobservant or naive. A lot of women scent of arousal when they see me, but there's always that hint of fear engulfing it. I always smell fear when in around another living soul. Everyone is scared of me. The woman pushes her chest in the air, her breasts straining against her sweater in an obvious plea to draw my eyes there. But not in the way she wants it to. I look at her with disgust. Pathetic humans. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐜𝐬. She sputters, suddenly flustered. I glance down as she fumbles with the computer. The receptionist spends some time clicking away on the device, her long nails making small noises on the keyboard. She suddenly faces me with a shy smile. Just go right in. Honey, second door to the right. I'll be waiting, she says, leaning forward to show some cleavage. I don't spare any time waiting around. I need to get away from the overbearing woman before I go completely insane. It was hard enough not showing her how upsetting her manners really were. That's a sight I won't soon forget. Unfortunately, I shiver in revulsion. When I get to the door, I don't spare a knock. I just walk right in. I have to mentally scold myself for that minor slip-up. I'm too used to the world I've been living in. Humans don't know my status or power. They can't sense things. They don't have instincts like the supernatural. They're too weak, too mundane. The president is sitting with his feet propped up on his desk, lazily laid back in his leather swivel chair with enough arrogance to make me roll my eyes. Another human sits across from him. She's a cigarette hanging from between her fingers as she laughs at something he must have said before I entered the small room. They both turn to look at me standing in the doorway. The president's mouth opens, his jaw lowering while he looks me up and down. We've already met, mind you. Humans can never seem to contain their reactions when they see me. It's clear across their faces. The same goes for the human woman. She adjusts her blonde hair and wipes at her cheeks, clearly trying to look her best as a scent of fear tings with a heavy dose of excitement. Excitement of all things. Professor Riley, nice of you to join us, Owen says, gulping as his dark eyes flicker around. The male is too scared to make eye contact with me. I try not to show how smug that makes me. I also forgot that I'm to be under the cover name of Riley. Any werewolf or lichen would hear the name Vela and run for the hills. All of this would be pointless if that happened, in trying to keep a low profile, which is exactly why I can't scratch the eyes out of female looking at me like I'm a piece of candy. Pathetic humans. Well, you did ask me to come here. What is so important? I asked darkly, narrowing my eyes on the male who is practically shaking behind the desk. He straightens his tie as if it might bring him some sort of relief. Maybe ground him a bit. But it doesn't help. 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐠 useless this way. Yes, of course. I just wanted to make sure that you have everything prepared for your first class and that you are settling in well. He mumbles, his eyebrows furrowed in concentration like each word is a chore to get past his lips. I hold back the feeling of annoyance. I'm out of practice with this. I'm not used to being around humans. I haven't had a full conversation with one in years. Yes. Owen's eyes widen, and he clears his throat. You went over Professor Martin's syllabus. He pushes. Oh yes, the professor that I am filling in for no. Shrugging my shoulders, I observe the president with a bored look. This is taking up my time, and he should know it. Instead, he has the nerve to protest some more like whatever he has to say actually holds some importance. But 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐠 has been teaching history here for years. 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐠 perfected his syllabus. I expect you to teach what's on it. He insists, and I refrain from goading him into submission. I must be glaring since he suddenly looks as if hell piss himself. Pompous human. I went over this syllabus you worship, and it was to my liking. If it's my class, I will teach what I consider important for the children to learn about this world's history. Believe me, I know a lot more about it than Professor Martin. I spit, and the male flinches. The other human just watches idly on the sidelines. But Professor Martin is nearly 40 years your senior. It's just preposterous to say that If Professor Martin wanted to teach his syllabus so bad, then he would be here to teach it. Wouldn't he? I ask him, knowing full well that the professor is out because he had to get a new replacement. Unfortunately, they hadn't found a temporary replacement for him for the whole semester. Until me. It's late September. They lasted a few months before the guard sent me, getting by with a makeshift substitute every now and again. The humans don't know about my real mission here. I'm treading on delicate territory around them as it is. I can't have any slip-ups. I just can't help hating the way humans question me sometimes. It is very aggravating. I have become too used to people doing what I wish without any questions. My alpha tone would work on a human, more than any werewolf or lichen, but they would not understand it, and I'm not here to arouse suspicion. But the students, they have been learning the curriculum since forever. They're studying for midterms. You can't just come in here and change the syllabus. President Erwin demands. And I clench my jaw, tilting my head to the side. When he spots the expression on my face, he leans so far back into his chair, shrinking down into it like it could swallow him up. If only it would. That would save me an immense amount of trouble. It seems I have to explain everything to this pea-brained human. I assume that your students are smart. He just stares at me with wide eyes, giving a slight nod to indicate that assumption is correct, his skinny shoulders shaking a bit under his suit coat. I'm sure by human standards they are intelligent by some degree. Then they can learn from my curriculum. It's not impossible. President, I assure you, this argument is over. I use my alpha tone on the last part to ensure that the conversation is finished, and too tired to continue playing games with the mortal. Besides, I have a class to get to. I try to leave, but I find my path suddenly blocked by the female. She gazes up at me with half-lidded eyes as if she just woke up. I can tell she does this on purpose, trying to look appealing, and it is anything but. In Professor Henderson, but you can call me 𝐊𝐤𝐳, she says breathlessly, her fierce milk cancelling out any arousal. The scent of fear has a way of doing that, no matter how much of it there is. It always seems to erase everything else with its pungent touch. The human professor is tall for a human, wearing bright red high heels. She bats her eyelashes up at me and grins. Let me know if there's any way I can help you get a little more comfortable here. I'd love to be of service. 𝐊𝐤𝐳 murmurs. The invitation is clear in her voice, and I don't want what she's offering. The thought alone makes me want to gag. I'm no saint. Unfortunately, unlike every other lichen on the planet, I didn't wait for my mate. I broke after a few hundred years and went crazy with Overindellison, and then regretted it later. I was sure after that my mate would hate me when she met me. Then another few hundreds of years passed me by, and now I know that finding her isn't likely. I don't think he'll ever come across my mate. I don't know if she died long ago, or if she just hasn't ever existed. There's no way of knowing. Even if I don't get to have a mate, I won't stoop that low again, especially with a human of all things. So when this one tries to make an offer, I cringe, taking a step back as I open the door behind me. I need to get out of the crowded office before I snap. I hear the door slam, watch my feet eat up the sidewalk as I rush outside, and yet I don't slow down. Not even once. This is a trial I need to take one step at a time. And if I make a mistake now, I'll forgive myself for letting Wheeler down. How sweet it is 𝐿𝐷𝐿 we're all locked up here, says Nancy. She's smacking on a wad of gum the size of my fist, made of numerous pieces of gum, the many flavors and brands chewed together in a big old ball. I try not to let her show how grossed out I really am by her smacking on the bubblegum. I don't want to hurt her feelings. To my 𝐊𝐷𝐿𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐩𝐿𝐷𝐿, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Have a good night, I tell her, waving over my shoulder while I tear off my white apron in a hurry, ready to be gone. It's 2 a.m. and I'm more tired than a dead woman, and he'll be sleeping like a baby tonight. I have literature history in the morning at 8:30, so I have to be up and dressed as soon as I can. It's a fun class, lots of interesting things to learn in that field. Unfortunately, I've never met my actual professor since HES been gone the whole semester. I'm always sort of amused at seeing each new substitute that files in through the door. All different shapes and sizes of people from different backgrounds there to teach us about the same thing. It's a fun guessing game to see who will be next. I sometimes hope in the back of my mind that our real professor will get better soon. I've heard many things about him, one of them being that he is absolutely ancient, like a walking mummy. Who better to teach a subject about history? Right. When I reach my bike, there's a bit of a nip in the air that was there before. Pulling my small jacket around my shoulders and cursing myself for not dressing better the weather. I'm wearing a dress of all things today, as I do most days, but today I went without leggings. My typical uniform is a skirt or a dress. Growing up in the hot, humid summers of Mississippi, I'm just used to veering towards lighter, flowy clothes that don't cling to me. Clothes like that are the closet thing to being in your own personal oven. I've heard it gets hot here in Virginia. It is still part of the South after all, but nowhere near as hot as what I'm used to. That's not even mentioning the cold they have here. Oh, how I despise the cold. I can't imagine the snow. I've never even seen the fluffy white substance. My body is not accustomed to the weather quite yet, and I have yet to accept it eventually, even if it is only 65 Fahrenheit, which is apparently not that cold. I do get chilly. I'm the only one it would seem. Everyone else around here struts around this campus like the Arctic weather has no effect on them whatsoever. I've seen so many girls in shorts and t-shirts while they've even bundled up. Today was supposed to be warmer, but not now. It's 2 a.m. and the chill has returned with her awful vengeance. I just can't wait to get home and shove on some cozy pajamas and snuggle into bed like all my worries are gone. College life is not forgiving. I can't think about my monstrous pile of homework without wanting to groan and shed a few tears. I clamber onto my bike ungracefully, my legs on either side of the seat, rubbing at my eyes. I try to put my headphones and pick from my substantial music library. I end up choosing some James Taylor. I crank the song to full volume, closing my eyes as the night breeze ruffles through my long hair that is still pulled up into a ponytail. Nodding my head along to the music, I'm startled when I have the sinking feeling that someone is watching me. I despise that sensation. My whole body freezes where I stand. My eyes slowly pry themselves open to glance around in a worried frenzy. My gaze is drawn to a large cluster of dark, leafy bushes parked along the side of the building beside the dumpsters. I squint, not quite able to see with the lack of the sun and all, reminding myself of the fantastically low crime rate in the area. I try to reevaluate the situation with some reality. In being paranoid, as much as my racing heart is afraid, I know it's not likely to be a serial killer or a rapist. It's probably some gutter rat, Or maybe a stray cat or dog wandering the streets looking for scraps. The bushes rustle, and even though I can't hear the branches scratching against each other over the music blaring in my ears, I can see the unsettling movement of the plants. Something is in there. I pause a little longer, staring and staring until the rustling stops abruptly. My breath rushes out of my lungs in a whoosh. My chest burns. I didn't realize it holding my breath. One thing comes to mind. The group of kids at the cafe that gossiped about that old man on the news who spoke about seeing wolves in the woods. Obviously, that's impossible. Virginia. Unheard of. But somehow, a creeping hound of cold dread tickles up my shoulders and into my heart. An image flashes in my brain of snapping jaws and drooling teeth that look like daggers. The picture should be terrifying, absolutely shocking. But that's not my reaction to it at all. It intrigues me. Pushing the bizarre emotions away, I start pedaling away from the scene without looking back. When I open the door to our apartment, I'm literally pounced on like a mouse, making Stacy the hypothetical house cat. Her hands pin me to the wall roughly. I gasp. You scared us. How dare you take so long to get home? What the hell happened? She demands. And she's a sight for sore eyes after a long day. And an even more strenuous night working late hours. Stacy is easier on the eyes now that her daily artwork of makeup is wiped clean. That means there's no glitter to burn my corneas. What a relief. What do you mean? I get home this late every night. Which isn't exactly true. After the incident at the diner, I drove home carefully. My vigilance was turned up high as I observed my surroundings with a new eye. I shrug my shoulders, letting my stuff fall to the floor in a heap. I have a playful smile hanging on my lips. All the tension from the day is slowly leaking away, and I can't be happy about it. I need some relaxation. Even through my happy haze, I can see that Stacy is not amused in the slightest. That's not a good sign. Her eyebrows are pinched, face scrunched in dismay. Did I really scare that bad? Stace. My sentence is interrupted when Miranda flies out of her room. When she spots me in the living room, she runs to me with open arms. Her face is stricken pale. I can't get a word out before she's squeezing the life out of me. My face is pushed to her chest. And since she's so much taller than I am, I try not to think about where exactly my face is located. Even when I try and wriggle a hold, she holds tight as if she doesn't even notice my struggle. You're all right, she murmurs, and I sigh. Man, I really had them worried about me. I didn't think being a few minutes late would be a big deal. That stupid shrubbery would pay for its distraction once I get to work tomorrow. It'll kick the food out of that stupid plant. When Miranda pulls away, I look up at her guiltily. That bad. Scratching the top of my head. All she does is glare, tapping her foot like an angry parent. I half expect her to pull the hole in, not mad. In just disappointed spiel like the parrot she pretends to be. Stacy jumps in. Yes, it was that bad. You gave us a heart attack, hen. Miranda almost called the police. She insists. Her arms folded over her chest as she ridicules me. I have the nerve to blush. I can't imagine how embarrassing that would be. I picture flashing red and blue lights as they catch me riding my busted up bike and I cringe. It's definitely good that we avoided that mishap. To my 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸 𝐷𝐿𝐻𝐸 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐿𝐻𝐸. I murmur. Miranda nods. But she's still quiet as she watches me with glazed over blue eyes. I can see the remaining ants of fear lingering there and my guilt swells. I should have known better. Miranda is very overprotective of me and Stacy, but more me in particular for some reason. I don't know if it's because I'm short and weak, or because I wouldn't hurt to fly. I would be worried about me too. I guess. You delicate little human. Anything could happen to you. Stacy grumbles, pulling me in for a hug as well. I smile at the endearment. Stacy says weird things. I'm not unfamiliar with the way she refers to me as their little human. It's kind of a pet name, if not a weird one. Of course it's obvious that I'm human. We all are. That's just Stacy being Stacy, I guess. Let's watch a movie. A good Disney movie will fix just about anything. I tell you. Stacy proposes triumphantly. Arms in the air. The grin on her face is enough to make me relax. The guilt simmering away with each passing second. I voice my agreement. But Miranda just nods. It seems she's not recovered yet. I can't help being perplexed at her state. She must be being worried sick. And it has completely faded away. Her long torso is stiff. Her spine straight as a board. While Stacy fumbles through her collection of Disney movies, I link my elbow with Miranda's. Her long, slim arm is strong but somehow restrained and taut. I swallow my guilt and smile at her pleadingly, leading her to our plush couch to sit down. We plop onto the cushions in a pile. I try to coax a smile onto her own lips by tickling her, and it works momentarily, but the fleeting sign of happiness is gone in seconds. Her stoic mood won't last long because of course Stacy chooses Mulan. We all love it. It's just that it's her favorite movie of all time. This again. We watched this less than 2 weeks ago. I insist, groaning in pretend anguish. My teasing mood is my way of trying to get Miranda to lighten up. It doesn't work. Stacy turns to send me a death glare, her short, black hair whipping to the side. You're just jealous because you're white. I, however, can relate to the Chinese culture of my ancestors, she says in a fake posh voice. And then we just laugh. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Stacy has strong ties to China. Her whole family is Chinese, despite Miranda being her cousin somehow. I don't know how they're related at all. They don't have any Disney princess fresh out of a trailer park, and I can't blame them. I throw back, and Stacy shakes her head while I just chuckle. They don't like me putting myself down, especially when it has to do with how poor I am, or my rough upbringing. As the movie starts up, I turn to Miranda and snuggle into her. I don't know why, but I always feel like I need to please her, make her approve of me in some way. It's almost like she's the head of our makeshift household, and it just feels natural to me. I hate when she's upset. It makes me uncomfortable and insecure. I can't explain it, even though I still hold some guilt for her sour mood. A part of me is happy that they miss me that much, that they were so incredibly worried when I didn't get home on time. It's just nice to be reminded how sweet my friends are, and how much they truly care about me. As a university professor, he hides a huge secret. He is actually a werewolf with a 1,000-year history. 6 the tree Cedric POV nice morning, eh? Savannah asks over her shoulder, lifting a dark eyebrow at me with a coy look on her face. I shrug. There are other things on my mind than how the morning is, but I don't tell her that. We're walking through the woods. I'm not sure what time exactly, but early enough to where there are hardly any humans around. Not that there are many of them trapping around in the forest in the first place. For that I'm at least grateful. We couldn't have picked a better time. The reason why we're here still annoys me. I don't know why I let my beta drag me along. A ridiculous amount of camera tech hangs in a duffel bag settled in Savannah's arms. It's preposterous, but my second-in-command has proposed the idea to set up monitors in the woods to scope the surrounding area for rogues. I'm still against technology as a whole, but Savannah insists that I am to set in my ways. I don't fight with her. I let her lecture me and get it out of her system. But when she steps over the line, I have to put her in her place. Like when she called me a prude old man earlier this morning. I didn't like hearing that. This is perfect, she tells me, climbing another tree to put yet another spy camera in the branches. Savannah makes short work of it. She's the one who knows things about technology and knows how to work it. I still don't understand why we need it. I've done things the same way for years. So why change if it works? If it's broke, don't fix it. Unfortunately, I agreed to this since she insisted it will help us catch 𝐊𝐿𝐻 and the Red Alpha. If it aids our mission, and I don't have to deal with it, then I'm fine with it. As long as I don't have to be involved in any of it. Savannah does her own thing sometimes, and I try to accept that. I can only hope this will shorten the mission that much more. And then there's the nagging in the back of my head that won't go away. Something feels off today. I don't know what it is. I haven't experienced a sensation like it before, but I brush it off. Lots of things I've been dealing with recently are different than what I'm used to. It's been a few days since 𝐼𝐸 started teaching at the university. Some might say it's going well, because from the outside it looks like everything's fine. I'm coping, I'm moving on through without complaint, but on the inside, I'm struggling. The humans are almost too much to take, and I have another class in a few hours. When my beta finally gets down from the tree, she looks me up and down with narrowed eyes, putting a hand on her hip. You are right. Noticing my mood. But it's not convincing, even to my own ears. In reality I feel as if I've been stuck under a microscope to be experimented on. My skin crawls. I ignore it. Savannah has the strangest look on her face that I haven't seen before. She looks wary and apprehensive, and now that I think about it, she has been acting a bit odd this morning. And when she got home last night from wherever she was, she's usually more talkative than this. More outright and abrasive. Today she's nearly silent. I can't tell if it's just paranoia. Maybe I'm just trying to push what I'm feeling on her, as if I'm looking for someone to blame for the strange things I'm feeling. This whole mission could be a mistake. It's not a new thought. There have been many times during this process where I've felt like I have been misplaced for the job. Times where I'm positive that someone else would have done a much better job than me. But then there's always something that draws me to it, like someone behind the curtain telling me to keep going and reminding me of my lines. Who knows? Maybe it's 𝐊𝐿𝐻 wanting me to avenge him from beyond the grave. Whatever it is, I don't question it. I follow my instincts, even when I really don't want to. They've gotten me this far. As I said before, if I know that something works, I don't see the point in trying an alternative way. As Savannah finishes up with the cameras, we're both silent in the otherwise busy forest. The birds are awake now, fluttering around in the high branches and singing their wake-up call to anyone who can hear it. I can't help but feel guilty now. I should be doing more, patrolling as often as I can. My job here is to find a villain who has tormented my kind for too long. But I'm distracted and emotional, though you do never hear me admit it or show it. I've felt far too many emotions in the past few days than I've felt in a long time. Glancing around the woods, I suddenly miss Montana. I miss my pack and my alone time in solitude. Every day of this mission is like walking on shards of glass. I have to watch my every move. I can't be uninhibited. Be myself. I have to wear contacts for goddess's sake. I can't let the humans see my red eyes. Could I? Not that the contacts even completely cover my natural eye color, but no one will get close enough to know the difference. And that's something I can count on. As we wrap up our morning jaunt, I mentally prepare myself for the day of tiptoeing around humans. I can't help but wait patiently for this whole thing to be over with so my life can go back to the way it was. 7-jaar 𝐸𝐺 hendriksby 𝐊𝐻 crap. 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 When I look over to see that my alarm clock reads 803, my stomach does a few somersaults reminding me of my stupid mistake. I have a class at 830, literature history, despite the fact that I'm still deathly tired. I jump out of bed with such ferocity that the duvet entangles itself around my ankles and sends me sprawling to the floor. I land on the carpet with a dull thud and a moan of pain. I need to get up. I need to get to class. Getting ready in a hurry, I literally throw on whatever's on the floor. A green dress, one of my favorites. I don't really question it. I just pull it over my head as I grab my backpack and push it up and onto my shoulder. I run into the hallway so quickly, I nearly slip and hit my head on the doorway. Landing in the bathroom, I stare at my disheveled appearance looking back at me in the mirror with wide eyes. My hair is a rat's nest on the top of my head. I fuss over it a little, pulling the scrunchie free and letting my curls fall around my face. I smooth my locks out quickly. They're still crazy, outlandish, and messy, but I'll take what I can get at this point. I glance at my little flip phone in my hand and nearly puke. I need to leave now. Time is moving faster than I am. Maybe staying up until 4:30 am watching a movie with my friends was such a good idea after all. I should have thought it through more. Curse my stupidness. Good luck. Stacy calls from the couch as I scamper down the hallway with my shoes in hand. I don't respond. I don't even look. There's no time for looking. Not when my class starts in less than 15 minutes. And I have a whole bike ride ahead of me. Not to mention the crippling anxiety that has a hold of me. It's so weird. I chalk it up to being late. Yeah, that's it. That's why I'm so antsy and unsettled. I'm late. Unlocking my bike as I slip my shoes on as a huddle. Somehow I get through it and head to my destination. I don't bother trying to listen to music. I just need to get to class. My bag almost falls off my shoulders several times as I pedal like there's no tomorrow. Shouts are called around me a few times as I rush past people. My daredevil maneuvers are bound to make me crash. But luckily I don't. Some way, somehow the bicycle gods are looking out for me. I don't dare check the clock when I finally rush into the classroom, tripping over my own shoelaces that have yet to be tied. My shoes are falling off when I collapse in my seat and let out an enormous yawn sigh that's louder than I thought it would be. The classroom is fairly large, but not like an auditorium or anything. Despite my lateness, I'm 1 minute early by some kind of luck. I found a seat somewhere in the middle of the class, glancing around at my classmates and hoping no one notices my disheveled state. Not that it matters. This is college. No one cares. At least not about anyone else but themselves. Everyone is just trying to get through. There's no time to look and judge. There are a few people here, chatting a bit before we have our actual lecture. It's not a very large class at all, and for that I'm thankful. I can't imagine walking in when a whole crowd of people are watching on the sidelines. Our college campus is historical, so all the wood for the desks is old and handcrafted. I admire the color of it under my fingers. My skin pale in comparison, both in color and beauty. Not that I'm actually very pale at all. I've always been quite tan. I sit for a while before I pull a notebook out of my bag. And a blue pen too. I doodle a little bit, trying to pass the time a little before the lesson begins. Our sub must be late today too. The day I'm late and in a hurry happens to be the day that the teacher is too. The little pictures I scribble calm my ever-present nerves. What is up with me today? I got here. Everything's fine. Why am I still so anxious? My hand clamps down on my shoulder and I gasp, jumping in my chair and almost out of my skin. I turn warily to see a cute boy sitting next to me. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐭. I didn't mean to scare you. Dylan holds up his hands to show he means no harm, but I'm not really convinced. I slump down in relief as he has the audacity to chuckle at me. Well, you did. I recommend him, and he displays his adorable lopsided grin that makes girls around campus faint. Not me. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐿 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐭. Dylan and I are only friends, and no more. This is the only class we have together, and he is the only friend I have in any of my classes. So it all works out well. He happens to be the guitarist in a band that �ve joined. She is fun to be around, but he hangs out with a completely different crowd than me, for the most part. Let's just say he is a player on and off the football field. Did you hear about the new teacher? Sliding down into his seat to my left, dropping his feet on top of the desk with a thud. I roll my eyes. He acts like he owns the place. Dylan never brings anything to class with him. Never takes notes or pays much attention at that. Somehow, I'm not sure how, he passes the class easily. His grades on the midterms astounded me. I look back down at my doodle, resting my chin on my right hand in boredom. I drew a giraffe, albeit not a very good one. I'm not exactly an artist. Nope, I reply, shaking my head. It doesn't really matter though. They never last. Peeking up at Dylan, I can see 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐷 thoroughly amused when he looks down at me amateur drawing. I squirm in discomfort. Something about that look he gives me has me uncomfortable, like his eyes can see under my skin. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐷, not this time. They got a real professor, not some substitute. This guy is permanent. Can you believe that? I raise my eyebrows, silently telling him to go on. Leaning closer to me until I smell his cologne. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐷's supposed to be this super scary dude. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐷's like a giant, completely ripped. And he has scars. Terrifying, right? The guy's already a legend. I can't believe you haven't heard about him yet. He showed up a few days ago. Every owner's freaked out at the freak. I blush and quickly look away. I know why I haven't heard about him. Because I rarely socialize. Even when dragged to countless parties and events by my outgoing best friends. Something in me has always told me I don't belong among them. Like you're meant for something else. How hipster can I be? I sound like a lunatic. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐷, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. I was wondering if you're going to the game tomorrow. Dylan knows very well that I do not go to college football games. I wish I had time, but I don't. I roll my eyes at him. Of course I'm not going. I have homework, studying, at a job, mister, full ride, scholarship. His eyes widen in curiosity and I smile. In core, I can't to football games. Oh yeah, but you somehow end up at countless parties. I snort not so ladylike laugh out, and try to cover it up. Yeah, only because Miranda and Stacy force me to. If I had any say, he'd be at home working my butt off. I nudge him with my elbow and he presses his lips together. I know well enough that Dylan isn't the biggest fan of my friends, and they don't like him all that much either. They're picky about who I hang around with, but they're just being protective. I might, just maybe, have a small case of daddy issues. It's common for a girl to have problems when their father abandons them, so Ivy had to accept it. I think that's why my friends have basically built a fortress around me to get men to back off. They don't want me to be taken advantage of. But that's just it. I don't want a man. I don't need a man. Welcome to literature history. The gruff, deep voice sends an electric jolt through me. The shockwaves evaporate all of my thoughts. I hadn't noticed before that the whole class has gone silent. But in noticing it now, my head snaps up in pure confusion. My eyes seeking the speaker out at the front of the room like my life somehow depends on it. I have to see him. I need to know who he is. I can barely breathe when my gaze latches onto the professor. He is jaw-droppingly gorgeous in a rugged, terrifying way. He lifts one of the white boards up, revealing something written out on the one behind it. But I don't even notice it. I'm too busy ogling him. What was I thinking about before I saw him? I don't honestly know. I can't remember. It feels like everything before this moment is useless. His hair is dark as night, messy and a bit wavy. His lips are full, but not big, and his nose is strong and has a small bump in the bridge. 𝐊𝐲𝐻 handsome. All I could focus on is him. As he turns, I see them. The ones Dylan was talking about. Angry, red vertical lines run down the left side of his face. They go through his eyebrow, but there is no hair missing from the thick brows. They also cross over his eye, but I can't see any damage to his actual eyeball. You would think the nasty scars would deter me in some way, make him seem scary or hideous even. But they drew me towards him more. They make him unique. What am I saying? I'm such a creep. My name's Professor Riley. I will be your teacher for this course. Today's objective will be a simple one. We will review the past few weeks and go over what you've learned thus far, and what will be expected of you from now on. He says in his dark timbre, not even looking up at the class while he speaks with a tone of command. I'm entranced by him, like 𝐊𝐲𝐻 put me under a spell or something. His broad shoulders and how they move against his button-up shirt as he stands in front of his desk, leaning back on it in a relaxed way, though he doesn't seem relaxed. Somehow, I know 𝐊𝐲𝐻 anything but relaxed. It looks like every muscle in his body is stiff, and his voice sounds strained. My instincts tells me 𝐊𝐲𝐻 uncomfortable, that he doesn't want to be here at all. I don't know how I know this, but it's the strangest feeling in the world. I can't tear my gaze from him. It's as if he is all I can see, and if I look away my world will end, that he'll be drifting in oblivion for the rest of time. What is happening to me? Seconds go by before I notice a drastic change in Professor 𝐊𝐲𝐬. His nostrils flare, his jaw hardening, eyes widening as his eyebrows seem to reach for each other in fury. 𝐊𝐲𝐬 standing so straight now. I notice now how gigantic he really is. I watch in wonder as his large hands grip the edge of the desk before his face snaps up to the crowd of students in a whirl. His dark eyes rake everywhere, until they finally come to settle on me. They immediately stop. He freezes, and his face softens slightly. Professor 𝐊𝐲𝐬's part. My world tilts quite literally. All I can see, all I can focus on. 𝐊𝐸𝐻𝐻 extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐸𝐻𝐻. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And I mean for real this time. Everything disappears as if it's only the two of us. I continue to stare at him in amazement. The world around me is practically black. My chest has got up in flames, and I'm aware of how calm my body is. Everything is just right now. I can't explain it any other way. Is this what love at first sight is like? He continues to stare at me in what seems to be pure amazement. The class is silent around me as I touch back to earth slowly. I don't really know what to do. The whole entire class seems just as frozen as I am, as if they are holding their breath and waiting for something to happen. All I can do is look straight back at him. His eyes are like beams as they scorch into my own. My whole body is warm and comfortable. It's as if this wave of peace has come over me. I'm safe. I'm all right. What the heck is happening here? Am I going nuts? I'm the first one to look away, glancing at my hands nervously in my lap. 𝐊𝐸𝐻𝐻 extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐸𝐻𝐻. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What is wrong with me? The guy probably thinks I'm a freak. You know, just some teenage girl staring at her hot professor like a stalker. This is so awkward. The silence continues to span out, and I can feel that 𝐊𝐲𝐻 is still gazing at me. Someone clears their throat before asking if 𝐊𝐲𝐻 is okay. I have a brief pang of jealousy at someone other than me talking to him. I don't even know him. He'll need counseling or something after all of this is over. The response they get is a gruff sound and a short yeah. Before too long he starts up talking again. As I was saying before, I have a higher standard than most teachers, and you will all be held to that standard. I have updated the syllabus online, so be sure to look it over before returning for your next class. His voice is more stern now. Red hot tears suddenly burn my eyes, and my cheeks flush with color. I don't understand why I'm acting the way I am, but overwhelming sadness and embarrassment flood my senses, and I choke back a sob. Continuing to stare at my hands, I beg my tears not to fall, but fall they do. Immediately, I stand up, grabbing my things in a hurry. I shove everything into my backpack, zipping it and slinging it over my shoulder before making my way quickly down the aisle. As soon as I reach the stairs, I take them two at a time, not daring to look up for a second. If I see my professor, he'll probably be frozen to the spot again. I push the heavy doors open loudly, rushing down the hall. Less than 5 minutes ago, I was moving at the same pace towards the class in an effort not to be late. Not I just want to get away. I need to get away. My mind is still reeling from what just happened. When I get to my bike, I lean my head against the handlebars as I try to catch my breath. I still have no idea what just happened. It's the first embarrassing thing to happen to me in college, and it's only 3 months in. My eyes squeeze shut tighter at the reminder of what I've done. Now I have to face him twice a week remembering the incident. His presence will just be a reminder of how I made a fool of myself. I groaned as I realized running most likely made it worse. He probably felt me staring and stared back to get me to take a hint. And all I did was keep on staring like an idiot. And then when he looks away, I run out of the room crying like a baby. I'm so embarrassed. I might just die. Professor Riley looks like 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐧 in his mid-30s and I'm 18. How creepy can I be? He probably cringed at the sight of me. Not to mention that I'm a hot mess right now. I wonder what he thought when he saw me. Did he think that I'm pretty? Was he as affected by the sight of me? I shake my head, trying to decide what. Maybe he wasn't even looking at me. That's plausible. Right. Glancing back at the building, somehow I know that things are going to change. 8 despair. Hendrix POV. I'm gasping for air when I enter the apartment in a clumsy hurry. I slam the thick door closed with purpose, taking out my frantic emotions on it. I brace myself against it for a few minutes while I catch my breath and attempt to gather my bearings. The apartment is empty, and I couldn't be more thankful for it. Miranda and Stacy are both in school at the moment. Neither of them will be home until the afternoon. I have plenty of time to hide away and wallow in my strange new discovered emotions. Every single time I close my eyes, I see him. Professor Riley. Those scars. That face. I just want to kiss him. I want him so bad. Too bad. I bite my lip hard when I reach my room, sitting down at the edge of the mattress. I stare at my record player with suddenly tear-filled eyes. Riding my bicycle home. I didn't cry once, but now the sorrow is back. My turntable sits on my desk, taking up the whole surface with my speakers, stereo, and receiver. My set, up for listening to some dusty old records, is ridiculous according to anyone who sees it and doesn't truly know me for who I am. Maybe it is ridiculous and I'm just in denial. My best friends know what it means to me though, so they don't tease me the way other people do. I don't even have room to do homework on the desktop. All of my schoolwork is accomplished on the floor or in bed, but I don't mind. I can't stop myself from thinking about him despite my attempt at distraction. Of course I have kissed boys. Passionately I might add. I've gone on dates, had boyfriends, but never have I felt more drawn to a person than I am to him. And we haven't even spoken to each other. How silly is that? My next class isn't until tomorrow. Thankfully, but I have to be at work by 4:30 for the dinner rush. I dread it. How can I concentrate on my job when all I can think about is my smoking hot professor? That could be an issue. Slipping a record free of its sleeve. I flicker on my turntable and play some music, closing my eyes shut tight. I let the words and melody run over me like warm water from above. Locking my bedroom door before sinking down onto my bed. I feel like a little kid again as I tunnel under the covers like it's a secret fort. My eyes bat shut. The music on the record player continues to crackle and pop through the speakers and into my dim room. Now this is what puts me at ease. Ruby red. Jagged scars wound their way into my mind and my breath catches in my lungs, trapping the air in my body. Don't think. Don't think. Don't think. But think I do. Oh, I do. Professor Riley's all I can think about. And that very embarrassing scene I cause. Why do I have to be such a spaz? I cringe hard, and tears fill my eyes. What is happening to me? I'd never felt emotions like this before. Emotions that are so strong that I hardly know what to do with myself. I've had my fair share of hormones. To my 𝐊𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐬 𝐷𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐬 𝐊𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻𝐬. I'm a teenage girl for goodness sake. But having so many emotions at the mere thought of someone I don't even know is bizarre. And just plain weird. I can't explain it. His eyes still haunt me. Dark and brooding, but not quite right. As if the brown color doesn't quite fit his face. And then there's his face. Yes, not handsome in the normal style, but like a mountain man or a ferocious warrior you read about in fairy tales. But this is no fairy tale. There's no such thing. My daddy is enough to remind me of that. The tears are flowing freely already, so I don't mind thinking about him. I typically cry when I think of the jerk that left my mom and I behind for another woman. It just doesn't make sense. Nothing does. That's why I need to stay far away from men. I don't need no man. I am a strong, independent woman. Men just break your heart. But still though, I have a crush on my professor. It's hard to admit. Hard to fathom. Here I am, minding my own business when bam, a beautiful person falls into my lap. A beautiful person I didn't even ask for. Oh, but his jaw covered in dark stubble. I would love to run my hand across it while we kiss. I shake my head, trying my hardest to dislodge the ignorant idea. I'm sure every other girl in the class thought the same thing when they saw him. And most of them are way prettier than me. I'm sure 𝐊𝐲𝐷 much rather kiss one of them instead of me. He probably won't look twice at messy hair. Daddy issues Hendrix. I wonder if Professor Riley gets tired of young girls ogling him. If 𝐊𝐲𝐷 is a professor, I'm sure he gets it all the time. He is outrageously handsome. No one should be that handsome. Man, I'm falling hard. Suddenly, an idea pops into my head and before I know it, I'm reaching over and digging through the drawer of my nightstand until I find it. A picture frame. Not a very big picture frame, but it's important nevertheless. And it is a picture of the man who I despise and love all at the same time. I glare down at the picture of my daddy, wishing more than anything I could see him again. I don't really know what I would do if I saw him. I would cry, that's for sure. But would I curse in his face or beg him to come back? I'm not sure. Even as I brush my fingertips over his face through the glass, I'd like to think I would be angry, but my dreams say something else. Every time I dream of him, I want to hug him and ask him why. Why would you leave me and Mama? How could you? Don't you love us? I still remember the day my mama told me he left us. I asked her a very similar question. I asked her if my daddy stopped loving us, and she said that he found something he loved a little more. Tears blur my vision and drop down on the picture with a splatter. That will never be me. Not again. My young mate Cedric POV, everything is blurry. My eyes are like a camera that can't focus. My brain able to process anything around me. My mate. I found my mate. Well, I saw her. She saw me. She ran out to the classroom before the lecture really even started. In that moment that our eyes met, I wasn't sure what exactly was happening. It didn't process. I couldn't think or move. I couldn't believe that she's my mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I still can't believe it. The little thing is human. Up until this point in my life, I had thought that impossible. No shifter has given a human as a mate. It's not right. Not natural. Not possible. Apparently it is possible. And I'm the first bastard to experience it. By the time the class is over, I'm leaning against my desk for support. I barely got through class. My eyes are closed. My jaw clenched so hard my head begins to throb in pain. This can't be happening. A human. My mate is human. I take deep, long breaths, trying to focus on that and only that. The students are all gone. They left in a hurry only moments ago. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Time doesn't really make sense right now. They felt my stress, my tenseness. Like a herd of gazelles, they skidded away to protect themselves from the irritated lion. Even though I'm shocked she's human, I can't get her face out of my head. She was a shock of beauty in a sea of mundane faces. Her big doe eyes were wide and innocent, her nose doused in freckles, and not to mention that tousled head of wavy curls. I can't get the image out of my head. Just like a moon goddess wanted. And then there's the fact that I want to chase her down and grab her. That would go over well. I don't know what to think. How feel? I should feel disgusted or horrified. Instead, I'm edged and confused. I've waited centuries to find her. I didn't expect this to happen when I did. I can't exactly describe what I envisioned, but I thought at least my mate would know what I am. My guess is that she has no clue that I'm a lichen. let alone what 𝐊𝐿𝐼𝐼 is in the first place. Then there's the fact that I'm royalty. But I hate even thinking about that. I hate remembering the way she fled the classroom with her pretty face hidden, the scent of tears wafting around me. I can't forget that smell. Not of her crying, but of her in general. It had been a mouth-watering scent that I never wanted to stop inhaling. In amazement, I realized there was no fear mixed with her scent. My eyes widened. She saw me, stared at me. Must be felt the mate bond as I did. But she was not afraid of me. It must be some sort of miracle. Maybe a fluke. Everyone on this planet is afraid of me. The idea that my mate is the only person who's not afraid of me more than it should. But why would she run? Why was she crying? It doesn't make any sense. Humans have always been simple in my mind. The things they do don't exactly make sense to me. But they're easy enough to understand. This whole situation with my mate is a conundrum. Especially because I can already tell I have no self-control with her. When she left, I wanted to chase her. I didn't even care about the class, or who would raise an eyebrow. At least at first. I will speak to her. I will find her. She's mine. I will not be without her. But I can't let others know. It would arouse suspicion. Stir gossip. I've already invested so much in this mission only for it to be blown. All in all, it was mostly because I was too shocked to really do anything in that fleeting moment. It's not every day you find out your whole future is in the hands of a tiny girl. That's what she is. 𝐊𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐸 𝐊𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐸. She looked so young. Too young. And yet, somehow, the moon goddess decided that she's my perfect match in every way. If anything, I would think that the human was made for me specifically. Everything about her calls to me. As a mate should. She's human. That reminder sticks out like a sore thumb. I don't know where to find her. I could hunt her down. It wouldn't be a hard thing to do. I know how to find someone when I want to. And that scent. Goddess. That scent will be a beacon in the dull human world. I'm still in a bit of a daze as I make my way through the campus grounds. Instead of paying attention to the countless faces around me, I think only of her. What's her name? Where did she come from? Why did she find me now? If it had been a month ago, hell, even 2 weeks ago, it would have been much easier to make her mine. There wouldn't be any issues or complications. But unfortunately, our relationship has to start at the beginning of an undercover mission. Why is everything so inconvenient? It seems to be the story of my life. I get on my bike and head back to the apartment in a cloud of fuzziness. Not even the rumbling of my motorcycle is enough to get me out of the abyss that my mate dragged me into. Nothing really appears important while I cruise down the long, winding roads of the countryside. Except for that beautiful face I can't forget. I will find her. I need her. When I arrive at the front of the apartment building, I'm still dazed. My ears are ringing, I realize. I can't smell anything. Can't concentrate on anything. It's all a big blur around me. There's no sense. No time. I've become a useless shell as I can only think of her. Where's she? Where did she go? I pass the same human male in the hallway that I did the other day. I don't look his way as he scurries back into his apartment for cover. When in behind the safety of my own, or eyesight, the tight heat in my body is relentless. Persistent. I can't relax. I can't breathe. My own body is working against me and trapping me in its confines. What is happening to me? Unable to take it any longer, I shout out a roar as I grab the coffee table and lift it in the air, snapping it in half. Kind of like my self-control. I throw the wood on the ground, already looking around for something else to destroy. It ended up being a lamp. That too is in pieces on the floor before I can blink. A heavy red color overtakes everything in sight. I tear up some pillows, through books, smash shelves. It doesn't seem like enough. There has to be more. There has to be more that I can destroy. I glance around, quickly trying to zone in on something else. My rage needs to be sated. One thing I've always had is control, and now it's gone in the blink of an eye. I'm enchained. I'm caged. My perfect balance is ruined. I've been pushed off the tightrope and am falling hard. Whoa. Whoa. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐿𝐬𝐷𝐿𝐬𝐷, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Calm the hell down. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐿𝐬𝐷𝐿𝐬𝐷, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The voice is familiar. Too familiar and a bit annoying at the moment. I turn to glare at the culprit, and I snarl when Savannah takes a step towards me. Her dark eyes widen at my half-shifted state. It's not often I'm stuck between man and lichen, and she knows it. My beta opens her mouth and then closes it, watching me intently before taking a breath and speaking. You found her, didn't you? My rumbling throat stops. The rec department is silent as we stare at each other. Her words have somehow shocked me out of my fit of rage. How did she know? Is it that obvious? As I slowly transform to my two-legged persona, I nod my head and take a step backwards. It's dawning on me quite quickly what exactly I did to my home. So much for staying under the radar. How? I ask once I've somewhat collected myself a bit. One of her dark eyebrows lifts while she takes in the mess I've made. How did I know you found your mate? Savannah asks reluctantly, not making eye contact. Something's up. Savannah never avoids eye contact. Yes, I reply harshly. Her head snaps up and a guilty look crosses her face. Her thin cheeks actually darken with a blush. I miss her. She works at the diner down the road. She takes a deep, shudder-wide breath. I had the immediate sense that she was my Luna. I thought it must have been some kind of fluke. She's human. Yes, I know that. Thank you very much. I snap, putting as much venom as I can into it. Savannah's mouth literally drops open. She's used to my control. A blank slate of emotions is turmoil. Well, here I am, a moody son of a bitch. My mate true in any patience and restraint I've gained in the last 0 years. I can't believe it. This can't be happening, Savannah says, sounding dazed as she collapses onto the couch. One of the only things in the living room that survived my earlier rampage. I don't say anything even I agree wholeheartedly. That's what I've been thinking for the past hour. Or minutes. Time is weird when I feel like my life has suddenly begun. Standing still. I take a deep inhale of oxygen while I mull things over. Savannah knows where I can find her. She met her. This is a problem. I mean, you hate humans. What was the moon goddess thinking? My beta asks, waving a hand in the air as she stares at the wall with a shake of her head. It's not fair that you're stuck with her. Shut you down now, I say in a deathly cold tone. Savannah has no idea the anger that stirred inside me the moment those words left her mouth. It surprises even me the amount of pure fury coursing through my veins. It's like the very gates of hell have been opened up. What's happening to me? My beta just stares at me. So many emotions fly across her face that I can't distinguish one from another. She seems almost sad. You're going to accept her? She asks in an even, measured tone. Her body is still as a stone. What kind of a question is that? Is she crazy? Deranged? Of course I'm going to accept her, I say, incredulously, as if my mate being a human would in any way deter me from accepting her. She's mine. She was made for me, and I for her. The pull is strong. The bond is forming. I can't turn my back on her. I'll never turn my back on her. But Hendrix is 18 years old. Hendrix. My mate's name is Hendrix. It's strange. Completely off the wall. And yet it sweets her. I can't stop thinking about her curly hair. Would it be as soft as it looked? I know you stopped dating when you were 30 for her. But still, people seeing you with her, they'll think you're babysitting. I hate Savannah's reasoning. It's as if she's trying to convince me to give up a happy life with my mate. Of course Hendrix being human will put a few kinks in the road. But it will all work out for the better. It has to. Because if it doesn't, I don't know what I'll do with myself. Rain or shine. Hendrix POV, I hum quietly to the music as I'm on a tile floor. This music is a good distraction. As soon as I came into work, I knew throwing myself into it would be the best way to forget all about Mr. Enthusiasm, Professor. Not to mention him getting paid 8 an hour. That helps too, I guess. The oldies music echoes melodically through the nearly empty restaurant. I'm tired, and yet I keep on mopping away under the flickering fluorescent lights. At this point it's just me, Ronnie, and Nancy working once again. Not a lot of people wander into the diner at 100 am. I tend to stay away from Ronnie this time of the night. He gets real grumpy when he has to stay up late. So, instead, I just mind my own business doing the cleaning and serving. Though there's not a lot of folks to be serving. Even through working into the wee hours of the morning makes me tired. It allows me to have some much needed alone time. Just me and my thoughts. It's rare that I ever have time like this. Stacy and Amanda are always begging for my attention, and waiting on people hand and foot to earn my way through school also wears on my nerves. I may be working, but I'm also relaxing. That is until the bell at the door rings. Grumbling to myself. I'm not surprised to hear Nancy flirting her heart out on the other side of the restaurant. Any guy that's at least normal looking could win her heart. It's not a hard thing to do. I smile to myself knowingly. Poor guy. Coming around the corner with my mop and bucket. I reach for my notepad quickly as I glance up to see our first customer of the morning. I stop dead in my tracks when I see Professor Riley standing at the front with his hands in the pockets of a dark leather jacket. It's a contrast to how he was dressed yesterday in class. The dark clothing suits him a lot better than a dress shirt and slacks. His dangerous eyes flick to mine and they change for a moment. His gaze doesn't stray from my face. And I'm glad. If he looked me up and down I would feel self-conscious. Dang. I concede him. I say to my co-worker who is still trying to catch my professor's attention and failing miserably. She pushes her over-teased hair over her shoulder and shoots me an exasperated sound from her throat. You two know each other. And I nod my head absently. I'm still staring at him because I can't stop. He walks towards me, and the closer he gets, the more I realize just how tall he really is. He has to be over 6 feet tall, and more than a foot taller than me. My head barely hits the middle of his chest. Being near Professor Riley makes me feel so small and insignificant. 𝐿𝐤 is the tallest person I've ever seen in real life. I would guess 𝐿𝐤 is about 6'9" nor 610, with the low ceilings lingering above his proud head. It makes him appear even bigger. I turn around and close my eyes for a second. Follow me. It's all I can get out because my throat is clogged up. My heart is beating a mile a minute in excitement. It's a good thing he can't hear that. The organ in my chest thumps way too hard to pump the blood through my body. I show him to an empty booth near the jukebox. He'll go grab you a menu. I say suddenly after realizing I forget to get one in my haste to steer him away from Nancy and her sharp, red-painted claws. I don't even glance at him when I shuffle away, walking back the way I came. I try to slow down, but it's hard to do. I end up doing an awkward little half-jog, half-fast walk. I don't look at Nancy when I snatch a menu from the stack and a roll of silverware. When I'm back at the table, Professor Riley is already sitting. His wide-set shoulders draw my attention. I'm a bit flustered when I look into his eyes. Now that 𝐿𝐤 is sitting right to eye. I wasn't expecting that. Can I have the menu? Please? His deep voice asks. Each were colored with amusement. My face grows bright red as I place the menu in front of him. What would you like to drink today, sir? I question, tapping my pen against my notepad nervously. He continues to watch me. Water would be fine, he tells me. I scribble on the empty page even though I don't remember anything that he says. You have an accent. Where are you from? I gulp. Here we go. Mississippi. Everyone assumes an idiot because of the way I talk. And immediately regret it. Why would I say that? What does that have to do with anything? Stupid. 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 I think it's cute. He replies. And when I look back up at him, he has a bit of a grin on his face. And it's enough to make me melt. That's the first time I've seen him smile. I notice he has a bit of an accent as well, barely even noticeable, and I can't place it. But I don't ask about it. Thank you. Because manners come first. You're E in my class. I never caught your name. He remembers me. Hopefully that's a good thing. That's because I never said it. 𝐸𝐻. I counter with a shy smile. But deep down I'm worried. I know it comes when I tell someone my name. Anxiety spikes when I meet someone for that one reason. He takes a deep breath through his nose and cocks his head to the side. Professor Riley doesn't ask about my freak name. He just puts out his hand for me to shake. And I do. Maybe a little too eagerly. When his long, strong fingers swallow up my hand, I feel a current of fuzziness crawl up my arm. It's the first time we've touched, and I don't want it to end. I tell myself that he doesn't want it to end either because he holds on for a long time. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 just staring at our hands in wonder. I pull away quickly. He probably can't believe I shook his hand for so long. I mean, I didn't really shake it. I mostly just held it. Dang it. I hope I didn't squeeze his hand hard. Nice to meet you, Professor Riley. I tell him, trying to step away while my face burns with sheer embarrassment. Can I get through one day without awkward human interaction? No, I don't think so. Something stops me, and I turn to realize that 𝐊𝐲 grabbed the strings of my apron with his fingers. His expression is one of desperation, but his voice is gruff and demanding. Call me Cedric. My eyes widen. Cedric. I ask quietly. He nods profusely. Tendrils of black hair falling out of place. His hair is messy. Unkempt. 𝐊𝐲𝐸𝐻 𝐬𝐻𝐸 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐸𝐾𝐈𝐻. I blanch. 𝐊𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐸𝐾𝐈𝐻. Really? Hendrix. Well, you'll have your water out in a minute. Cedric. 𝐊𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐻. Is it all right if I order now? Even though it's a question, it's filled with authority. 𝐊𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐻. I gulp. How does one do that? 𝐊𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐻. What'll it be? Cedric suddenly lets go of my apron strings and quickly scans the menu as fast as he can. I'll just have a burger. Everything on it. Please. I smile and nod. Not sure what to say. It's like I'm starstruck at the near sight of him. Cedric's eyebrows scrunch together in concentration. It's almost like 𝐊𝐲's trying to read my mind. Better get out of here before he succeeds. I scamper to the back to catch my breath, putting in Cedric's order quickly. I need some time to gather my thoughts and put myself at ease. I somehow thought it would help. But now that I'm back here, all I want is to be near him again. See him. Hear him. Look at his perfect face. 𝐊𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐿𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐻. That's kind of weird. But then again, what about this situation isn't weird? I saw him in class and freaked out because of the things I was feeling. I ran home and cried as I swore off men completely. Then he walks into the diner and all I want to do is be with him. I've known him less than 10 minutes and in acting like a lovesick puppy, scratching the side of my head as I pace back and forth. I remember my earlier thought when I first spotted him at the front of the room less than a day ago. Love at first sight. Maybe this is what people spoke about when it came to falling in love too quickly. They say it's like you're under a spell. Maybe that explains it. I stop pacing and curse myself. There's no such things as soulmates. They're not real, not possible. We choose who we end up with. There's no fate or divine intervention involved in love. But what if there is? Order up. Bonnie shouts. I jump so high I nearly hit the sea. For once I hate how quick our cookies at whipping up a burger. Still startled. Heart hammering. I grab the plate of food and the water before venturing back into the restaurant after taking a deep breath. 𝐿𝐤𝐳 right where I left him, sitting patiently in the booth for me to return. I don't know what I expected. This whole thing feels like some sort of bizarre dream. I wouldn't be surprised if I came back and he was gone. Smells great, he says as I put the plate down in front of him. I smile and hand him his water. 𝐿𝐤𝐳 all masculinity and regalness despite his rough biker appearance. His voice is like melted butter. Is there anything else I can get for you today? Working on autopilot when I feel the awkwardness start to creep in on me. Cedric just looks up at me and nods. I want you to sit with me, he tells me slowly. A surge of panic and excitement sparks inside me and I almost squeal. He must really like me then. This isn't my imagination. I can't believe this is happening. But I have to work. My professor looks around the restaurant to make his point clear. Doesn't seem like you're too busy to me, Cedric says. He makes a good point there. No one ever comes in at this time. 𝐿𝐤𝐳 the only one here. And I have nothing else to do. I have no reason to tell him no, especially when I want to shout the word yes at the top of my lungs. I slide into the bench across from him while he takes the first bite of his burger. Somehow he makes seating look graceful. Everything about him draws me in, catches my attention against my will. 𝐿𝐤𝐳 large and intimidating. And yet, when I'm around him I don't feel scared. In fact, I feel the exact opposite. In calm, it's as if all my problems are gone where he steps into my view. I can't explain it. There are no explanations when it comes to Cedric 𝐿𝐤𝐳. How often do you work here? He asks, and I straighten in my seat. I've been caught staring at his dark, stubble-covered jaw again. That's embarrassing. 6 days a week, for 130 to 200 am. It's pretty hectic during super time, but after that it slows down. I explain, coming a bit at the opportunity to talk about something normal. It grounds me enough to keep talking. You're a real professor. Where are you from? The handsome stranger across from me wipes at his napkin. His eyes scan me, as if 𝐿𝐤𝐳 is contemplating what to say next. I'm from Ireland, but I live in Montana, he replies, but he seems anxious to change the subject from himself. I don't let him. How long have you been living in America? And he shrugs his shoulders, blowing out a long breath. A while, he says absently. What's your major? He spits out a question I've heard many times. Music. His eyes widen. What do you want to do? Cedric asks. I blew out a breath, scratching the back of my neck. I'll do anything that involves music. To my 𝐿𝐤𝐳 𝐊𝐤𝐳. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Music journalism. Producing. Recording. I don't care. I just love music. He observes me again, but he never really stopped in the first place. It's like I'm some sort of fantastic art display in a museum that he can't get past. I've never had someone stare at me like that. It should be unsettling. I mean, I don't even know him, but I actually enjoy it. Probably more than I should. We talk for a while. 𝐿𝐤𝐳 finished his food, and he asks all the questions, which means I'm the one doing all the talking. It's almost like an interrogation or an interview. The more I talk, the more at ease I am. I'm not even at work anymore. Not really. Cedric's presence has transported me to another dimension. Time flies, and before I know it, it's time to close up the diner and I'm still in deep conversation with my professor. I can't stop. I can't stop talking. Can't smiling. Can't staring. 𝐿𝐤𝐳 is impossibly handsome despite his scars and his terrifying aura. Everything about him is dark. And yet, I'm drawn to him like a moth to a flame. Who knows? Maybe I'm more like a moth than I think. I could be mindlessly flying towards fire without knowing how badly burned I'll be. When everything's cleaned up, Cedric follows me to the back to lock up. I silently do my job, trying hard to concentrate on the task with the man behind me waiting patiently. The keys jingle in my shaky fingers. It's hard to do anything with him around. All I want to do is grab him and plant a big kiss on his lips. Did I really just think that? When I turn around, Cedric has his hands in the pockets of his leather jacketed jean. It makes a crinkling sound as it stretches against his shoulders when he takes a deep breath through his nose. We stand there facing each other for a while in silence. I'm the first one to speak. So, I guess I'll see you next class, I say with a smile. His eyes widen a little bit before narrowing on me again. I fidget with my bag and silently wish he would say something. Anything. After a time he says one thing. Get home safe. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐜𝐬 Heartfelt thanks for your 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬 𝐑𝐞𝐝 His gentle words warn me and I nod. A little promise to Cedric that he'll do what 𝐊𝐲 asked. I watch in utter amazement as a slow smile lifts his lips. A gasp pressures from my lungs at the sight of the beautiful expression. It's the second time I've been blessed to see him smile. And I love his face even more with it on. 11-freckled girl Cedric POV. My childhood was short-lived. There are few moments I still remember from my adolescent years, but I do recall the sheer giddiness. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Unabashed, childlike excitement of life. It's something I haven't felt in a long time. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. For years I've forgotten the feeling. It was lost to me, and I couldn't even recollect what it was like to be excited. I feel it now. It's all I've known since Hendrix came along. Just all I think about now. All I want. All I crave. The things I used to strive for seem unimportant compared to my tiny Luna. The worries of pretending to be a human professor have left me. The stresses over leaving my pack behind have completely vanished. She's all that matters. I'm anxious to speak to her, and to even be in the same vicinity as her. I've seen her plenty of times. After all, I won't allow my mate to ride her bike home at 𝐴𝐴𝐴 in the dark. I don't trust the human world, or the supernatural one, when it comes to her. I'm not taking any chances. Watching her from the sidelines for a few minutes on her way home from work isn't enough. The countless college classes go by too slower than before now that I know she's out there. Hendrix is in my Tuesday and Thursday classes. A measly 2 classes a week among the countless other ones I suffer through on a daily basis. The few days it took before she finally walked into my lecture room on Thursday were tough to get through. But as soon as I saw her, I knew it was beyond worth it. Every hour of torture is worth seeing her for even a second of time. When she walks in, backpack slung over her shoulders, her dark eyes fly towards the front of the room where they settle on me. A warm blush floods her face and my breath catches in my throat at the sight of it. Everything about her is too much. The other humans shuffle in as well, but I hardly notice them. They're like pesky gnats that won't fly away. My gaze remains fixed on the only human that matters. Class goes by quickly now that Hendrix is here. I mindlessly go through a lecture I've taught too many times already. I try to remain focused on what I'm saying, and from the outside I probably seem focused. But I'm far from it. I can pick a fragrance out among all the various smells, and I hold on to it through the hour-and-a-half block. The smell of her and the occasional glance at her keep me sane. I give out an assignment, and the young students hold back their groans of frustration. Little do they know the purpose behind it has little to do with their education. My idea has me smiling as I stare up at my mate. And then there's that smiling. Another thing I haven't done in the past couple of 100 years. The tragedy that struck my family as a child rendered me smile less, and left me with horrendous scars that strike fear into the hearts of those around me. People see me and cringe. Everyone except one little human girl. I'm still not used to the facial muscles moving that way. After going years without using them, I'm surprised they still work. My cheeks are a bit tight and stiff even after all the smiling I've been doing. It's if Hendrix unfroze my face and she's the only one who makes it work the way it's supposed to. Maybe that's the reason she's not afraid of me. She's the only one who gets to see me smile. Or maybe it's the mate bond. It clearly works on her as much as it works on me, but not nearly as much. She probably has no idea why she's so drawn to me. It's got to be confusing for a human to have a mate and not even know what a mate is in the first place. It's hard to fathom not knowing the eternal existence of soul mates, but I suppose all humans are completely oblivious to the phenomenons of the supernatural world. Not to mention, humans aren't supposed to have mates. This whole situation is a fluke, but I can't say I'm mad about it. When the class finishes, the students gather their things to leave and I stand by silently. I watch in restrained fury as a human boy makes his way down the aisle towards my mate with leering eyes. The blood in my veins boils watching him smile down at her. Speak to her. He asks her if he can carry her books, and I hold my breath. Thankfully, she declines. I try hard to resist smiling. All this time it's been impossible for me to smile, and now it's hard to stop at times like these. The boy leaves right along with everyone else. Hendrik slowly makes her way down the stairs while I pretend to be busy at my desk with papers, except that I'm really just waiting for her to come to me. She shyly walks towards my desk, a sweet expression on her perfect face as she gets closer and closer. She wears a light lilac-colored dress that flows around her calves. Her sense of style is another thing that I've begun to appreciate about her. I can hear her heart thumping, her lungs expanding, her eyelashes fluttering. The smell of her is alluring and intense. I take a deep breath and savor it. The sensation is close to being intoxicated. Hey, Professor I mean, 𝐭𝐸𝐵. She fumbles over her words nervously, a pretty blush tinting her cheeks. I smile at her. Again. Hello, Hendrix. Trying to sound normal. I don't want to sound as eager as I truly am. Who was that you were talking to? I added nonchalantly, gesturing with my chin to the door where the boy left only moments ago. She fiddles with her backpack strap before opening her mouth. Oh, that's just Dylan. A 𝐊𝐲 in my band. 𝐖𝐨𝐥𝐼 one of the guitarists. We don't know each other very well. We're more acquaintances than anything else. Hendrix explains, and I can't feel a little triumphant at the way she plays it off, assuring me that he means nothing, so there isn't anything between them after all. I'm relieved. I wouldn't want to scare any boyfriends away from what's mine. Not that it would be hard to do. So, a paper on our favorite historical book that has impacted literature today. She asks about the assignment dubiously, a lilt of teasing to her darling southern voice. Damn, she's adorable. Yes, think you can handle it? I ask her, leaning back in my swiveling deck chair to study her, with my arms folded over my chest. She cocks her head to the side with a sly grin. You know, I really haven't read much in my time, especially not any classics or old-time Y stuff. Books really aren't my thing. Hendrix explains, trailing off at the end, and I can already see where this is going. I adore her mind, because this is exactly what I was hoping would happen. It was my plan all along. Little does she know she's fallen right into my trap. Well, I do have some free time in the afternoons if you would like some help. I reply, and when her eyes light up like the stars I know she's just as excited as I am about this. That would be great actually. Hendrix agrees a little too eagerly, but I can't look away from her freckle-splattered nose to her. Our back and forth ends for a while, fizzling out into an awkward silence. I don't mind the quiet because she's still standing there in front of me. It's hard to fathom the fact that she's been in my life less than a week and already I can't picture my life without her in it. The simple task of breathing is harder when she's not around. When Hendrix is in the same room as me, everything seems right with the world for once in my life. What time would be good for you? I ask her. She doesn't reply. She's too busy staring at me. And the more she does, the more this desk between us seems to be too much space. With her brown eyes on me, I wonder if I'm as attractive to her as she is to me. I know I'm not exactly the most handsome guy with the mess on the left side of my face and the eerie red tint of my eyes, but I hope she finds me at least decent looking. It's the first time I've really thought about my appearance. My words still haven't registered, so I clear my throat to get her attention, and I try not to sound amused. Because I am way too amused for my own good. Goddess, 𝐊𝐲𝐬 missed being amused. Hendrik snaps out of it. Like a bucket of cold water has been poured over her pretty head. She stammers, clearly embarrassed. I chuckle. Actually chuckle. That's new too. My mate raises her eyebrows in confusion at my one-worded question. What time? Tutoring. The paper. I clarify. Her face dawns an understanding and her face flushes. That's the third time today, and I can't get enough of it. Oh, any time before I start work would be good. I start at 4:30, so we'll need to do it some time before then so I can have time to ride my bike there and UHM. Does 3 work? I interrupt her rambling. As cute as is to watch her struggle to find words. I hate to watch the horror in her gaze as she rants. My human nods her head profusely rather than answering with the syllables that have been failing her. I could watch her all day. I want to memorize every tiny thing about her. Every tick. Every sound. Every single minor detail that makes up Hendrik's. I have a feeling that might take a while, but I'll wait as long as it takes. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬 𝐬𝐻𝐸m flustered. She pushes a stray curl out of her face in frustration. I'm not usually like this, I assure you. Her insistent tone is nearly my undoing. Who knew such a helpless creature could hold so much authority? She was born to be a Luna after all, and the queen over all shifter kind. But she's mortal. Who would have guessed? Not me. And obvious enough. Not that she'll be mortal much longer. As soon as my mark is placed on her neck, she'll live as long as I do. And I'm counting on it. It's just a matter of time. And she'll be all mine. Permanently. And she has absolutely no clue. Well, I'll see you later then, I guess, she says in an unsure voice, edging away from where she stands, slowly backing up towards the door. I can tell Hendrix doesn't want to leave. Doesn't feel right about it. She wants to stay. I know this because I feel much the same. I should, get home. My friends get worried easily, and I don't want to scare them, she mumbles, and I nod silently. I want to open my mouth and say something. Anything at all. But I don't trust myself. If I let myself talk, he'll probably end up trying to convince her to stay. And it's not a good idea. Discipline has been my anchor for years. I'd had lots of practice, but meeting my human has sent it all down the drain. Somehow I need to get back under control. This is something I cannot afford to mess up. My relationship with Hendrix needs to be treated like glass, with care and caution. When she smiles at me and exits the classroom, my heart sinks and I sigh as I try to assure myself that slow and steady wins the race. This is a slow process. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. You can't rush perfection. In the depths of the forest, all surveillance cameras have been destroyed. Who is manipulating from the shadows? 12 Mercy Cedric POV. This one has been tampered with. Damn it. Savannah groans out in annoyance as she fiddles with the object in question. She tries to delicately take the camera from the tree, but it's stuck. She finally just rips it free of the wood and tosses it to the ground with a thump. I stand on the sidelines with my hands shoved in my pockets as I rather impatiently wait for her to be done with this. Not that it will make the time go by any faster, but I'm too riled up to be stuck out here in the first place. At least being in my classroom will somehow convince me it's almost time to meet with my mate again. It's funny how decades of my life can pass me by like a blink, but a few hours of waiting seem like an eternity. It's all Hendrix's fault. My beta has dragged me out into the forest for the second time, and I still don't know why I have to be here for this. Again, it's a pointless effort, and I can't help but feel as if she's purposefully trying to waste my precious time. She doesn't seem concerned about the cameras being broken. I would think it would anger her, as most things tend to do, but she just shrugs her shoulders nonchalantly. Sadness being quite somber today, And I don't know how long it's been going on. And I still don't know why. It's hard to pay attention to anything when Hendrix is all that I think about. Immerse to get to her. The sight of her alone calms the darkest parts of my soul. I almost feel normal when I'm around her. If that's even possible. Is that all the cameras? They're all broken. My voice holding a hint of the strain I'm experiencing behind closed doors. I don't care for conversation now. Or ever really. But Savannah is acting off right now. I need something to reassure myself that my bait hasn't completely lost her mind. She furrows her black eyebrows as she stares down at the spike amaryllis strewn across the forest floor between her feet. I'm not too worried. They won't suspect anything. The news of wolves in the woods would cause anyone to put up surveillance. She explains, kicking the autumn leaves with her black boot and huffing a dramatic sigh. She puts her hands on her hips. And you're not freaking out about it? I ask dubiously. Savannah shakes her head. This definitely isn't normal for her. Maybe she's just tired. I can't claim to understand females. They are confusing if nothing else. They're always changing their moods. I can only hope that my inexperience won't harm my relationship with my mate. The human species is strange, but females take it to a whole new level. My mate just happens to be both. I didn't know if it would work in the first place. She admits, and I shake my head. It's better to distract myself with this conversation than be anxiously waiting to see Hendrix in a few hours. I want to pace back and forth instead of standing so still like this. And yet, we wasted time and money with this. I gesture to the cameras with a glare. Savannah purses her lips in amusement, shaking her head. Yeah, like you don't have enough of those things in the first place. I close my mouth, because she's not wrong, and I don't feel like arguing with her, or talking to her. Savannah gathers the cameras, keeping busy with the mess while she continues to glance at me. She arrests for a moment, crouched on her feet while her light eyes run over me. My second in command is looking me up and down, and I don't like how observant she's being. What's your deal? She wonders out loud. 𝐿𝐷𝐸 𝐷𝐸, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't respond because it's really none of her business. But my stubborn friend continues to press me for information. You look constipated. I glare at her words, knowing full well that she's trying to rile me up. It's not going to work. Not this time, because for once I actually have something to look forward to. I'm tutoring my mate today. I inform her, holding my scowl in place to show her my disapproval of this conversation. It's not amusing to me when my beta tries to interrogate me for information. I'm the one in charge, not her, and sometimes she forgets that. She needs to remember her place. Her face falls slightly, all traces of humor vanishing. A sudden look of vulnerability comes over her before she rushes to cover it up with narrowed eyes and a smirk. How strange. She really must be your mate if you're acting like this. You never act like this. She tells me over her shoulder as she returns to pick up the cameras and shove them into her bag with little to no regard. They are broken after all, I suppose. Acting like what? 𝐿𝐷𝐸, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I ask in mild frustration. Savannah turns to glance at me with a sad smile that I don't quite understand. Isn't it obvious? You're holding your breath. 𝐿𝐷𝐸, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Hendrix POV. I fiddle with my pencil restlessly as I flick my gaze over to Cedric for the 100th time. I've only been sitting here for 10 minutes and I still can't focus on a single thing except for him and his stupidly beautiful face. Why does he have to be so handsome? Can't he see I'm trying to be a good pupil and learn my stuff? He brought a stack of old books. Much to my chagrin, I've never been much of a reader. 𝐿𝐷𝐸, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. I've unrequired reading for school and all that. Somehow I forced myself through those. Reading for fun. Never my thing. I've been too busy memorizing every word and every song by Prince to do that. I'm sure you'll like this one. Most young girls do. He holds out a copy of Pride and Prejudice with a sly grin that always makes me a bit lightheaded. I don't need a man. I don't need a man. I don't need a man. As I continue to chant in my head, I take the brick-sized book, looking down at it dubiously before shifting my attention to my professor who stands in front of my desk like a rugged biker whose leather jacket and dark jeans. This is a romance novel. Right. How can a book about romance change literature as a whole? I ask him, because I would honestly like to know. It makes no sense to me, but I can't say I know much about literature. He chuckles a little bit at my tone, and shakes his head like 𝐻𝐸𝐴 talking to a toddler. Well, it was revolutionary at the time for a woman to be successful at writing. Or anything at that. It was quite the scandal. Many men disapproved of her novels being read by their women because it encouraged women's rights and the idea of free thinking of the female mind. It was still successful, and remains famous till this day. He gestures at the maroon book with his large hand and I glance down at the thing with a grimace. Even the title on the cover looks old-fashioned. It's in swirling gold-lettered cursive. The ink glitters from the overhead lights and 𝐼𝐸𝐳. It's a bit too big for my liking. That's a lot of pages. You talk about it like you were there. I joke, hoping to diffuse the embarrassment I feel. But Cedric doesn't laugh. I nervously look back up at him to see him smiling at me. It's kind of unnerving. 𝐻𝐸𝐴's acting like he knows something that I don't. Which I'm sure he does know a lot that I don't. 𝐻𝐸𝐴's older and smarter. And just better overall in every single way imaginable. I scratch the back of my neck at the thought before observing Cedric with a more speculative eye. And from the slight wrinkling around his face to his eyes brimming with wisdom, it's not hard to tell 𝐻𝐸𝐴's quite a bit older than I am. I curse myself for the crush I've already formed on my teacher. Even going into this I knew that I was in danger of having my heart stolen and shattered. But I'm already becoming infatuated with him. And I didn't even want it. It just happened. As if it would actually work out between us. I could be expelled and he could get fired. Not to mention why would he want me anyway? A girl almost half his age with crazy hair and trust issues. That sounds appealing. That's for sure. 𝐻𝐸𝐴'd probably rather date any other girl on campus than me. I'm not much to look at. And I'm not very smart either. I remember when Cedric asked me if I wanted him to tutor me, and I agreed thinking it was deeper than it actually is. I thought he liked me. How pathetic is that? 𝐻𝐸𝐴's just being nice and... Hendrix. Hello. I hand waves down in front of my face and I startle. My knees banging against the bottom of the desk with a sickening thump. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I cry, rubbing at my kneecaps that are already aching in protest. Are you all right? The gruff voice comes from right beside me, and I turn to see that Cedric is on his knees beside me, inspecting my knees already with crunched-up eyebrows and a firm-set jaw. When his hands brush up my calf and over my knees, I grow self-conscious. I haven't shaved since yesterday. I wonder if my prickly legs are noticeable. He doesn't seem to notice, or care for that matter. Goosebumps break out across my tense skin at the warm sensation that his touch always causes. I take a shaky breath. I like him touching me. I shouldn't like it. But I do. I really do. It will probably leave a bruise, Cedric states. And when I look at him, 𝐻𝐸𝐴's glaring down at my kneecaps with an intense glare. Why is he so upset? I'm the one who got hurt. Not him. Oh, that's all right. I reckon he'll get over it. I am a tough girl after all. I inform him, nervously rubbing at the sore area while his large hands continue to hold my legs in place. But something about his gentle grip is changing. His grasp is getting tighter. His strong fingers slowly curling into my skin until I gasp in pain. Cedric, stop. Stop it. I tell him, trying to wriggle out of his hold in discomfort. It's not unbearable, but it definitely doesn't feel good. You're hurting me. In a moment. The hands are gone and my professor is panting as he rocks back on his heels. He holds out his hands, his palms towards his face, to stare in horror at them before glancing at my legs that they once held only seconds ago. 𝐊𝐲𝐳 sorrowful, his face brimming with regret and turmoil. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐷𝐞𝐻, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just, sensitive is all. I'm sure you didn't mean anything by it. I comfort him, but when I reach out for him he backs away before standing up onto feet in a swift motion and taking a few steps back. I'm very sorry, Hendrix. I don't know what came over me. He shakes his head, rubbing at the side of his face in frustration. His rough voice is trembling. I need to be more careful. Damn it, he angrily murmurs to himself. 𝐿𝐲𝐸𝐻 𝐷𝐞𝐝, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. There's just a tense silence while he stands there. Cedric won't look at me, and his hands are clenched at his side. Before I can stop myself, I'm out of my chair and walking towards him. I tentatively go up to him. Even though I have no explanation, somehow I can palpably feel his self-hatred. The emotions he has pent up inside beat at me like a sore thumb, begging to be healed. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, but I just follow my natural instinct. Slowly, I wrap my arms around his waist and lean into his chest. My whole body is tense when I first make contact. This is kind of risky. It's a big move. I don't even have a clue what he'll do in retaliation to this. He freezes also. His body is stiff, and I wonder if I've made a mistake. He stands as straight as a board. Cedric probably thinks I'm a silly little girl. I nearly groan at the thought. I am small, a lot smaller than him too. Compared to his massive height, I barely exist. So much for making the situation better. Before I can pull away and apologize, arms of steel wind around my back and I'm being pulled to him. Cedric is hugging me back. Actually hugging me back. I relax against his chest, finally letting myself go slack in his embrace. The warm tingles are everywhere now. I love those things. When we touch, I feel like I'm some sort of giddy schoolgirl. Oh wait, that's exactly what I am. After a few wonderful minutes of connection, Cedric leans back so he can look down at me. His dark eyes still don't seem to fit his face well at all. I wonder why that is. Maybe I'm just crazy. His fingertips touch my chin so he can look closer at my face with his searching gaze. I can't help but exhale in wonder at the rugged beauty of his face. Even with those scars, they just add to his handsome appearance. And that dark stubble. I can't get enough. It's as if I could look at him all day. We better get back to work, or I might be tempted to do other things, Cedric tells me, and I immediately glance at his lips. In this moment, I wish we could do anything but talk about stupid love stories, and then we could just get started on our own. 13 our glass Hendrix POV. The sound of 3-car doors slamming is music to my ears as I look around the dark night sky speckled with glistening stars that smile down at me. Tonight is a good night. It's my night. It's been a while since I've gone out and done something fun with my friends, because that party certainly did not count. This is going to be so much fun. There aren't any other bitches I'd rather go roller skating with, Stacy says as she marches between Miranda as we walk to the glass doors together. I can finally breathe easy knowing I don't have to go into work today. After what feels like an eternity, I have a day off of school and my job in one perfect afternoon of bliss. Unfortunately, I somehow regret that it's not Tuesday or Thursday, so I can't watch Cedric from the audience with joyful eyes. We agreed to have tutoring on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. That means I get to see him every single weekday. But now it's Saturday. I woke up excited and pumped for a day with my best friends, but also brimming with gloom that I can't sit today. How messed up is that? I hardly even know the guy. What are you so busy thinking about in that pretty little head of yours? Henny. I look up in a daze, my eyes landing on Stacy as her fingers drum methodically against the counter. Miranda checks us in, paying for our entry fee while we stand around waiting. I shrug innocently, a coy look on my face. Bet you wish you could read minds right about now, huh? My friend narrows her eyes at me and smirks triumphantly as a new comeback pops out. How did you know I was studying black magic in my room secretly? One of these days they'll be able to know every thought that you hide away from me. I laugh her comments off as Miranda rolls her eyes at us, ushering us inside. I swallow, trying to control my head from straying to Cedric for the millionth time. I should be enjoying a day with my friends. I shouldn't be dwelling on my hopeless crush. This event is the crescendo of our full-day shenanigans. We started by sleeping in until 100, then going to hop from mountains of pancakes that I still haven't quite recovered from. The sugar pumps through my veins with a vengeance. It keeps me going when we strut into the next place like we own it. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐑𝐚 at Miranda and Stacy as we get our skates. He doesn't even look at me. Not that I want him to, and I don't blame him. My two friends are much more beautiful and captivating than I am. I've always been self-conscious around them. I just have to accept that I'm the ugly friend. Except I'm not ugly. Not really. But with the supermodel level beauties at your side, it's not exactly easy to be confident. Sinking into a fuzzy, ATS printed bench, I shove my feet into a pair of pastel blue roller skates that have definitely seen better days. I try not to contemplate the amount of feet these babies have seen in their time. They look ancient, and smell even worse. The one whiff of sweat I get is enough to make me regret this decision. Before I know it, in being called out onto the shiny wood floors that squeak under us as we roll around. The old pop music booms all around on big speakers, and Stacy weaves an hour between people like the daredevil she is. A few people call out in outrage at her recklessness, but she doesn't seem to mind. The girl does her own thing. She spins and rolls like she was born on a roller rink. What a show-off. Miranda shakes her head as we skate side by side at a moderate pace like the normal people that we are. We both stare ahead at our feisty friend, rolling our eyes. Even though Stacy causes a scene wherever we go, we're pretty much used to it by now. I haven't felt embarrassed by her in years. We laugh and twirl around. For a few moments I feel without abandon. In with my friends beneath a stream of fluorescent-colored lights. The humidity and the spinning of bodies puts me in a happy haze that I don't want to escape. For a few seconds I actually don't think of Cedric, but it's short-lived. By the time we're ready to take a snack break, my feet are aching and the idea of a drink is all too appealing to pass up. I decide to forgo my skates on the side of the rink. A couple of kids skate past, and I admire how cute they are in their little roller skates and safety helmet. Stacy grabs my arm and has to drag me to the concessions before I forget that they're there. What can I say? I get distracted easily. It bothers my friends to no end. Stacy's overly rambunctious, indistractable, and Miranda is as 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐷𝐚 as a second mother. We make a great group. We all have to accept each other's flaws because we love each other. Stacy spends an eternity trying to figure out what she wants to order, so I go first. I carefully scan the menu, confrontation, glancing at my wallet and biting my lip in concentration, and trying to do the mental math of how much I can afford tonight. Miranda already paid for my lunch and my ticket. I can't expect her to do it again, even though I know she would. I reluctantly order a small drink and a pretzel, and when the woman behind the counter tells me how much my total is, I panic internally. As I dig through my change pocket, I hardly notice how quiet my friends have suddenly become as a large shadow swallows me up. They'll take care of it. The rumbling voice above me has me glancing up in recognition. Cedric 𝐻𝐿 figure blocks out my friends completely. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐷𝐚 looking dangerous with a disgruntled glare on his face. He slips a shiny card out of his leather wallet, and I'm quick to shake my head. No, Cedric. You can't just pay for my stuff. I try to tell him, still shocked that 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐷𝐚 is here in front of me. He considers this for a moment, a look of contemplation crossing his handsome features before he shrugs his wide shoulders. You're right, he admits, turning to the now very flustered girl behind the counter. Shall have a large drink. Handing his card over. My friends aren't making a noise at my side, which is sort of odd. They just stare in utter silence. I wonder why that is. Stacy always has something to say. Except for now, I suppose. It is kind of a weird situation. Even though I'm a little bit embarrassed by him paying for my food, I'm also thankful. I don't know if I would have been able to scrounge up enough money to pay by myself. Dang it. He probably thinks I'm a useless child who can't provide for herself. Why does he always have to catch me with my pants down? This is humiliating. I put my wallet back in my purse in shame. Thank you, I murmur, taking the food and drink from his hands reluctantly, hoping my palms aren't noticeably sweaty when our fingers brush. I can feel my cheeks burning as I stare up at him through my lashes. He drapes a heavy arm over my shoulder and guides me away. You should probably sit down, Cedric tells me. Yes, sweet. 'Tis sweet. I guess somehow he can tell how faint I am after roller skating for a little too long. As soon as I'm sitting down, I'm gulping down my soda with a little too much enthusiasm. It's just now that I've noticed my friends trailed after us. Did they not order anything? For some reason, the fact that Miranda and Stacy are with me seems to annoy Cedric. He eyes them with disapproval. Especially Miranda. How strange. Miranda sits close to me, on the very edge of her chair to plaster her side to mine. Our torsos firmly pressed together. She even goes so far as to link arms with me. Her eyes warily taking Cedric up and down. She bites her lip and worry. The girl is clearly concerned for whatever reason, and I have no idea what in the world is going on. I try to see it from her eyes for a moment while I sip at my soda and myself choking on it. My friends probably think Keiichi is some crusty guy trying to make a move on a younger girl. I'm quick to correct the mistake before Cedric can even sit down in the chair across from me. Stacy. Miranda. This is my professor, Cedric quietly. Cedric. These are my best friends. I wave a hand in the air, gesturing to my 3 friends all gathered together to meet for the first time, only to be met with silence. Even Stacy is quietly observing the professor with skeptical eyes. She's not smiling mischievously, cracking jokes, or snorting out a few giggles. Something just be wrong for her to be this somber. Her skin even looks paler than normal. Cedric is acting strange too. She is glaring at Miranda. If looks could kill, she'd be 6 feet under. The whole atmosphere is weird, like a showdown of sorts. But I can't stop myself from staring at Cedric. It's like the foreign dimensions clashing with me at the center of it all. My rugged professor in a dim, run-down roller rink that smells like feet. It doesn't feel right to me. Someone like him looks misplaced in these surroundings. And yet, he pulls it off so well. Even in unforgiving yellow lighting, he still manages to look good. It's just not fair. The stare-down continues to happen, and I glance back and forth between the 2 opposite sides of the little table. My friends are sinking into their chairs. Stacy even goes so far as to bend her head so her neck is exposed while she looks at the ground. It's almost like they're submitting. Like animals. It's a crazy thing to witness. From Miranda's bleeding eyes to Stacy's stillness. It's all freaking me out. Are they scared of him? It's not scary. I look at his rough scars and stern mouth and question myself. Maybe they don't get all warm and fuzzy when they see him like I do. I've never thought of it before. But Cedric does seem a little bit intimidating. But that's not the best word to describe him. I'm not scared of him. If anything, I'm drawn to him like nothing else. Cedric is staring at me and his arm that's wrapped tightly around me. His Adam's apple moves as he swallows. That dark jaw of his is clenched so tightly I can hear his teeth grinding together. Dark pupils flick to my face where they stick, and I fiddle with the hem of my dress anxiously. I'm waiting for him to say something. How are your legs faring? Are the bruises bad? His tone is light and airy, but somehow withheld. I can detect the concern and guilt, and I smile at it despite all the odd things happening around me. I just love hearing his voice. Oh, they'll be all right. Nothing I can't handle. Would 𝐴𝐼 got nothing on me? Okay. I sound like a babbling idiot. Probably because I am one. The bruises where he grabbed me are a lot worse than where I hit my knee on the desk. But I don't mention that. My friends would go psycho if they heard that he injured me. And Cedric would feel guilty. I bruise like a peach anyways, so it doesn't really matter. Before I can get another word out of 10, manicured hand drops down on Cedric's shoulder. When I suddenly glance up at the culprit, a pit forms in my stomach and doesn't leave. It's that woman, the rude one from the diner, the one that looks like a supermodel. She raises a perfect eyebrow at me and then at my comrades with a disdainful look. I see you've made some friends, she muses, her eyes stopping on Miranda for a few seconds, shaking her head. She speaks again in her arrogant voice. I leave you alone for 5 minutes and you run off. Why am I not surprised? Cedric fists his hands and growls low, his throat in warning. Wait a minute. Growl. Watch yourself. Savannah. At his terrifying tone, I sink down into my chair sheepishly. He knows this woman. This Savannah. She's beautiful. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐷𝐼𝐻𝐿 thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Everything in not. Maybe there together. I flinch at the idea. I dejectedly stare down at my plastic cup and unit and pretzel. This whole thing meant a lot more to me than it meant to him. In his charity case, he has plenty of other choices, and Savannah is clearly a better fit for him. My sorrow is short-lived when a hand brushes mine, and I already know who it is before I can even look up. The warm tingles are enough to tell me that much. Cedric's face is splashed in barley-covered worry. He purses his lips. Hendrix. This is my old co-worker, Savannah. He introduces, tilting his head in her direction for a moment before returning his undivided attention on me. I can't say I don't appreciate it. Yeah. We've met before. Savannah crosses her skinny arms over her chest. A strange expression on her face that I can't understand. It's like she's waiting for something. Trying to tell me something. Cedric's hands squeeze mine. And then he lets go. He stands up and I want to call out to him because I miss the warmth of his touch. I quickly stop myself. This has been thrilling. They'll see you Monday. Hendrix. He informs me with a small smile, glancing in the direction of my friends with a bored look he doesn't want to stray away from me. It was nice meeting you both. Somehow, I don't believe him. I can tell 𝐊𝐲𝐬 is somehow stressed as his focus flicks from me to Miranda and back again. A grimace of control held firm. 𝐊𝐲𝐬 is reluctant to leave. He steps away and then hesitates. His jaws clench. Lips pursed. Savannah rolls her cream-colored eyes, batting her perfect black eyelashes. She'll be fine. Tough guy. 𝐊𝐸𝐳𝐸𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐷𝐞𝐻𝐿 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She look aggressive to you, she asks him while she steers him away, continuing to chatter his ear off. Then 𝐊𝐲𝐬's gone too soon, striding away quickly. When he disappears out of the building, it's like he was never even here. Nevertheless, I continue to stare at the doors with determination as if I can somehow make him reappear if I try hard enough. Jealousy is next. He left with her. Could she really just be an old co-worker? Especially looking like that? I doubt it. I've got nothing on her. Why should I even try if he has her around? Hendrix. Miranda says in a cold voice, waking me up from my trance of sorts. I completely forgot about my friends up until now. Well, that's embarrassing. She takes a deep breath through her nose. I don't want you hanging out with him anymore. Miranda looks angry. Actually angry. I'm shocked that she's being so hateful towards someone she doesn't even know. 𝐊𝐲𝐬's a great guy. 𝐊𝐲𝐬's really nice. 𝐊𝐲𝐬's giving me tutoring for a project that I needed help on. I insist, trying to change her mind. But she doesn't look very lenient. Her face is a mask of sheer ice. No, he may seem like it, but 𝐊𝐲𝐬's dangerous. Stay away from him. The order does not go over well. I stand up from my chair, shaking my head at her. Who does she think she is? No, you listen here. I am not a child that you can boss around. We're best friends, and I know that you are trying to watch out for me, but I like him a lot. I admit, shrugging my shoulders stupidly because I don't know what to do with my body when I'm telling someone off. I've never told my friends off before. I'm very non-confrontational. She's being serious. Hendrix. She's not someone you want to hang around. Stacy backs up my anger, actually having the nerve to look shy. My eyes grow wide. What is going on here? Do you know him? Why are you so insistent that I stay away from him? Because he drives a motorcycle? Or his scars? Are you that judgmental to assume 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐼 because of how he looks from the outside? I demand, backing away from the table in disgust. I can't believe they could sink so low. I think 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐼 is a grown-ass man trying to get into your pants even though you're barely legal. I don't trust him, Stacy explains. And I shake my head. 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐼 is not like that. He hasn't tried anything. And if he did, I wouldn't fight it. But I don't tell them that. We're just friends. 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐼 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐼. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐼. He probably just sees me as a little sister. I admit dejectedly, that last part is true. How could he see me as a day table woman? I'm a joke. Miranda stands as well, gripping her roller skates in her fisted hand by the laces. She jabs a finger at me as she towers above me like a frustrated parent. Fine, but you be careful. I don't trust him. She shakes her head as she turns away. And I really don't like this. Not one bit. I'm stuck trailing behind my friends as we make our way out of the now crowded drink. The amount of people packed into here is enough to drive me crazy. But I don't really care. Not right now. I'm too preoccupied thinking about Cedric, and how I'm going to survive his presence without breaking my own heart. For a little tenderness, Cedric POV humans do not make up the vast majority of the population. There is such a wide variety of supernatural creatures who hide in plain sight. Vampires, banshees. 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐼 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐼. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Werewolf. There isn't much more. They're all over the place. Despite all of that, there are very few lichens roaming this planet, so you would think it would be a rarity to run into a fellow lichen. Or that I would know that there was one hanging around the same little town as my beta and I. But no, she completely slipped past my radar. The excuse of my mate distracting me isn't even valid. Because she's friends with this lichen. Best friends. And that just makes the situation that much harder. As soon as I saw Hendrix standing beside that lichen, Miranda, I wanted to grab her and carry her out of there. There was a werewolf girl too. It's clear Hendrix knows nothing of their actual identities. She thinks they're human, and somehow she doesn't question it. Then again, she also believes that I'm human. But to be around a human for so long and not have a slip-up of some sort that gives the secret away, I know it would drive me crazy. They must be careful then. My head has been throbbing with the stress of the discovery, and I can't get it to go away. I go through my Monday classes without much effort. I decided to put on a movie rather than actually teach. Humans like those type of things anyway. And I'm not invested in teaching. It's just a cover. I don't care what's suitable. I don't really even think about it really. And my real job, finding the red alpha, hasn't been going very well at all. There are no leads. No evidence. The broken cameras are the only inkling we have of what we're dealing with. Even then, I don't necessarily believe that 𝐊𝐤𝐳 is here. If it weren't for Hendrix's presence in my life, I would call the guard and have them let me off of this gig. In doing nothing, Savannah, however, is making some headway at least. Her cover is somewhat believable. She works as an electrician around town, trying to scout out the enemy in any way she can. My beta is smart, and she has many leads and suspects that she is keeping tabs on. I'm thankful for her commitment to this whole thing. She wants the red alpha, bad. I've hardly spoken to her in the last week since she's been so busy. Even though I want revenge for Wheeler's death, I want my mate more. It will not be beneficial anyway to get more involved in this mess. Not when I have a little human mate that is completely unaware of the danger she could be in merely by speaking to me. She has no idea the danger her own friend poses to her. I swallow a growl, glaring at a few students who give me weird looks, spinning my chair around to face the wall as the movie blares on, engrossed in my own thoughts. Thankfully, the film ends and the students file out in the dim lighting. I don't acknowledge them or even look at them. Too desperately lost in my own brain, banging at the walls that imprison me with my fists. Hendrix lives with a 𝐿𝐼𝐺𝐻. A 𝐿𝐼𝐺𝐻. I don't trust that. Someone with that kind of power in the same living space as my mate. My human. She's small, helpless, weak. She can't defend herself from a mere werewolf, let alone a 𝐿𝐼𝐺𝐻. The 𝐿𝐼𝐺𝐻 female is young, not even very strong for our kind either, and yet her presence threatens my sanity. I can't relax knowing she exists, and Hendrix is prancing around with her, completely unaware of the danger hanging over her. I don't like it. Any of it. Miranda seems fond of my mate, protective even, but it's still hard. Seeing her arm wrapped around what's mine has me wanting to snap. Make it known that she belongs to me. Hendrix is mine to take care of. No other 𝐿𝐼𝐺𝐻 will lay a hand on her as long as I can help it. This is all that's on my mind as I trudge through the day. I'm waiting very impatiently for my mate's arrival. This tutoring session is all I've had to look forward to over the dragging weekend from hell. That was until I followed her to the roller skating rink. I couldn't take it anymore. I despise missing even a day of interaction with her. So, I did what any sane person would do. I followed her, only to find that 𝐿𝐼𝐺𝐻 and a werewolf were with her. 𝐿𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐺𝐻 𝐊𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐿𝐼𝐺𝐻. A werewolf and a human walk into a roller skating rink. It sounds like the start to some horrible joke. Once the classroom is empty once more, I stand and rush to the door to lock it quickly. I stare out the tiny glass window in the door around the hallway to make sure no one is nearby. I begin pacing. My eyes hungrily reach for the clock. The device sticks on the wall. It mocks me. There's still 2 hours until she's here. She could be doing anything with that time. She could be in another class. I pace left. She could be out in the dangers of the world. I pace right. She could be at home with her friends. The thought is too much. The growing anger is a raging inferno overtaking my sanity. It spreads like a wildfire, and I try for only a mere moment to hold it all in. Something in me wants to let the rage free. Hendrix and 𝐿𝐼𝐺𝐻. I snarl, grabbing the nearest thing that happens to be a wooden chair that recently held a student. I lift it and snap it in half. The crack does things to calm me down. That sound has a way of satisfying me, much like breaking bones. Under the radar, Savannah insists that I don't know what it means, and that I need to do my research. I reprimanded her. I'm tired of her damn superiority complex. I won't let her walk all over me. Not again. I've never liked it. But sometimes staying silent is my way of not hurting anyone. Control is what I called it. But I don't have any of that anymore. My will has been melted by a little human girl. The broken chair lays there in pieces and I glare at it, shaking my head in disbelief. Anger issues have never been a problem with me. And yet, I've felt emotions I've never felt. Done things I've never done. Having a mate is a whole new ballgame. I'm just glad she hasn't seen me like this at all. I don't think that will be a problem. I never feel angry enough around her. Her presence soothes me, except for when she's in danger. The proof is right in front of my face. When she hit her knees on the table, I was angry. I held onto her legs with what I thought was a loose hold. It wasn't much pressure. To her it was too much. It was painful. I choke at the thought. I have to be more careful around her. Show tenderness. I don't know my own strength. And I don't want 𝐿𝐼𝐺𝐻 to pay the price for my recklessness. Every movement around her must be thought out. After countless seconds of pacing back and forth like a mindless idiot, someone tries to open the door to the classroom. Turning to the sound before a faint knock follows. One glance at the clock has me relaxing. It's 300. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 here. I nearly ripped the door off of its hinges when I tear it open like a maniac. She stands there with wide eyes, clutching her backpack to her chest. I almost lose it when she backs away in her little Mary Jane shoes. Hendrix clears her throat, looking behind me into the classroom before returning her eyes to me. Is this a bad time? I can come back later. She points a thumb back where she came with a look of disappointment. I stand there silently for a moment, evaluating my facial expression to find that I'm glaring. I'm used to glaring. It's natural. I take a deep breath of her scent and let it fill me. She smiles back. A miracle, really. Her smile could light up a room. I stare at her beauty for a few seconds. All that waiting is worth it. It's always worth it. No. Come in. I've been waiting for you. I open the door wider, and she trustingly walks past me into the classroom. I watch her lay her stuff on a desk before I close the door, locking it ironly for good measure. I don't want anyone to interrupt us. I slowly walk to her, my hands in my dress pockets. Hendrix shoots me an inquisitive look over her shoulders. What's with the chair? I raise my eyebrows in question, and she tries not to laugh by pressing her full lips together. The broken chair. Darn. I forgot to hide the evidence. Oh, there. One of the students broke it. Must be been missing a screw or two. Inside I know that I'm the one missing screws. My brain is still going haywire. Hendrix nods, an amused look on her freckle-covered face. It's only now that I notice the scent of smoke and alcohol plastered to her orange skirt and her long hair. I don't like it. The stench clouds my mate's aroma. What have you been up to today? Trying to sound casual as I lean back on my desk with my arms folded across my chest. My little mate slides into a chair, resting her chin on her hands with her elbows on the desktop. I just got out of a band gig. It was at a bar. Usually we have gigs later, like at night. But they had a specific event they wanted us for. I'm still a little tired though. 3 hours of drumming does that to a person. She grins, shrugging her shoulders and looking up at me with a mischievous tilt to her head. She's staring at me, at my face. What about you? Been stuck in the office all day. To classes today. Some paperwork. The usual. I ramble, looking away when I realize I've mostly been pinning after her. Fun times. She muses. Then her eyes grow wide as she remembers something. I read your book. Hendrix informs me, proudly pulling the novel from her leather backpack and waving it in the air in triumph. I'm impressed. And she knows it. The first book 𝐊𝐲𝐿 read for pleasure and it only took a weekend. Did you enjoy it? I question her, leaning forward. She grips the book with both hands and stares down at the cover with a perplexed expression. I did actually, and I thought about what you said. For the time period, I guess there were a lot of moments of women's empowerment. I always thought Pride and Prejudice was just some silly romance novel. Well, it is a romance novel, but not all romance is shallow and silly. I explain, and she nods. Yeah. I enjoyed the love story. Are you happy now? She relents, sinking into her chair, waving her hands in the air with scrunched eyebrows. She doesn't know how adorable she is. How beautiful. How fantastic. What next? My mate asks me, tossing the book at me. I catch it, my reflexes taking over. I stare down at it. It's still warm from her hands. What do you mean? What next? I say out loud, almost to myself, still focused on the book in my grip. What book? What book do you want me to read next? She wonders. I look up at her and smile a little bit. I thought this might happen. What? Hendrix demands, sounding defensive, looking to the left then back at me. I don't like reading. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐩 𝐑𝐞𝐝𝐬 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I just, want to get a good grade is all. She's playing it off. I nod, noticing the way she bounces her leg in irritation of being caught. Hendrix did enjoy the book after all. I can already tell she's a bit stubborn. Can't admit she's wrong, but not in an angry way. She seems more embarrassed than anything else. She doesn't want to admit it, but she likes reading. I'll make a reader of you after all. And she squints her eyes at me with suspicion. Her head is tilted to the side a little bit, something she does automatically. I find it maddening. I doubt it. Hendrix replies, sighing and biting her lip. She drums her fingers absently on the desk. Just give me whatever book is your favorite. You know, one that changed literature forever, she says dramatically, feigning a breathless voice like Chess on Broadway. The corner of my mouth lifts as I stroll closer to her slowly. I track her every movement with my eyes. Why do you want my favorite? I inquire, feeling flirty when I watch her cheeks turn the prettiest shade of pink. She looks down as I get so close that I'm standing above her, rambling sensely. Well, 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐧, know your stuff. I'm not trying to cheat or anything. I just, you know, trust your judgment and all. And I want to hear see what you like. Kinda. I guess kinda. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐳, interested in what your favorite book is. Her face is bright red at this point, strictly for research purposes. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐻𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I place my palms flat on the desk, tilting my weight forward. The scent of her is heady. It's beyond pleasant. It's celestial. I can't get enough of it. Hendrix must feel my close proximity somehow with her dull, human senses. Her dark brown eyes flutter when they notice me. Research purposes. She nods fervently in response to my whispered question, her curly hair bouncing him. Well, I suppose I'll have to lend it to you now. Can't let my student go around without the proper supplies. What kind of educator would I be? I stare at her lips, and I can't stop licking my own. Hers are so plump, pink, perfect. I want to feel them against mine. Taste her mouth. Would they be as soft as they look? Appealing as they smell? Near enough to taste her breath? It would be so easy to just lean forward those few inches and end this strain of desire that I barely have restrained. I know she wants this too. Maybe even almost as much as I do. But I doubt that. Hendrix's heart is pounding quickly in her delicate rib cage, her breathing rushing in and out frantically, just waiting for me to take my chance. I want her more than anything. I retract myself, sliding backwards reluctantly. The temptation to kiss her is still strong, but I have more sense now. We will kiss. Damn it. Eventually we will kiss. It'll be the best kiss of my life. But it won't be here. It will have to wait. It'll have to wait. I can't explain it, but I know now is not the right moment. You'll get that book. 15-ish. Hendrix B. Ovi, it's late. Dark. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐻𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Why is it so cold here? More importantly, why did I agree to move here? It's actually 45 Fahrenheit today. That's ridiculous. So I'm bundled up in my bed. The background music of my record player floating around my ideal with a slight pain in my head. I'm still trying to cope with everything that's changed in my life. School, and now a crush. Two things that take up my thoughts, one more so than the other. Cedric. Why can't I stop thinking about him? It's been so bad that I've had to cut back my hours at the diner. So instead of slightly struggling with money, I'm almost broke, barely getting by. Paying for school, rent, and food is getting harder and harder. It wasn't any easier when my mama and I were both working jobs when I was in high school. Our expenses were tough, especially with her hospital bills. But I have to focus on school. I'm paying hard-earned money for an education. The plan is to move back to Mississippi and get a good-paying job, and then earn enough money to hire a private investigator to track down my daddy. Call me persistent, because I can't find the man to save my life. I've tried Facebook, Twitter, even LinkedIn. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. but I can't find him. No bowstring fellow that happens to be my father. No amount of Googling can make him turn up. One day, when I have the money, I'll find him. That's what I've always wanted to do. I still don't know what I'll do when I find him. Now I'm thinking about my mom. My poor mama. She turned to the wrong things to comfort her when Daddy left. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilgan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Drugs. Cigarettes. I tried to avoid supporting her habits, knowing that it was destroying her from the inside out. But it was impossible. She still went ahead with it, not listening to my begging and pleading. All she had to do was push me out of the way. And now she's paying the price. She has lung cancer. Stage 4. She was diagnosed when I was just a junior in high school. Her lifestyle caught up with her too quickly. The hospital bills are outrageous. The debt too much. I'm still sending money home even now. But the thing is, my mama won't even tell me how bad it really is. I know she doesn't want me to worry, but worry is all I do when it comes to her. The thoughts surrounding her become too much to take. They scream and thresh until I grip my phone tightly in my hand. I reach for the speakers, turning the volume down until the music is practically non-existent. Opening my phone with a click, I dial on the annoyingly small buttons until I find her name in my contact list. I stare at the old phone while I chew on my bottom lip. Pressing dial, I fall back onto my pile of pillows with a sigh, squeezing my eyes shut and rubbing at my forehead. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬, how's my favorite girl? Mama's sweet southern voice drawls, raspy from the years of chain smoking. I try to smile, even if she can't see me. Hey Mama, thought I'd call and check in on you. I tell her, and she laughs. I can imagine her on the front porch with a cigarette dangling between her fingers, waving her hand in dismissal of the attention. Oh, bless your heart. You always were the sweetest thing. I'm doing just fine. Nothing's changed over here. I want to hear how you're doing all the way up there. She muses, and I almost groan. She's always dodging questions. I indulge her this time. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilgan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Mama, I'm freezing. I think my fingers might fall right off. And it's true. My digits are practically blue when I step outside. Once my mother stops laughing, she sighs, catching her breath as she's overwhelmed by a coughing fit. I'm always blaming myself for not taking better care of her. I should have burned every box of cigarettes I found in her possession. Maybe I could have prevented this. Maybe she wouldn't be sick if I took a stand. You know why I stay here then. Just you wait till it's snowing up there. Your 𝐿𝐼𝐼𝐻𝐸 be begging to come home. I know she's one right on that one. I've never seen snow. At least not in person. We don't get snow in Mississippi. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilgan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I run my hand through my hair, scoffing. Mama, I'm tough. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't think I can get through a few winters? Nope, but I sure do hope you get used to it though. Darling, power through it. I want you staying out there. It's good for you. She stops to let out a cough or two before continuing. I'm so proud of you. I huff, knowing this was coming. She praises me to deflect her deteriorating health. Mama thinks she's being sneaky, but I'm onto her like a bloodhound. Mama, how are you feeling? Is it getting any better? Pressing her for answers. Anything she'll give worth it, even if it upsets her like it always does. She groans, sighing in bitter annoyance. 𝐿𝐼𝐻𝐸, you know I don't like talking about that now. Why won't you just leave your poor old mama alone? Can't I talk to my own daughter without bringing up my sob story? I enter some charity case. Sugar, leave me be, she rants, and I shake my head. I knew this would happen. I just hope it's not because she's getting worse. Hopefully she's receiving some good news. I want to ask her what the doctors have been saying, but I don't want to rile her up even more. My mother is a firecracker, and she's not afraid to show it. 𝐿𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm just worried about you. That's all. I tell her, sounding remorseful and defensive all at once. She knows I care about her. She just doesn't want to admit it. I know she's guilty about putting me through all this. It's hard enough to lose one parent. Hendrix. I'm fine. Drop it. Her harsh tone has me tearing up. I hate this. I hate this disease taking control of her life and her refusal to admit it's difficult for her. She won't stop work. Won't take any time off. It's hard enough getting her to accept my money. She's independent. And stubborn. 𝐿𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I whisper, a little hurt at her stern voice. Insensitive. What can I say? I have to go. I need to be getting myself ready for work. She sighs, pausing for a moment as her excuse settles. I love you, Hendrix. I love you too, Mama. With that, the short conversation is over and I'm left feeling empty. I stare down at the phone in my hand. I'm tempted to call her back and tell her off. But of course I don't. I won't. I can't speak to my mother that way. I've been taught better. But she deserves a good talking to. Someone needs to stick up to her. I just wish it could be me. I let a few tears slip down my face before I pull myself together, flipping my stereo off. I put the vinyl away among the dense collection on my shelf. It's hard for me to stare at a hoard of records. If I look too long, it reminds me of the man who collected them. Slamming the door to my room, I wander into the den slowly. I can hear my friends talking in the kitchen around the corner. And I almost up. It's scary. I've never felt that kind of power before. A whispered voice says, and there's a pause as I enter the kitchen with a perplexed at my best friends. Two pairs of eyes widen at me. Let's run, Stacy demands. And Mara and it comes towards me with a worried expression. I shrug, pretending I'm fine. I hate worrying them, and still intrigued about what they were saying before they saw me. Nothing. What were you talking about? And they narrow their eyes on me as if I've done something wrong. Are they keeping secrets from me? That's not like them. We know everything about each other. This isn't right. Something is up. I just don't know what. Why were you crying? Henny. Miranda presses, avoiding my question. My mom. I talked to my mama. 𝐿𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She's not doing great and she's still in denial. I tell them, rubbing a hand down my face. I get exactly what I expected when I relay the bad news. Glances of pity and sorrow. A gentle hand curls around my shoulder, and I look up at Ma and through my tear-filled eyes. My eavesdropping forgotten. I lean into her as she pulls me in for a hug. The warmth from her body seeps into me and I try to forget everything. Forget my pain. Forget my hopeless crush. Forget it all and focus on the present. She pulls back, and despite my NAS height, I spot Stacy on her tiptoes over her shoulder. Let's make brownies, she declares with a finger in the air. Brownies make everything better. We all laugh and get to baking. It's definitely the escape that I needed. 16 rookie maneuvers. Hendrix POV. I stare begrudgingly at the sea of produce lying before me. Why is it so hard to choose what to buy? I budget my heart out as I examine everything, trying to scour my brain for what I need versus what I want. Grocery shopping is hard. It's harder when I have someone with me who's trying to force me to choose wrong. Come on, just one sweet thing. You gotta treat yourself. Dylan urges, grabbing a box packed with tempting Twinkies and shoving them right in my face. There's a special going on right now. Write that down in your coupon book. I shove my little coupon book back into my purse with a frown. I try not to groan. I'm so tired of people teasing me for owning a coupon book. It's not my fault that I'm scraping by. And that food W racks up quickly. I'm pretty good at budgeting. It doesn't help that grocery stores here are astronomically more expensive. I miss my local Piggly Wiggly. I used to drive there after school. But that was back when I had a car. I sold it as soon as Mama started her treatment. We have to stay on track. 𝐿𝐻𝐼𝐧𝐼𝐻𝐿 𝐊𝐢𝐺𝐻𝐿. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I agree to let you tag along, but you need to behave yourself. I reprimand in a teasing tone as I toss a bag of off-brand carrots into the cart and continue down the aisle. Dylan snorts a very obnoxious laugh, rolling his eyes. Yeah, I gave you a ride here, so really you're either one tagging along, crazy coupon lady. And I shoot him an infuriated look. I am not crazy, I insist. And my friend shakes his head. That's what all the drummers say. We walk around the store in silence for a while, the basic radio music blaring around us as shoppers of every shape and size fill the aisles around us. Some are in a hurry while others 𝐿𝐲 along their way. I take comfort in the fact that everyone seems to be different in their own sort of way, like the fact that some people use coupons, and some don't. Dylan groans when I take a little too long picking out which apples I'm going to buy. I grin as I sort through the piles of shiny red fruit. Maybe I'm drawing this out a little bit, and gaining too much pleasure out of it too. It's fun to tease him. I realize a few seconds later that 𝐿𝐻's not complaining about me taking too long, that it's for a whole other reason. Damn, I hate seeing teachers in public. It's not right. Dylan grumbles low, and my whole body prickles at his words. It can't be. Could it? I freeze before turning my head up, and scan the store with anxious, hungry eyes. It's Cedric. He stands there silently, looking at a display through a pair of dark, shaded sunglasses. 𝐊𝐲's so tall that he draws everybody's attention like a magnet. 𝐊𝐲's enormous. 𝐊𝐲's handsome. Even when 𝐊𝐲's minding his own business, people still stop and stare. 𝐊𝐲's just grocery shopping for heaven's sake. I have to admit, he does look perfect doing it. That leather jacket will never get old. Once I've snapped out of my daze, I glance back down at what I was doing in the first place. My cheeks are already red with heat. He'll probably see me. I just got back from band practice, and my hair is a rat's nest. Not to mention I smell like Bo. Not a great look for me. What? You expect them not to have a life outside of school? They're people too, you know? I inform, dealing with a hint of condescension. He shrugs nonchalantly, waving a hand at me. No, they're teachers. They're supposed to do boring shit, like read the paper and grade essays. Drink tea. I put down the apple that I'm holding, so they don't shop for groceries. What? They don't eat? I ask him, raising my eyebrows in mock suspicion. I don't want to say anything, but Dylan's not the sharpest knife in the drawer. He contemplates this for a second, and then he shrugs his shoulders. I guess I haven't really thought about it before. He shifts his weight from one foot to the other. Look, all I'm saying is that I don't like seeing them outside of school. It gives me PTSD. I shake my head again. I doubt he even knows what PTSD stands for, or how serious it is. I would recommend him, but I doubt he'll take anything I say seriously. I grab my coupon book to see what all I have, when Im suddenly interrupted. Hendrix. Once I hear it, I know 𝐿𝐻's finally spotted me. I predicted this would happen. Hey, Professor 𝐊𝐲. As if I hadn't known he was here in the first place. Even though I can't see his eyes, he gives me a quizzical look, as if asking me why I'm not calling him by his name. Then he sees Dylan. Cedric doesn't look happy, and neither does Dylan. You two know each other? Dylan wonders, sounding absolutely perplexed. I nod, trying to contain another blush before it happens. I can feel Cedric's eyes boring into me like two lasers. Yeah, 𝐿𝐻 been giving me some tutoring. You know, for the paper. I remind him, gripping my binder full of coupons to my chest for some security. Oh, that's right. You should help me out with what he teaches you. I have no clue what I'm doing. Dylan laughs nervously, and I watch Cedric's jaw work, a muscle in the right side ticking. Yeah, 𝐿𝐻's definitely not happy, All three of us are quiet for a moment, and it's getting a little awkward. Dylan takes a few steps backward, Cedric's enormous frame crowding him. The both of us have to crane our necks to look at his face. I, on the other hand, take a step closer to him almost subconsciously. I just feel right around him. Safe. I never feel totally safe or secure until he comes around. Now 𝐿𝐤's here, and I couldn't be happier. Although Dylan's presence throws a kink in things. Hey Dylan, I'll catch up with you later. Not keeping my eyes off of my professor, I hear Dylan scoff behind me. And in your ride home, remember, he reminds me, and I sigh. I completely forgot that I'm dependent on others to get places. Car insurance and gas bills are too much for me to handle, so I rely on people's kindness. Maybe I can take a bus. It'll be all right, I reassure him, but I sound crazy to even myself. Public transportation after dark. That's risky. Staring up at Cedric. I know I'll end up taking my chances to spend time with him. I'm all sorts of crazy when it comes to home now. The gruff word makes me falter. Cedric shakes his head. In taking you home. His insistent tone leaves no room for argument. But Dylan appears like he wants to argue more than anything. He narrows his eyes at Cedric, his arms crossed over his chest. I've always thought Dylan was athletic, and in his own relative way, he is, compared to Cedric. 𝐿𝐤 is puny. His muscled frame looks like a popsicle stick compared to Professor 𝐊𝐤. Okay now, Dylan and I say the words at precisely the same time. He shoots me a glare that I quickly laugh off. Why is acting this way? I can tell 𝐿𝐤's tense, uncomfortable, even agitated, but somehow, I don't actually feel bad about leaving him behind to run off with Professor 𝐊𝐤. Dylan storms out of the place, fists at his side. He doesn't give an explanation, doesn't say goodbye or even wave. 𝐿𝐤's acting so strange. I want to go after him, see if 𝐿𝐤's okay, maybe even apologize. Before I can make a move to leave, someone steps in front of me, and I run into a chest made of steel. Wow, Cedric really is like a brick wall. Leave him. He wants to act like a toddler. Then let him, Cedric explains. I quirk my lips in thought before looking at my groceries. There's a few more things I need to get. But all I want to do is talk with my Cedric. Am I an idiot? Maybe 𝐿𝐤 is just being nice. He wants to make sure I get home safe. Is he only humoring me when I throw myself at him? What if this whole time I'm imagining his interest in me, and I'm just annoying him endlessly? He probably cringed when he saw me here. I'm glad I ran into you. You've been on my mind. I can't help the little gasp I let out when I almost trip over my shopping cart. I glance up at Cedric as I push the thing closer to the checkout lane. What do you mean? I try to sound coy, and I hope it came off that way. Hands in his pockets as usual. I hate those stupid sunglasses he wears. They're so sexy, but they block his full expression from me. I want to see his eyes. I feel like I know him when I see his eyes. Exactly that. I've been thinking about you. More than I should, he admits, and I gulp. The smell of fresh chicken in the grocery store making me suddenly ill. How are you liking that book? I make a gruff sound when Cedric starts loading my stuff onto the conveyor belt of expensive food. The checkout lanes aren't crowded, so it'll go quick. That's just it though. Every word I read his precious book proves him right. He can make a reader out of me. I never thought it was possible, but here I am. The Count of Monte Cristo is a bit dramatic, don't you think? Trying to keep myself in check. Why can't I stop staring at his arms? Examining a bag of peaches that he pulls out of my cart. Yes, maybe. It was extraordinary for the time. Such adventure from someone so ordinary. It gave people hope to escape their monotony. I nod along to what he explains, hoping to somehow relate to it. But I can't. The skinny cashier eyes Cedric with frightful eyes, pushing his rounded glasses up his pimple-covered nose, and hurriedly scanning the groceries. But how is it your favorite book of all time? What? You don't like it? He sounds incredulous, He can't believe that I wouldn't like it. Of course I like it. It's phenomenal. But I don't get how you of all people can relate to a story like that. Sailing the ocean and unrightful imprisonment. Revenge and violence. It doesn't seem like your type of thing. Digging through my wallet for my debit card, I realize Cedric frozen. What? A little panicked. What did I say? I place a concerned hand on his arm, like him trying to thaw him. His limb is granite under my touch. I think 𝐊𝐢𝐳 ready to take your money now. He informs me, and I spin around to the waiting cashier. He doesn't seem amused. In quick with the stack of coupons, ready to hand them over when the kid huffs a sigh of clear irritation. I already totaled your order. I can't scan all of those, he says in a harsh voice, and I bite my lip to keep it from trembling. I hate it when people are mean to me. I can't stand up for myself, because all I want to do is cry. I slowly lower my hand full of money-saving paper, feeling dejected. Okay, I whisper, but 𝐊𝐳 still glaring at me. I'm about to hand my card over when a growling sound interrupts me. Cedric grabs my wrist, and I notice 𝐊𝐳 vibrating. Growling, like a dog. The boy is terrified when my protector leans in. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 coupons. You little shit. If it's the last thing you do. And I can't hear anything else over the ringing in my ears and the sputtering of the rude boy. I'm still shaking. On instinct, I grab Cedric's forearm and scamper behind him. Cedric takes a deep breath, gently opening his hand. I stare at his callus-covered palm. Slowly, cautiously, I give him my coupons as if they're made of gold. He practically throws them at the guy. The pathetic kid scrambles with them, trying to ring them up as quickly as possible. Thank you, I whisper, still a bit shaken up. His warm hand cups the back of my neck. Did do anything for you? I'm not sure if I imagined that last part or not, but I quickly pay for my groceries and leave. Cedric insists on carrying the 2 bags of food. 𝐊𝐳's always a gentleman. I think the best of him until he walks up to a vintage motorcycle the size of Texas. What is this? Like I've never seen a motorcycle in my life. He gives me an amused look, tucking my groceries safely in the leather bags at the back. My bike, he replies simply, gesturing to it with his arm. I stare at the vehicle in question for a long time like it will make me understand it somehow. Does he really expect me to ride on this thing? He notices my hesitation, my open fear. I can't help the terror coursing through me. Cedric takes my elbow in his hand, bending his head down to me. It's all right. I'll hold on to you the whole time. I'll keep you safe. He assures me in the most kind voice I've ever heard. Nothing on this planet calms me the way he does. There's almost something supernatural about it. I can't figure out what it is, but I don't want to question it. I'm afraid that if I dig too deep it'll just disappear. 𝐊𝐳𝐸 𝐑𝐞𝐫. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I try the word out in my mouth, my heart racing as I near the death machine. I try to climb on, but it seems like an impossible feat. I look like an idiot trying to impress him. Cedric has the audacity to laugh at me before he climbs onto the bike and reaches his arms out. Shouldn't I ride on the back? I wonder, and he shakes his head. No, I want you in front. It's safer that way, he explains. Speaking of safety, the man pulls out a huge black motorcycle helmet and holds it out to me. I cautiously take it. Well, I can say it'll make me feel better. I just hope 𝐊𝐳's good at driving this thing. Maybe some reassurance will give me peace of mind. I inspect the helmet and strap it on. The thing is a little loose around my head, but it's better than nothing. How long have you been riding motorcycles? Do you know what you're doing? Even I can hear the desperation in my voice. I hope I don't offend him. Even though I can't see his eyes, I can imagine him rolling them. A long time. Believe me. Now come here. Cedric's soft command is somehow alluring to me. I shuffle over to him and he carefully lifts me onto the seat like I'm as light as a feather. Alarm shoots through me when he starts the motorcycle. It roars awake with so much power that I try to get off. But a strong arm wraps around me, pinning me to a warm chest. It's all right. Don't you trust me? His lips next to my ear. I try to swallow my fear and nod my head, but I'm finding it hard to do. So many terrifying scenarios run rampant in my head. Images of fiery wrecks and splattered bodies torment me. It's just that. My sentence tapers off. Well, what? Cedric presses. It's just that my life is literally in your hands. I tell him, gripping my jacket closer to my chest. He doesn't ult some time. He shifts the weight on the bike to the right, and I hear him kick off as we whiz out of the parking lot. As we ride away, I swear I hear him mumble under his breath, "Your life is always in my hands." I brush it off as a trick of the wind. Did you know? On an ordinary night, I spent an unforgettable time on a motorcycle with my soulmate. 17 wrapped around her finger. Cedric POV. I've spent years on my motorcycle. The machine has always been a tool to help ease my mind. I don't have to think about anything when I'm riding. It's effortless and my mind is always empty. That's gone now. Hendrik sits in front of me, her small body leaning back on my chest, her head covered in my helmet, her long hair flying through the wind like a banner. Those tiny hands of hers rest under mine on the handlebars. Frail bones and a thin skin remind me just how delicate her life really is. I clench my teeth. It's not hard for me to see over her head as I steer. The sun sets in the distance, reminding me of times in my past. I've seen countless sunsets of pastels and bright hues, but this one is palpably different from the others. More exquisite. And it's all because of the human female who has me imprisoned with one glance. I weave through the woods, the darkening sky casting pink shadows of bare tree branches across the road. In taking the scenic route to my destination, it's a bit longer since inexpertly trying to draw this night out. For once, I didn't follow Hendrix in order to find her. Fate did that all on its own. I was just out for a simple grocery run, and now my mate is sitting between my thighs on my bike. Hendrix has never ridden on a motorcycle before. I knew it the second she saw the thing. She trembled against my skin when I pulled her on. After a couple of minutes, she calmed down. My presence and scent subconsciously lulls her into a sense of peace and security. Deep down, she knows it'll always keep her safe. That's what mates do. The two tires beneath pull us out of the thick forest with a rumble. Buildings appearing with their lights and their noise. The annoying sound of cars makes me grit my teeth. I'd prefer to stay in solitude, but I'm doing this for my mate. I'd do anything for her. Where are we going? Hendrix asks when we reach a stoplight, looking up at me by tilting her head all the way back so her face is upside down. The glowing fluorescent red splays out across her cheeks. What did I do to deserve such an adorable mate? It's a surprise. I answer, and she grins. That little grin is enough to make my heart stutter. That's a first. Another new discovery that comes with my mate's presence. The light turns green and I rev my bike up again, sliding forward. Usually I would go a bit faster, but I don't take chances when Hendrix is involved. My senses are enough to keep me safe on the road, but I can't risk it. I can never risk her. I may be a skilled driver, but I can't say the same for the rest of the idiots on the road. When I park the bike, I'm reluctant to get off and officially in the ride. I sit there for a few moments, the engine still roaring happily. I let Metal Eddie enjoy it a moment longer before I rip the keys out of the ignition. I kick out the kickstand and lumber off of the vehicle with a glare. That glare is soon replaced by a grin I can't help, destroying my annoyance. I stand there and appreciate the sight of my human on my motorcycle. Hendrix is so short that her legs don't reach the ground on either side of the bike. She appears so little on it. So perfect. See, that was so bad. Now was it? She shrugs, trying to come off as indifferent. It's too bad I can see right through it. Hendrix loved it. She reaches out an arm for help, and I gladly aid her. She grabs my wrist, her fingers not even wrapping all the way around. Frozen yogurt. Hendrix asks, Incredulous, she stares at the building with a strange look. The sidewalks are empty. It's perfectly quiet. You don't like frozen yogurt? I'm not a fan of sweet things myself, but I thought she would like it. Maybe I misjudged her. No, of course I like frozen yogurt. I love it, she explains as I walk her into the place, holding the door open for her. I just don't have a lot of cash. I roll my eyes, thankful for my sunglasses blocking them from her. I didn't have the patience for contact lenses today. I doubt the little human will react well to my bright red pupils. The curse of my eye color has sent many humans running. She wouldn't be the first. The thought of it unsettles me. Maybe then she would be scared of me. The thought doesn't bode well. They'll pay for you. 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬𝐩𝐭𝐢𝐨𝐧 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She stares up at me, biting her lip and scrunching her eyebrows in question. She looks like she's in pain. 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬𝐭𝐢� Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You shouldn't. You keep doing that and it makes me feel bad. I can repay you. Hendrik tries to reason, but I shake my head. I struggled to let her buy her own damn groceries earlier. Buying her a cup of ice cream is the least I can do to make myself feel better. She's my mate. Everything in me screams to provide for her. Protect her. It's not easy to ignore that desire. Sometimes it's all I can think about. Even when she's not around. No, you don't need to pay me back. I'm happy to help. 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬𝐭𝐢� Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. My treat, I assure her. She tries to hide her embarrassed smile, but it's obvious. Thank you. Hendrik murmurs, and the sound of her sweet southern accent is enough to force me to do anything she wants. I'm helpless to stop her. She's got me wrapped around her finger, and I couldn't be happier about it. She gets a small cup of frozen yogurt, and she's somehow surprised when I refuse to get some for myself. I don't try to explain to her that I'm not a big fan of sugary things. I just let her add as many toppings as she wants to the mounds of chocolate yogurt. It's enough to just watch her. Her long, plaid skirt twirls with each movement, her wavy hair bouncing with every step. Seeing her smile innocently and fill with pure excitement, it's everything. I pay for her dessert, happy to be of any help or value to her. She doesn't even react shocked when I grab her hand. It's natural. It just feels right. Hendrik leans into me as we leave the register and sit in the corner of the little shop. The place is completely empty, which I'm glad for. No one to interrupt. No one to see it. Hendrik won't stop grinning down at the bowl as she digs in without preamble. So 𝐿𝐷𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐬𝐭𝐢𝐨 I ask after a short time of silently watching her. Just remembering that pompous idiot behind the register makes me want to go back and smash his face in. How can anyone talk to someone so sweet with so much hatred? I could kill him without a second thought. A light pink blush climbs her cheeks and she glances away. Just trying to save money is all. Hendrik explains. That's the part that kills me. She's struggling. It's clear for anyone to see that she's trying and failing to make ends meet. It's enough to make any mate angry. My soulmate is right in front of me, straining to provide for herself, and I can't do anything but buy her a treat every now and again. It's driving me crazy. If I had it my way, she wouldn't lift a finger. All her needs would be met and then some. She would want for nothing. But reality makes it impossible, as if she would let me care for her. I'm almost a perfect stranger. Why aren't you working today if you're having money problems? I wonder if I stepped over the line with that last question. I clench my jaw as I wait for her to. She sighs, fiddling with the handle of her pink plastic spoon. I cut back my hours. I need to focus on school. You know, I'm not making great money. They add up our tips and split them evenly, so working hard doesn't do much for me. I'm wearing myself out with homework plus work. I nod, wanting more than anything to take away all of her problems, erase her struggle. ease her burden. That's a dominant mate's job. To protect their mate. She eats her yogurt with a contemplative expression. I marvel at her freckles and her soft, pink lips. Lips so full and so tempting. I want to kiss those lips more than anything right now. But I can't. I don't want to scare her away, or give her the wrong impression of me. I need to take things slow. Why are you wearing sunglasses? The question catches me off guard. I straighten the frames on my face. Because it was bright outside. I explain, my voice sounding gruff. I hate lying to Hendrix, but she can't possibly know the truth. The excuse should come out easy, but it doesn't. She licks her perfect lips, pointing at me with the end of her spoon that's still covered in sugary syrup. Well, it's not anymore, she muses, looking out at the sunset. And by still, panic soon sets in. This is not going in a good direction. 𝐊𝐿𝐬 and 𝐷, we're inside now, so you can take them off. She's smiling. She's got me there. I'd prefer not to. I tell her, leaning back in my chair as if she'll snatch them off my face any second. Come on, you look ridiculous wearing those things inside. I'm tempted to follow her every command. Hendrix is my Luna, my queen. I want to obey her every wish. But this is something else. If I obey her now, she might never want to see me again. How can I risk it all? I don't want to scare you, I say slowly, my voice almost a whisper, pain leaking from every syllable. Her facial expression changed from flirty to serious in a split second. She appears concerned when she scoots a chair closer to me, a careful hand caressing the arm. Cedric. Damn. I love when she says my name. You could never ever scare me. I promise you that. What she says is too good to be true. Even in that perfect voice of hers, it has to be a lie. She doesn't know what I look like. Doesn't know the things I've done. If she could only see how powerful I am. How dangerous. Every move around her is carefully thought out. Incapable of so much. My eyes are proof. I inherited the curse from my father. A Viking-like king with a deadly reputation. People used to say that his eyes turned red after his first battle, or that he was blessed with them from birth because the goddess made him to destroy. When I was born, they said the same things about me. Please, Hendrix bleeds. I find myself defenseless. How can I withhold anything from her? I make a career out of taking the shields off my eyes. When I slide them off, my gaze fixes solely on my mate, gauging her reaction with a firm set expression. If she hasn't run yet, maybe I really do have a chance. She's very still, her dark brown eyes staring into mine with so much compassion and amazement. She gasps. But it's not from fear. We spend a long time in this position, just facing each other endlessly. Beautiful. Hendrix breathes, and I furrow my eyebrows. There are many adjectives that have been used to describe my terrifying gaze, and beautiful was never among them. How can you possibly think so? I beg her, ashamed to even let her see them. How can you think I would ever be afraid of you? She shakes her head in dismission. You're the only person who makes me feel safe. Your eyes, they're safe. 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐷 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐷. They're part of you. I don't know how I could ever doubt her. Hendrix is beyond this world. I've never seen anything like it. She murmurs, scooting closer to get a better look. I can only imagine what she sees. Glowing red pupils and awful scars. But she somehow chooses to see the best. Sorry to ask, but is it like a medical condition? Or maybe a birth defect? She questions me, never straying her gaze away from my eyes. That's what people typically do when they see my oddity. They stare. But I don't mind when it's her. She can look at me as long as she wants. It'll be her own personal museum exhibit. Yeah, something like that. That's why I've been wearing contacts. People are terrified when they see them. They can't control their reactions. I don't like admitting it, but it used to bother me. Hurt my feelings. No one ever wanted to be near me. And as a child, that destroyed me. I learned to move past it, but over time I've become more annoyed by it than anything else. After 1,000 years it became tiresome to hear about it all the time. I get it. I'm a freak. Well, people are idiots. I think they're amazing. Unique. You're one of a kind. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐫𝐬. Heartfelt thanks to your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Hendrix gushes, and I chuckle. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐫𝐬. Heartfelt thanks to your unfading patience, enthusiasm. And she blushes, grinning knowingly up at me. Yeah, I would say it's fitting. Your eyes are the color of cherries in the spring. She muses, smiling as she bites the corner of her lip, observing me with too much admiration. My mate has given me a nickname. No one has called me by an endearment before. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐫𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. With the way it makes me feel, I know I'm in trouble. A teen first date, Hendrix POV. The wind blows through my hair like a tornado, and since I'm very acquainted with my untamed hair, I know I'll be ripping tangles out of it most of the night. I can't help thinking that it's somehow worth it. The night air, the smooth breeze, the open road, it's all breathtaking. Though sometimes I find it hard to concentrate with Cedric has strong arms caging me in, his rough hands on top of mine. As soon as I found out what a rush it is to be a passenger on a motorcycle, I didn't ever want to get off. It's amazing. Pure bliss. And the best part of it is that I'm spending time with Cedric too. Frozen yogurt. A thrilling ride through the dark. I don't want this night to end, but all good things must come to an end eventually. And that's exactly what happens when Cedric pulls up to my apartment building in the starlight. I mourn the loss of the purring bike when he shuts it off, leaving us in the cold night with nothing but silence to listen to. Neither of us say anything, and I end up pulling a risky move, swinging one of my legs over the seat. I turn myself around until I'm facing Cedric while I'm straddling the motorcycle. I stare up into his glowing eyes. They're almost eerie, but so beautiful. I can't believe he has red eyes. I don't know how it's possible, but I try not to question it. Cedric is a miracle. His eyes are a miracle. That's all I need to know. Those crimson orbs are like sparkling garnets. I don't know how he can be ashamed of them, or how on earth anyone could be afraid of them. People are wusses. They're the most perfect set of eyes I've ever seen. I could stare at them for hours. I don't really want to go inside. I inform him, tilting my head and grinning mischievously. Cedric nods his agreement, removing my helmet and tucking a few loose strands of hair out of my face. I don't really want you to either, he admits, an echo of a smile on his handsome face. I bite my lip impatiently. Looking at him is hard when I can't kiss him. He hasn't kissed me yet. Why hasn't he? There have been plenty of opportunities for him to take. Maybe my theory of my annoying disposition is true. I sure hope not. I can't be wrong. I just can't. The signals 𝐊𝐢𝐳 is sending me, they all lead back to him liking me. The facts don't lie. The only thing making me doubt his attraction to me is myself. And all of this self-deprecation. My biggest enemy in this situation is myself. If I don't take a chance, if I don't put myself on the line, then I might be stuck wondering what if. I hate what ifs. They drive me crazy. Daydreaming about what could have been is something I've struggled with for way too long. My whole childhood was filled with restless nights, my head brimming with what ifs. I don't want this to be one of those things that I look back and wonder what could have happened if I'd been woman enough to go after what I want. So I do it. I grab his rugged face between my hands and press my lips to his. Cedric's first reaction is to freeze. His mouth still firm. He growls for the second time tonight. My eyes are closed tight as I move against his lips, trying to activate them somehow. Activate they do. Before I know it, 𝐊𝐢𝐳 is kissing me back. His warm tongue slides across my bottom lip. I grant it permission to enter. Once my mouth is open, things go a bit faster. And I can tell we're getting carried away. We're in public, for heaven's sake. I can't seem to conjure up any shyness about our PDA. The attraction is like an electric shock. It burns and sizzles through my body with such ferocity that it almost hurts. But it's addicting. I can't get enough. I press my body into his, leaning forward, him on the brink of falling off the bike. And if it weren't for his secure arms holding me in place, I would be in a puddle on the curb. He slows down the kiss, tempering the whirlwind storm. It comes down evenly until he pulls away. I'm out of breath. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬 not. Of course 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬 not. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬's in great shape. Can't say the same for myself. Working out and I don't get along. Those cherry red eyes shimmer in the darkness. Instead of his usual gentle gaze, I detect hunger. I can't be imagining that. I don't know why I'm so shocked. He just made out with me and I'm still not sure if he likes me or not. This is definitely an indicator I'm not the only one who feels this thing between us. Well, that was perfect. Cedric finishes, an amazed grin tugging the corner of his lip upward. He won't stop staring down at me. Why did you do that? The question he poses doesn't make me feel ashamed or embarrassed. Cedric-esque is leaving me empowered. I show him by smiling and straightening the collar of his jacket that I'm still clinging to. Because I'm wild, I decide. And he laughs. The sound of that husky chuckle sends a current up my spine. As I attempt to venture off the vehicle, I remember how far down the ground is, and wince when I can't seem to do it myself. This thing is tricky. Cedric-esque's steady touch holds me in place. Please, allow me before you crack your head open. He climbs off rather quickly, leaving me a bitter. He makes it look so easy. Professor Riley helps me off, his hands gripping my waist when he hauls me into the air and down again. I steady myself against his chest once my feet find purchase. I blow out a breath of relief, the air leaving my lungs, forcing a puff of smoke in the chilly air. Damn, I forgot you must be cold. Arched brows pinch together. Now I've cursed in front of you, making a great impression, aren't I? Yet truly cares what I think. This definitely isn't one-sided. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To strikes, that's gotta hurt. I muse, rubbing my palms up and down my arms. I play at the whole cold thing. Gotta tease him when I can. Truth be told, I haven't been cold since the kiss we shared. His presence has kept me warm for the most part. But the wind is starting to get the best of me. My light sweater and flannel skirt aren't doing much to keep me protected. Cedric's angry expression evaporates as he plays along. That playful look he wears does something to me. Butterflies dance in my stomach. Oh yeah, what happens when I reach 3? He asks smoothly, his deep baritone. Haven't you seen baseball? It means you're out. I explain, and I realize my mistake when he questions me further. Out of what? My mouth opens, parting in confusion as input on the spot. What am I supposed to say to that? What if I assumed this to be more than it is? Oh no, what have I done? Hendrix. I suddenly focus on Cedric, my gaze readjusting when I'm pulled from my mind. I can tell that he noticed my panic. All teasing is gone. I'd like to think of this as our first date. If that's all right with you. If that's all right with me. Of course it's all right with me. It's fantastic with me. You want to do this again? As in take me out. On a date. Not convinced quite yet that this is actually happening. Maybe I dreamed this whole thing. And you'll wake up in the passenger seat of Dylan's van. How depressing that would be. Cedric nods his head once. Only if you're okay with it. I'd never want to make you uncomfortable. But I do like you, Hendrix. I want to spend more time with you. It takes everything in me not to scream yes at him at the top of my lungs. That might be a little too exuberant. Yeah, me too. I'd love to. Can I get your number so I can call you sometime? He flashes his white teeth at me and agrees. I shakily type his number into my tiny phone. discreetly adding his contact to my favorites list. When I look back up, his leather jacket is off, his bare arms clear as day in the moonlight. 𝐿𝐲𝐬𝐲 wearing a plain white shirt that doesn't look so plain on him, and doesn't leave much to the imagination. But imagine I do. I find myself wondering what he would look like without it. You must be freezing. Cedric moves the jacket behind me, lowering it onto my shoulders. I'm immediately greeted with his scent. It's not cologne, and I don't know how I know that, but I do. The woodsy smell must be natural. I fit my arms through the sleeves, and my man laughs when my hands don't come through the holes. You can't even see my fingertips. The jacket is so oversized it hangs off my arms with the extra leather. The thing reaches my knees. The coat is cozy though, and Cedric makes sure to carefully zip it up to my chin. It traps in all the warmth. There we go, he whispers. We stand there for a while, so close that our breathing mingles. Our eyes never strain. I want to touch him again. Eventually, I have to go inside. It's inevitable. I just wish I could put it off a moment longer, but I can't. Might as well get it over with. Seeing him go is the worst part. He carries my bags of groceries and my purse as he leads me up to the building. I stick my hands in the spacious jacket pockets. My numb fingers start to soften. Thank you. Really, thank you for everything. I had a great time. I tell him, taking my bags and pulling out my keys. You're welcome. You deserve it, Cedric replies, his voice filled with honesty. He runs a hand through his pitch-black hair that matches the night, then leans in before I can open the door. Cedric places a goodnight kiss on me. I miss his lips the sec, and he pulls away. Call me, he insists. I unlock the door and shoot him a shy smile. I will. Good night. To my authentic 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐩𝐿 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷. Heartfelt thanks to your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. With that, I'm gone. I climb the stairs with a dazed sensation. I can't believe that just happened. I'm floating instead of walking. It's like 𝐶edric's company was a drug, and I'm still high. A blurry sheen is over my eyes as I open the apartment door. I glide in. The sated grin on my face is bound to tell a story or two. I'm greeted with Miranda and Stacy on the couch, watching a movie. I turn to head into the kitchen, dodging their curious stares. Where have you been? Stacy asks, and I shake my head. The groceries make a lot of noise as they hit the countertops. I start unloading when I hear my friends pause the movie and come up behind me. I turn to put the peaches in the fridge, when I'm met with a towering Miranda. Her hands on her hips. Her nostrils flare like she smells something awful. It's now that I notice her eyes glued to the leather jacket. Why were you with him? She demands, her voice harsh and cold. I trip a little when I close the door to the refrigerator. How did you know I was with him? I ask in a small voice. I can't stand the thought that they're so against him. 𝐿𝐲𝐬𝐲 is everything to me right now. After tonight, I can't stop picturing him. The jacket. The sound of the motorcycle outside. It's pretty obvious. Hendrix. Miranda scolds me, and I try not to shrink back. I can't back down. Not now. Not after all 𝐿𝐲𝐬𝐲's done for me. I have to defend him. I like him. To my authentic 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐲𝐿𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐻𝐿. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. 𝐿𝐲𝐬𝐲 is sweet, and thoughtful, and smart. He watches out for me, and kisses me goodnight, buys me frozen yogurt. Why do you think 𝐿𝐲𝐬𝐲 is such a bad guy? What's so wrong with all of that? I beg, gripping the nice-smelling coat tightly around my shivering frame. Stacy stands in the background silently as Miranda tears into me. 𝐿𝐲𝐬𝐲's no good for you. You can't see him anymore, she says, and things like that used to work on me, used to persuade me mindlessly. It's gone now. I'm free from her commands. The handcuffs have broken. Oh yeah. And why is that? 𝐿𝐲𝐬𝐲 is so awful and terrible that I can't be around him. Tell me why. Why is he so bad? My voice is shrill sounding. the fury bleeding through. Miranda appears a little shocked when I talk back. She quickly masks it, shutting her gaping mouth with a click. Think about it, Hendrix. 𝐻𝐸's older than you. A lot older than you. He has a stable career and life. You're a college student with no money. Why would he want you? The words cut me deep, and I flinch. 𝐻𝐸's using you. Once you give it up, he'll drop you. I don't want to see you get hurt. I shake my head, backing away until my back hits the counter. In shriveling up, my hand fist at my side. Cedric is not like that. You don't know him. What? And you do. Wake the hell up. Miranda snaps. She slams a hand on the counter. Her usually reserved tone is gone, lost in a sea of anger and volume. You're just jealous. You won't go out with any guy because you'd dwarf all of them. The only man on campus taller than you. And he wants me. You can't take it. I hurl back, my voice not quite as confident as hers, but still colored with poison. Her pretty eyes widen, and she takes a step back. That's right. You're both jealous of me. Ever since I can remember, you two always got the attention. Every boy who spoke to me just wanted the inside scoop on beautiful Miranda and Stacy. They worshipped the ground you walked on. Now that I finally have someone who likes me, you want to take him away from me. Well, guess what? You can't have him. They both look shocked. Stacy has tears in her eyes. Henny. Miranda starts. Not ears roll freely down my face as I stomp to my room. Her hateful words echo in my head over and over. Why would he want you? Trailer trash. Redneck. Abandoned. All the haunting memories come swinging back, and him left in pieces when the door bangs shut behind me. Cedric POV looky here. Savannah brags, pulling the skinny rogue up by his collar. He squirms like a worm in her grip. Found him messing with one of my cameras. I stare expressionless at the dirty mongrel. Mud smudged on his cheek, a busted lip and a set of wired eyes. I find myself in the woods again, the cell phone burning a hole in my pocket. Please, let me go. I know nothing less. I swear. I left him feeling after hearing his words. They mean nothing. 𝐻𝐸's afraid. He reeks of fear. Every little thing out of his mouth is in a desperate plea to be released. I think of Hendrix. It's been days. Why won't she call me? She goes to work, goes to school. I haven't spoken to her in days. It's driving me insane. My control is dwindling. We know you have to know something. Why else would you destroy my camera? My beta pulls him up harder, the force of her grit making him whimper. I just don't like being watched. What's so wrong with that? The rogue sputters, his brown eyes darting from Savannah and then back to me. Terror fills them when they land on my face. Damn, you're 𝐊𝐸𝐬𝐬. Aren't it you? Please don't hurt me. Your Majesty. That word makes me seethe. Control is lost. Mistakes are made. I grab him by the neck, one hand curling around his delicate throat when I lift him into the air. Sputters, begs. All I see is red. Blood flows down my arm as the body thumps to the ground. The werewolf is dead. His neck pulses with maroon as it drains onto the 4 leaves spotting the forest floor. Shit. What's gotten into you? Savannah asks. She doesn't seem angry. Maybe just casually put out like she relished torturing information out of him. I don't say anything. All I can think about is Hendrix. How would she react if she saw me like this? Drenched in blood, eyes blazing with violence. Maybe then she would run the other way. Then she would know what a terrifying creature I am. Why hasn't she called me? Is it my eyes? Did I scare her away with the whole date thing? I honestly feel pathetic this way, writhing in self-pity as I panic internally. I'm like a teenager raging with hormones and emotions. 𝐊𝐸𝐬𝐸𝐬𝐸, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And now I've made a mess. The rogue is dead. We could have got information from him, but my feelings got the best of me. I'm suddenly ashamed, although I don't let it show. It's about her, isn't it? Savannah says, not looking at me, but staring at the deceased rogue between us. His eyes are wide and unseeing. My silence is 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬𝐷 enough. Savannah's eyes, giving me a defeated smile. She finally meets my gaze. Your little mate. What is she like? She asks finally. I stay silent for a moment, thinking of what to say. She's wild. But all the best flowers are. 19 Everything's magic Cedric POV. When Hendrik shows up for our tutoring session, we don't waste much time talking about literature. The once intriguing topic has now become second place in comparison to the other activities that we enjoy. It's less than 5 minutes and we start making out. We can't keep our hands off of each other. The sight and smell of her are enough to make me go crazy with want. She's everything. I can't keep away. Can't stop myself when she presses up against me, demanding my mouth. She's sitting on my desk, her legs hanging down on either side of my chair, my hands on her thighs as we kiss. To think all this time I held back from touching her out of fear of spooking her. Then she ended up being the one to pounce on me. The bold move was shocking, and very welcomed, and I spent the rest of the week in pure bliss remembering the intimacy I shared with my mate. Hendrik nibbles on my bottom lip, and I groan. The back and forth of the kiss is like a flow, a tornado, the pushing and pulling of energy and motion. She tastes like raspberries and sunshine. When in with her, everything falls into place, and everything is right with the world. She pulls away for a moment. She's panting hard as she tries to get oxygen into her dainty human lungs. Her breath fans across my face, and it holds an addicting sweet aroma that has me hooked. It doesn't take long before her lips are assaulting mine once more, despite the fact that she's still laboring for breath. I'm the one to pull away this time, worried about her health. There are many instances when I'm reminded of how delicate Hendrik is. I worry about her constantly. Humans get sick easily, and can die at the drop of a hat. There are times when the realization sends me into a panic. What if something bad happens to her? What if I can't get to her in time? Her life is like a thin thread. Any movement can't tear it in two. Maybe you should catch your breath. Baby, don't strain yourself, I say softly, brushing my thumb against her soft cheek as I stare into the deep depths of her doe eyes. She huffs an annoyed sigh, shaking her head in amusement while she breathes through her mouth. I'm not in great shape. This is embarrassing, she grumbles in an adorable voice. I chuckle, shaking my head. If only she knew shape has little to do with our breathing differences, and everything to do with species. No, you're perfect the way you are, I inform her earnestly, running my fingers through her tangled, curly hair the color of chestnuts. The soft ringlets are made for my touch. You're sure? You're just secretly judging me, she muses, looking at me with so much affection that I think I might be the one to run out of breath. I would never. She stares at me a moment longer, and I know she's admiring me again. That's something I don't deserve. Her admiration. I love your eyes, Hendrik says in a whisper. She insists on me taking out my contacts when she's around. Our past 3 tutoring sessions have been strictly filled with snogging. Each time she's more and more insistent that I remove my contact lenses. I don't mind. Not at all. Leaning back in, we start up on what we came here for. Of course 𝐼𝐸 kissed a woman before. 𝐼𝐸 done a lot more than that. But 𝐼𝐸 never had this sensation for even a second of any of that. This is something different altogether. This is magic. Sheer and pure magic. I'm engulfed in fire when I touch her. I slide my tongue into her mouth, tugging on her and demanding more. She moans and wraps her arms tightly around my neck. Hendrik pulls me in closer. I'm imprisoned like a helpless animal in the jaws of a bear trap, and I don't plan on escaping the torture. Sweet, sweet torture. Every once in a while, the paranoia starts to set in. We're in my classroom, on the middle of campus. 𝐊𝐸𝐳𝐷 𝐂𝐵𝐸𝐳𝐷. I've taken proper precautions. The door is locked up tight. Shades drawn, but my senses aren't exactly on high alert. I'm practically drunk on my mate. I'm hoping nothing goes over my head. More time flies by. I don't even know what time it is. Hendrix throws me off course. We pull away again, but not too far. 𝐶𝐻 close. I wouldn't have her any other way. So what does this mean? She asks me, licking her swollen upper lip so it glistens. Her cheeks are tinged pink. Her hair messy, eyes glazed over and filled with energy. What do you mean? I wonder, not quite paying attention. I'm still staring at that mouth of hers that I'm becoming very well acquainted with. Hendrix rolls her eyes and laughs. She sounds like a damn pixie when she laughs. 𝐿𝐷𝐸𝐻𝐸 𝐊𝐢𝐳 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐿𝐷𝐸𝐻𝐸. She softly hits me in the chest and then motions to herself. Me and you and me. Is it a thing? 𝐿𝐷𝐸𝐻𝐸 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. 𝐿𝐷𝐸𝐻𝐸 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Her volume gets quieter and less confident as she talks. I can hear the unsure thread in her voice. And I can hear the hope, the longing. She wants me. She has the draw. And she wants to give in to it. She's just as cautious as me, trying to take it slow as to not scare off the other when we both just want each other. I'll be honest. I like you, Hendrix. I care about you. I want this to be a thing. There's something between us. And you feel it too, don't you? Hendrix doesn't even stop to think about it. She just nods slowly. She stares at me alight with excitement. I care about you too, more than I should. I'm just a little scared, Cherry. Not afraid of me, at least. But it's understandable to be terrified of her new feelings. The mate bond doesn't forslav. The mate bond is like a magnet. She's been drawn to me since we met. But her affection for me, and mine for her, is purely organic. We choose to fall in love. The bond just gives us the first spark. I'm well on my way to falling in love with her. Me too. But I'm trusting my gut. You want to know what my gut is telling me? She nods in response. It's telling me to jump in and never let go. Another kiss from the human. This one short and sweet. A reply of sorts to my declaration. Hendrix's small fingers hold onto my shoulders as she grins from ear to ear. Suddenly her smile collapses, replaced with a hopeless expression. I sit up straighter as I wait for her to talk. I'm so happy to hear you say that. But what about Savannah? I know you said you're our only friends and all. I interrupt her. I can't help it. I hold a finger to her lips to stop her from saying any more. I said it because it's true. We are just friends. Close friends. Sure. But I've known her forever. She's more of an annoying little sister. I want you. Hendrix. Why would I spend so much time with you if I didn't? I asked gently, holding her face and focusing solely on her, and nothing else. Sighing, I shake my head. I hate it that she's so unsure of herself. She's the perfect specimen and she's worried about Savannah of all people. I guess not. Hendrix admits, not looking me in the eyes as she smiles happily to herself, fiddling with the end of her dress. If there was any doubt left in her, I kiss it away. It's a firm and dedicated kiss. iMessage. A love note. Of course not. That's my point. I love kissing you, and being around you, seeing you, hearing you. She smirks, wrapping a hand around my tie and tugging me towards her. Me too. I've never wanted to be around someone more in my life. 𝐿𝐷𝐸𝐻𝐸 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And then we're kissing again, which is a huge surprise. We barely stopped since she showed up. After minutes of pleasure, she has to catch her breath again. I can't take it anymore. I pull her into my lap. Hendrix lets out the most adorable gasp I've ever heard. She's straddling me. Not quite eye level anymore. This position is more intimate. Not quite sexual, but comfortable. She fits against me like she should. Like she was made to complete me. A missing piece of me. I'm going to state the obvious. No one should know about me and you. That we're together. Student and a teacher. That could cause trouble. And I don't want that. I explain as I look down at her. A bit awkward at the subject. I'm not ashamed of her. I could never be. But humans have their strange reservations on relationships. She ducks her head to the side, doodling little patterns on my shoulder with her fingertip. Yeah, I wouldn't want you to lose your job because of me, Hendrix admits, smiling sadly as she nestles deeper into me. I grip her chin, pushing her head back until I've got her attention. I couldn't care less about my job. It's your education, your hard-earned tuition. I don't want you getting expelled. You know what the school will think if they find out. Baby, that you seduce me for better grades. She lights up at my explanation. I can see the flirtatious fire filling her. Maybe you should give me bad grades just to throw them off the trail. She offers up, and I throw my head back with laughter, running a hand down her back. Sounds like a plan to me. 20 Kevin Hendricksby NV. I stare out the window of the bus. The landscape flying by in vibrant shades of autumn that I haven't seen in a few weeks at least. Up north, in Virginia, the leaves turn and fall much sooner than they do down south. I'm anxious, almost trembling. The call I got last night has sent me spiraling out of control. First thing I did was grab a suitcase and shove some clothes in it, as fast as humanly possible. When I heard that my mother was in the hospital, I called my boss as I at the door to inform him I might need a few days off since I don't know how long he'll be gone. At least she's not in the hospital anymore. A kind woman at the called me to inform me that my mama was discharged and to be sure to check in on her. My number is still on her emergency contact information. And they clearly didn't know that I live 12 hours away now. I have 30 minutes left. The bus is quickly eating up the distance. The long road gets shorter and shorter as I bite my lip and try to focus on the music filling my ears. My iPod is a must for a road trip, and a must to keep me calm. Too bad Cedric isn't here. He always keeps me calm. My leg bounces uncontrollably from the suffocating bout of anxiety I'm going through. There are so many thoughts flying through my head. I know she'll be pissed when I show up. There's no doubt about that. She'll wonder how I found out. And what I want. Mama hates being coddled. I wish she would just let me care for her. It would make everything that much easier. Ocean Springs. The grumpy bus driver yells, the name of my hometown echoing through the rows of carpeted seats. I hurry to collect my things. I almost trip in the process of shoving my purse under my arm and bustling down the aisle. I've come this far. I'm not missing my chance. Bus drivers don't tend to have a lot of leniency. Better safe than sorry. Once I'm off the bus, the heat and humidity hits me head on. I close my eyes and take a deep breath of it. The bus starts up again, rumbling away. I stand here in the hot sun for a moment. Home sweet home. It's not a long walk home from the bus stop. I'm thankful I packed light. I don't expect this to be a long visit. The longest she'll let me stay is a few days. I know I could be in for a fight if she's in a bad mood. The grass is turning brown. The leaves just starting to fall. Down here fall is a little behind. There's already snow in the forecast in Virginia this weekend, and I'm not looking forward to it. The park is just the same. The trailers at arty and almost sass. Some are so sunken and they might collapse. They always look drab surrounded by mounds of crap piled in the yards and the front porches. It's not a pleasant sight. And it's where the stereotype of trailer park people comes from. I trudge through until I'm at the front door of our home, or what used to be my home. I've lived here since I was 5 years old. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬 and our little house on the other side of town. It was barely left standing after that fiasco. Knocking on the door. I chew on this inside of my cheek in anticipation as I hear my mom making her way towards me unsuspecting lie. When the door finally opens, her mouth literally drops open. She's always been one for theatrics. I roll my eyes and put my arms around her. My luggage goes toppling over. Hey, Mama. as if nothing's wrong, and it's completely normal that I'm here on her doorstep with my things. She stands still for a moment, soaking in my warmth before she finally wraps her arms around my waist. "Who told you, sugar?" she asks in my ear, petting my hair softly with her long, acrylic nails. So she figured it out. I lean back, looking up into her kind eyes and shaking my head. "It doesn't matter. I'm here now, and what's done is done." I use one of her favorite phrases against her, and she clicks her tongue at me in good humor. Pastor Miles was saying this Sunday that it's our children that teach us. I can't say I didn't believe him. Mama smiles sadly, cupping my face. "Well, come on in before you catch a chill." I follow after her, bags in tow, and before I know it, we're sipping on sweet tea. The scent of my home brings back memories of my childhood. I bask in it for a moment, wondering what I'd do without my mama raising me by herself. Even though I shortened, sometimes I think about how different my life would have turned out if Daddy stuck around. "You good, sweetie? Want some more?" Poking her head around the corner to look at me, I lean against the kitchen counter, taking a sip of my tea. "I'm fine. Mama, stop fussing over me. I insist." And she grins knowingly. Our banter usually consists of whining and picking at each other to our heart's content. After my short break, I get busy. I start fluffing pillows and picking up bills, sorting the mail into multiple piles. Mama finally shoots me a glare when I start up washing the dishes. My little 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐩𝐿 maid. How did I ever get so lucky? She wonders, tapping a finger to her chin. I laugh. "This place is a pigsty. How long were you in the hospital for?" And she frowns at me. I let her narrow her eyes and huff and puff like a moody teenager. Sometimes I feared I became the parent instead of her. Less than a week. It was a couple days. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸 𝐷𝐸 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐸𝐻𝐻𝐸. I had the neighbor water my plants. They did an awful job at it too. Mama looks longingly at her little potted flowers on the windowsill that droop so low they touch the glass. "What did the doctor say?" I take a chance, knowing full well she'll beat around the bush about anything to do with her condition. She doesn't like to talk about cancer. A stubborn woman would rather pretend like it didn't exist. She groans as she rummages through the refrigerator. "They'll be fine, Hendrix. I won't let this kill me. Now quit your worrying," she says slowly, waltzing into the living room with a six-pack in her fingers. I shake my head in frustration, blowing a stray hair out of my eyes. I may not be able to coax the information out of her, but I can still help her as much as possible. Help take care of her. That's why I'm here. Following her, I collapse onto the recliner with a tired groan. It's in the middle of the night by now, with my trip here and the countless chores. I'm exhausted out of my mind. The trailer is warm and cozy, the little yellow lights making the atmosphere perfect. It almost makes me reluctant to go back to Virginia. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐳𝐸𝐸𝐻𝐻𝐸 𝐻𝐼𝐳𝐸𝐸𝐻𝐻𝐸. I think of Cherry and smile. I have to go back. Mama cracks open a cold one. She takes a swig, groaning as she stretches her legs out across the whole couch. "I'll tell ya. Alcohol is the only thing that gets me through life sometimes," she admits, shrugging when I raise my eyebrows at her. She wants to pretend as if what she just said wasn't the saddest thing a person could say. "You should try it sometime." I scoff. "I'm 18. Mama." I inform her, even though she already knows that. She gave birth to me after all. "You never let loose. Trust me. It's worth it." She counters, pointing at me rudely. "Damn, you look just like your daddy." She's already had a bit to drink, it would seem. "Mama, I know. It's just that sometimes it's hard for me to look at you. It's like him looking into his eyes," she tells me, moving her chin to the side before staring at her beer with a dazed expression. What she says hurts, but I can't blame her. He put her through a lot of pain in the past. I just wish she would be more careful about what she says to me, The alcohol loosens her tongue. I can't help that I look like him, or that I remind her of him. You can't choose what genetics you get. Believe me, if I could I would have picked the bright red hair from my mom. Which reminds me, Mama says, standing a little too quickly and almost tripping on the rug. She grabs something off the old box television. She tosses it at me, and I grab it, feeling startled. Found that in an old box of shit. And I don't want it. It's a small metal flask in a leather cases. I trace the monogram stamped into it with my fingertip. BSS Daddy's initials. Guess he didn't think 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐷'd be doing much drinking when he left, huh? I reckon he thought his hussy would be enough to keep him happy. Wonder how long that lasted. She lets out a bitter chuckle, sinking into the couch slowly. I hold the flask a little tighter. A strange feeling consuming me when I think about how many times my daddy held this same flask. How many times he carried it around in his pocket, unscrewed the top, brought it to his lips, and after all these years, it's sitting in my lap. My mama keeps talking, and I cringe when she opens her mouth. I swear, he can go to hell. We were supposed to get a divorce. Good and clean. Then I would get my alimony. Both of us knew you would pick him in court in a heartbeat. But no, he didn't want that. He dumped you on me, ran off, and let Katrina take care of us. I wouldn't doubt that he hoped we died in that damn storm. Less for him to worry about. The bastard. Biting my lip, I tried to tune her out, but it won't work. Her words continue to attack my ears and I wince. I hate hearing about my dad. I've had a lifetime of hearing her complain about him and the difficult situation he left her in. But she continues, as I knew she would. Once she starts, she can't stop. I'll admit it. She was a looker. Pale, sharp features, and eyes that could cut diamonds. Mama pauses to take a noisy sip of beer, and I could have sworn she had pointed ears. I narrow my eyes at her. Is she going crazy? Pointed ears. Is such a thing even possible? I wonder if the cancer's gone to her brain. Maybe she was a demon sent to ruin my life. We're both quiet for a moment, and then she bursts out into a fit of giggles. She shakes her head, and rests her eyes. I'm thankful for the silence after tonight's drama. I can already tell this visit will be shorter than I expected. 21 The Blues Hendrix POV. When I clatter off the bus, I'm already a human popsicle. The snow is coming down hard. It's like a blizzard. I'm an absolute crazy person to be out today of all days. Maybe I am crazy. It wouldn't surprise me at this point. I've lost my mind. Public transportation is my only feasible option. It's not like I can ride like where it's pouring snow everywhere you look. And I can't very well ask 𝐷𝐻𝐻 and or Stacy for a ride. I'm still mad at them. Well, I'm not mad. But we aren't talking still, so that would be a little weird. I have my pride. Even though I don't look too prideful since I can hardly walk down the sidewalk. I'm bundled up like a marshmallow. The only reason I'm out and about is because I'm in desperate need to see Cedric. The few days of not being near him have been too much for me to handle. They've taken their toll. I want to see him, touch him. I still get a little giddy sometimes when I think about him. I feel like a kid with a big old crush. It's past crush at this point though. We're basically together. At least. I don't want to assume anything if he doesn't feel the same way about me. Depressing thoughts creep in when I consider what would happen if he doesn't reciprocate the feelings I have for him. I can't think about that. I guess we'll just play it by ear. To my authentic storyteller, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I can't to see what happens. Other times. However, I dread the day when we'll have to face that. It could all come crumbling down. Going down the hallway towards his classroom, I feel like I'm wadding instead of walking. I try to speed up. I'm so excited to see Cherry I can almost taste him. I'm like a fat penguin making my way to the ocean with glee. That's when I'm met with an unwanted surprise. I stop in my tracks as Savannah struts down the hall towards me. The sound of Cedric's door closing behind her and then her heels clicking on the tile floor. She doesn't even have to try to look as gorgeous as she is. She's naturally flawless. Her toned skin shimmers, her creamy eyes lazy and intelligent. Looking at her, you would guess she has absolutely no problems. When she spots me, she doesn't stop. She just raises her eyebrows in scrutiny as she keeps putting one long leg in front of the other. Cedric's friend isn't exactly dressed for the weather. She wears a 𝐊𝐼𝐳 top and skin-tight jeans, topped off with a pair of black high heels. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐵𝐿𝐬 𝐑𝐐𝐿𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳. Boss lady outfit. An outfit that I wouldn't be able to pull off the way she does. I can't compare to her all. Even at my best. My heart sinks. Hi, Hendrix. How are you? She asks me, and she actually makes it sound like she cares. Savannah flips her curtain of shiny black hair back over her shoulder, standing high above me in her mighty picture of shiny perfection. Good. I reply in a small voice, trying to let some confidence bleed through, and failing miserably. How can anyone be confident in her presence? I'm pretty sure it's impossible. Well, it's great to see you. Cedric will be glad you're here. She informs me, smiling at me, acting a little strange compared to how I usually see her. But for reasons unknown, I actually like Savannah. She seems to mean well, even if she's leaving Cedric's classroom. Wait, why is she leaving his classroom? What were they doing? I can feel my face go as pale as a ghost. She walked out of his door. She was in there. They were together. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐵𝐿𝐬 𝐑𝐐𝐝 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳. There are plenty of explanations that could be behind this, but my mind jumps to the most painful conclusion possible. Was Cedric replacing me while I was gone? Has he been doing this the whole time? Am I being played? Savannah's nostrils flare, and she takes a step towards me. She's so much tore up close. She leans over me, acting strangely angry and almost protective. Are you all right? She demands, and I startle. Am I that easy to read? I thought I was good at covering it up. I look away. I wallow in my own self-pity at the idea of facing Cedric now. Why did I have to show up right when she left? Why does the universe hate me? I'm fine. I'll see you around, I assure her, trying to turn and walk towards Cedric's room with a little bit of dignity I have left. But I'm stopped when a slim hand clamps down on my shoulder, her grip surprisingly strong for how elegant her fingers look. What? Not quite making eye contact. Savannah shakes her head in amusement. He cares about you. He really, really does. It's all she says before giving my shoulder a tiny pat. And turning around. The way she moves is so graceful and natural. I glance down at my oversized pea coat and puffy scarf. I look like the Michelin Man. As I keep walking, I think about Savannah. Why would she say that to me? Does he really care about me? How would she even know that? I twist the door handle, and am surprised to find it locked. I timidly poke my head in. It's not even a second before a whirlwind of motion pulls me into the room. The door slams behind me. Warmth and hard muscle greet me, and I don't struggle since I know who's grabbed me. Cedric's arms are tight around me, like bands of unbreakable steel. A cheers hold me into the air, my feet inches off the ground below. The smell of him is enough to calm me down. It's like it's the thing I've needed most these past days to recharge me, and it only took seconds to work its magic. She's fine. She's fine. She's okay. I hear him chant, and I furrow my eyebrows in confusion. I try to tilt my head back to look at him, but my head is trapped against his chest. I wiggle a little bit, hoping to dislodge him. It doesn't work. Big surprise. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐵𝐿𝐬 𝐑𝐐𝐿𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐳. I complain, but he won't let go. I'm not strong enough to even make his grip budge. I groan in effort. I'm trying my hardest, but I'm getting nowhere. I give up, going slack. I lean against him and let my legs relax. He holds me for a few minutes. Eventually, he puts me down. His red eyes are wide and angry. I've never seen his eyes that way when he looks at me. Do you know how terrified I was? He demands, his voice harsh and his face scary looking. I silently open my mouth, and then close it again. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐷 mad. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐷 mad at me. Maybe I should have told him I was leaving. I know you were prob. He slams his hand against the wall next to me. No, you don't know. I didn't know where you were. You wouldn't answer my calls and... Cedric trails off, shaking his head in anguish, rubbing his forehead. I thought you were hurt. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐷 𝐂𝐴𝐷 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I went to your apartment. You weren't there. And your friends turned me away without any information. I'm trembling now. I'm not afraid of Cherry, but I'm so angry at myself for not thinking of him. I got too carried away. I was so caught up in my mother that it didn't seem important to even bring my phone with me when I fled. It's no excuse, but it's all I have. I left my phone in my room when I left. I didn't know you were trying to contact me. I haven't been back to the apartment since I've been back in town. I came straight here. Otherwise I would call back right away. I whisper, taking a deep breath and not looking at my booted feet. My thoughts drift to Savannah and my lip starts to tremble. I bite my tongue, determined to hash this out. I can't lose him. I just can't. I know you didn't mean to, baby, but you really didn't even think to tell me you were leaving. I had to go to your job and demand to see your boss. I was so desperate to find you, and you were all the way in Mississippi. He rants, his voice desperate as he stares at me with so much hurt that it's hard for me to function. The guilt is eating me alive. I didn't really think anyone would care. I admit, shrugging my shoulders lamely. I want to look at anything but Cedric, but I can't. My eyes automatically glue themselves to him. You didn't think I would notice? Wouldn't care? Do you think so little of what's between us? Did you even think of me at all? 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐷 not yelling at me. Thank goodness. But 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐷 definitely talking louder than he usually does. Cherry's definitely not happy. I can almost hear my heart tearing. I hate when people are mad at me. Well, what about Savannah? Looks like you found a replacement pretty quick to keep your lips warm. I counter quietly, feeling defensive. He really thinks he can accuse me like that. He knows I care about him. He probably knows I'm falling hopelessly in love with him. Maybe this is all a test. Some sick game. Savannah. Cedric is bewildered, as if he can't believe I'm bringing her up. We are just friends. Hendrix. How many times do we need to go over this? Talking about her is getting tiring. You are so paranoid. It's infuriating. Why do you always question my devotion to you? Can't you see what's right in front of you? I'm silent for a while, trying to let everything run through my head and sort through the mass of information. Cedric gets impatient. Damn it. Hendrix. You have no right to be mad at me. This is all on you. I'm the one who's mad. He says bitterly. My heart has gotten the better of me. Mama taught me that men always look for an upgrade, and then they leave you in the dust the first chance they get. As soon as you slip up, they leave. I fell for it. I really did. After all the years of lessons and warnings, I let a man trick me into caring. I fell for him. I made a mistake. And now he won't want me. And it's too late to do anything. My soul is crumbling apart. The seams are loosening. The strings snapping. Tears fill my eyes without preamble. I can't take it. I can't do this. My body works on autopilot, steering me out of the room and down the hall and out on the street. Flurries of snow all around me. The light winds stirring the flakes up. I stick my hands in my pockets. It doesn't help. My fingers are still cold, but not as frozen as the rest of me. I feel like I've been dumped in ice water. He was mean to me. He hates me. I messed everything up. And he'll probably go running to Savannah and she'll welcome him with open arms. The tears I've collected are falling freely now. My face is soaked in them. The salty trails they leave behind freeze to my cheeks. even though my toes hurt from the cold. I keep walking. I know my destination of shame. The payphone sits under a street lamp. It calls to me through the dark. A lighthouse through the treacherous waves. After inserting a few frozen quarters, I type in the number and wait patiently for the voice I need to hear. Hello, Stacy. I sniffle. Can you please come pick me up? 𝐊𝐲𝐲𝐬 my everything. Yet I can't stop suspecting that he has someone else. 22 I've been cold. Cedric, POV. I run my fingers through my hair, tugging at the ends and wanting more than anything to punch a hole through the wall. How have I kept my cool this whole time? Her explanation made sense. Of course it did. Otherwise I could have gotten angry at her. I'm not sure if I could ever get mad at Hendrix. But I was terrified. I was so desperate to keep her from repeating what she did that I took out my frustration on her. The pain in my chest was unbearable when I tore apart the town looking for her. I even searched the woods for her dead body. I'm still shaken up. The terror of the situation haunts me, fear coursing through my veins like acid. In all my years I have never been as terrified as that day when Hendrix didn't show up to class or our tutoring session. I called and texted. Nothing. I had no idea what fear was until that moment. And now she's run away from me in tears. The second time it's happened, but this time it's my fault. My heart races as I whip the door open, storming down the hall after my mate. The tears in her eyes, her pain forcing itself on me. I hurt her. Not physically, but hurt feelings is almost as bad. I knew she was sensitive. That day with the cashier was enough to show me that. She's delicate. Her feelings easily hurt. I didn't take it into account. She just needs time to calm down. I didn't know what to do, or what to say. All of the emotions were bubbling up inside me. I couldn't get across how I felt. I'm not mad at her, but it's too late to tell her that. All I wanted to do was tell her how I feel, how much it hurt when I thought she was in trouble, and why did Savannah have to be there at that exact moment? Hendrix is already suspicious as it is. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬 𝐑𝐞𝐝𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She's gone. I don't know exactly what I expected. Time works differently when Hendrix is involved. I clench my jaw as my eyes sort through the falling snowflakes. The cold chill reminds me that she's out there somewhere freezing her cute little ass off. Everything in me screams to follow her. Tear up the road until I'm banging down her door to get to her. Touch her. Comfort her. Apologize and beg for her forgiveness until my voice is hoarse. I think better of it. Somehow, I talk myself out of it. I get calm enough to force myself to take a walk in the brisk night air. This will all settle. After we clear our minds and get over it, we can talk it out. I will have my chance to set it right. It's better to wait a little while at least. I don't know how long you'll last though. I doubt it'll be more than a day. They'll at least be able to get through the night. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬 𝐑𝐞𝐝𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I make my body put one foot in front of the other down the crunchy, snow-covered sidewalk. A slow jaunt through campus will help me. It's nearly painful, and not from the cold. In honesty, in actually burning up from the inside. My whole body thrums with activity. My distraction seems to be working well enough. Tree, snow, the dark sky flickering with barely visible stars through the white clouds. It's all beautiful, and yet my mind is occupied by another breathtaking sight, and interrupted by a strange scent that has me wrinkling my nose. Sometimes my oversenses punish me. The smell is awful and pungent, and I know that it's perfume before I even see the woman barreling towards me. She slips on the slick ice, falling into me so enforced to catch her before she goes crashing down. I hear her heart beating, smell her awful scent, and I glare at her. She smells like arousal. When she pulls away, I realize I know her from somewhere. I narrow my eyes on her blonde hair and small eyes. She's that female professor I met when I met with the school's president. Slowly, I ease her back until I'm no longer touching her. I try to hide my shiver of disgust. "Oh, hey, Professor 𝐊𝐲. How are you?" she asks in a phony voice. She's acting as if what just happened was planned on her part. I doubt she would be going around trustingly falling into a stranger's arms otherwise. "Hello," I reply coolly, eyeing her suspiciously. Her sickly sweet perfume has me holding my breath. It's becoming difficult to stand that along with her disgusting arousal, I'm not attracted to her, and I haven't even looked at another female since I found 𝐿𝐷rix. Speaking of 𝐿𝐷rix, I think of her to try to get me through the painful interaction with this creature. "I haven't seen you around much. You're never in the break room, or in the cafeteria, or on campus in general. Guess you're a busy guy," how she asks, and I nod. I don't know her name. I can't remember. It wasn't important information at the time, and it's not important now either. We'll have to hang out sometime. That is, if you can ever find the time. She winks at me, and I think I might be sick. "I'm very busy," I reply curtly, and it's not a lie. With 𝐿𝐷rix, the rogue hunt, and this stupid teaching cover, all of my free time is taken, not to mention that I wouldn't want to hang out with this woman in the first place. Just looking at her hurts my eyes. I came out here to clear my mind, not get tortured. You wouldn't free up any time for me. Not even a little. She flirts, dragging a fingernail down my shoulder. I take a step back. She's human. All it would take is a flick of a muscle to kill her here and now. 𝐊𝐷rix 𝐊𝐷rix 𝐿𝐷rix. Simple. Unfortunately, I can't do that. Not even a little. I repeat, turning around and stalking back down the way I came. I hear her call after me, but I keep walking, picking up the pace until she inevitably gives up. Tonight I'm retiring early. I can't stay awake remembering the way I hurt my mate, and the disgusting presence of the woman who wouldn't take a hint. 𝐿𝐷rix over the car is surprisingly silent. Miranda S in the front seat, and Stacy's driving. I sit in the back with my messy self, in basically a pile of sad mush, staring out the window. I dazedly watch the flurries dance in the dark. I haven't told them what happened yet, but I think they can guess. They picked me up outside of the building where Cedric's class is. It's not hard to assume where I was, and who I was with. I picture his face and I want to cry. They calmly talked to me, ushered me into the warm car. I was a block of ice by the time they found me on the corner. I remember sitting there on the bench with my feet crossed, listening to a familiar motorcycle rumbling not too far away. Its sound carried into the night. It left me lonely and unfeeling, and happy I went far enough away that he didn't see me. That would have made things awkward. My heart is still heavy as lights and cars pass us by. It's not a long drive before we lurch to a stop. The engine cuts off, the air filled with a keen wariness. Even though I'm still focused on what lies beyond the glass, I can feel my friends silently communicating in the front. I ignore them, happy to sit where I am and think of nothing and no one at all. "Henny," I hum in response. An acknowledgement. "Let's go inside and talk." It's Miranda that offers. I nod, but only barely. I grab my bag and open the door. The last thing I feel like doing is talking. I clamber out of the car into the freezing Arctic. My friends walk a little too close to me, as if I might fall apart on the sidewalk. I keep going until we're inside. I can't fall apart until I'm alone. I try to head straight for my room, but I'm stopped by Stacy stepping in front of me. Her arms are crossed, her lips pursed. "Do you want to talk about what happened?" She wonders, tapping a finger impatiently at her elbow. I stare blankly at her. Do I look like I want to talk about it? Not really. I whisper. "Does it have to do with Mr. Drop your panties?" She presses, and I cringe when I realize it's Cherry talking about with ice in her voice. A part of me wants to snap at her for saying that. The other half wants to curl up in a ball. I bite my lip to keep it from trembling. 𝐻𝐸's mad at me. He hates me. I was an idiot to think it would work out. It's over now. I'm sure he'll never want to talk to me again. I explain in a small voice. I change the subject before I collapse. I look to my other friend sheepishly. I'm really sorry. Lavanda. You know, about the other night. I was angry and emotional. I lashed out and said things that were hurtful. I'm so sorry. I murmur. Miranda's eyebrows draw together in a look of sincerity as she nears me nervously. I'm the one who should be sorry. I started it, and I never should have said what I did. It was the best way to phrase it. I'm such an awful friend, she says, wrapping me up in her arms. I nestle into her, shaking my head. You were just trying to protect me. You're an awesome friend. Miranda pulls away, silently studying my face with a gentle look on her beautiful face. We were going to go to a party tonight, but let's watch a movie instead. Stacy calls from the TV, already sifting through the piles of VHS tapes. What she says lights up something inside me, a flame of rebellion. I roll my shoulders back. No, let's go to the party, I announce, owning to sets of confused eyes. But you hate parties. Like, Miranda says, looking to Stacy to back her up. Our erratic friend jumps up into the air, flying towards us with determination. Don't try and talk her out of it. This is our chance to get her to love parties. It'll be great. She grabs my wrist, tugging me towards her bedroom. Come on, 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐩𝐿 do your makeup. I shudder in nervous excitement. I have no idea what I'm getting myself into. And I kind of like it. 23 gonna groove tonight. Hendrix POV, my body buzzes like it's hooked up to an electric chair. I flop and jerk to the rap music, not really listening to the lyrics. I enjoy the sounds of the music I usually despise. Wait, why do I hate this music? I can't remember. My brain is all fuzzy, my body numb and sloppy. Drinking is fun. Why don't I do this more? This is amazing. I yell to no one in particular before bursting out in a fit of giggles as everyone around me dances. We're all in a pile of bodies that won't stop moving. It's like a sea of jellyfish. Smelly, silly jellyfish. I begin jumping up and down when the song changes to something more fast-paced. The lights continue to flicker on the limbs and heads swaying around the dance floor. When I lift my cup to dump the rest of my beer in my mouth, I find it empty and I whimper in disappointment. If I'm not drunk enough, Cedric will sneak into my mind. I look around desperately for my friends. Neither Stacy nor Ellie are anywhere in sight. It seems they've abandoned me. I shrug, because I really don't care, and I begin shoving my way through the mass of people. It's a hard journey for me being so short and so dizzy. I don't get mad or annoyed. In fact, I love it. My blood thrums and my ears ring in delight. My whole body is warm like I'm wrapped up in a big ol' hug. I smile brightly. It almost feels like when Cedric touches me. I stop abruptly in the middle of the crowd, nearly knocking some girl over. Stupid Cherry. Hey, watch it, she demands, evil in her eyes. But my mind is too occupied to allow her words entrance. I don't care. I'm too busy being sad about Cedric. He doesn't want me. I cringe at the reminder of gorgeous Savannah strutting out of his classroom like she owned the place. He has to prefer that gorgeous supermodel to plain little Hendrix. Sorrow seeps into my bones, and I shiver, suddenly feeling cold and oh so alone. I need more alcohol to warm me up. All I need is some more drinks to make this night perfect. When I finally find my way to the drinks, the song is winding down. I squeal when punch splatters me as I fill up my solo cup. I laugh and laugh as I down some delicious liquid. Whatever it is. I know there's a lot of alcohol in it by the strong bite. It burns my throat all the way down. Hey you. I glance up, not knowing who was calling out, or if they were talking to me. My gaze lands on the DJ. The tall, handsome DJ. He looks me up and down and grins. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 good looking in his button down and with those big headphones around his neck. He isn't as attractive as Cedric. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No one is attractive as my cherry. I shake my head back and forth, trying to dislodge that man from my mind. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐬. I don't need him. Yeah, DJ guy. The question seems to come out all jumbled, but he can somehow understand me. At least I think he does. Glancing at his computer, and then back up at me. What can I play to get you to sing? Little thing. He calls over, tilting his head at me and shooting me a wink. 𝐿𝐢 is flirting with me. I smile mischievously from ear to ear as my plan forms. This is what I've been waiting for. Here's my chance to have some real fun and forget all about Cedric. Walking over to the DJ feels like waltzing across a tightrope. I stumble and sway, but eventually make my way to his table where he types something on his keyboard. What's your name? He asks me, and I touch his arm and lean in closer. Hendrix. I inform him. His dark eyes widen in surprise, and he nods exuberantly. He picks up a wireless microphone and holds it up to his thin lips. That's a sick name. Love the accent, by the way. He tells me, and he presses a red button on the side of his microphone. It makes a noise on the speaker before his voice lets out. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet Hendrix. The echo of my name bounces around the room with applause. Everyone is cheering while they look at me. I laugh and my mouth drops open in shock. This is so cool. Hendrix is going to pick our next, so what'll it be? Princess. When I look back over at him, the microphone is pointed at me. I grab the thing from him. Sweet Home Alabama. I call into the microphone, my voice filling the room. The crowd goes wild, and I dance a little jig as they scream. Man, college parties are the best. How come I've never noticed until now? The music starts back up, and sure enough, DJ guy plays my fine request. I immediately start dancing and moving across the floor. As the words start, I automatically start singing into the microphone. Big wheels keep on turning, carry me home to see my kin. And a roar of the cheers keep me going. Everyone is singing right along with me, all the words slurred and jumbled. They're all watching me as I dance and sing and have the time of my life. I burst out the lyrics, feeling them connect me with my deep southern roots. The words come so easily. I've heard the song so many times through my childhood, they're ingrained in my soul. The chorus comes up and I belt it out as hard as I can. Sweet Home Alabama, where the skies are so blue. Sweet Home Alabama, in home and home to you. The sweet liquid spread through my system. My veins sting and my heart thumps loud in my chest. My whole being thrown is with the liquor I've downed. It keeps me going. The whole room sings the words in unison. All one big choir of drunk people. I sing to them while I look at their beautiful faces. Everyone is smiling. Everyone slicked in sweat. Their breaths and body heat mingling in the mosh pit. It's glorious. My high heels make me stumble, and I almost hit the floor. An arm wraps around my middle and holds me up. I giggle at the rush. Are you okay? My eyes wander up to Dylan. His face is red and shiny as he smirks down at me. His eyes lazy but bright in the dark room. Dylan. Wrapping my arms around his neck and laughing my head off. The sudden rock dies down and is replaced with another rap. Party song. My moment forgotten as the crowd goes back to the way it was before. I thought this was your thing, he says slyly, and I pretend to punch his shoulder. Only I meant to pretend to punch him. My knuckles sting, and I know I hit him harder than I meant. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I belch, leaning into his chest. He gives me a long hug before pulling away. But seriously, I thought you hated parties. What happened to the hipster Hendrix I know? I want to slap that expression off his face. I am not a hipster and you know it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I stumble on my feet, trying to gain my footing, and I like parties. Well, now I do. I shrug. Bursting into a fit of hiccup-filled laughter, Dylan shakes his head in amusement. Something else is hidden in his eyes. A chest filled with mysteries. How much have you had to drink? He wonders, and I lift my cup proudly, showcasing the spiked punch that sloshes with every jittery movement I make. Not nearly enough. And my face starts to hurt with how hard I'm smiling. The party goes on in full swing around us as Dylan leads me through the crowd. He has a strong arm around my middle section, steering me through an endless swarm of people. I trip when someone elbows me. My head goes back and forth as I gaze around at all the partygoers looking for my friends. Where are they? Don't they want to have fun with me? Everybody in the room bends together in a slosh of bright lights and shapes. It's just like looking through a kaleidoscope. I'm so confused. You want a beer? I nod my head exuberantly at Dylan's question that sounds far away. Maybe more alcohol will make me feel better. We're now in the small kitchen of the frat house. There is trash on every surface, and couple against the fridge making out like no one's watching. Dylan gets them to move so he can access the fridge. But they just find the next solid, vertical surface and go at it again. It just so happens to be the wall right next to me. As soon as he hands me the beer, I crack it open and guzzle it down. I'm thirsty and dehydrated, but this stuff doesn't really quench my thirst. And it's disgusting. It tastes like sewage. Nasty. Regardless of what it tastes like, I gulp and gulp anyway. The hard bite in my mouth is enough to distract me. Hey Dylan. Peter's streaking in the backyard again. You need to catch him. We don't need the cops showing up. Some buff guy calls out from right outside the back door, his head anxiously sticking into the house. His eyes don't leave my friend. Dylan's eyes, clearly exasperated. I snort and take another long swig of my disgusting beer. Who actually likes drinking this stuff? He looks at me and raises his eyebrows. I'll be right back. 𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐸𝐬 𝐷𝐼𝐸. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He asks and I nod my head vigorously, then stopping when the room starts to spin again. Okie dokie. I salute him, and he grimaces, patting my shoulder and walking away quickly, leaving me behind. I sip at my beer. My body is suddenly woozy. Hat's a funny word. Woozy. I say slowly before breaking out into a fit of giggles. The lip-locked couple break for air just to give me a look. I stick my tongue out at them. I lean against the countertops and stare at the pretty magnets on the fridge. There's a plethora of pictures from the football team, the lacrosse team, and even a snapshot of the marching band. Grinning, I skim my gaze across the pictures in admiration. It's nice to see so many cute guys. I laugh when they start to blur and turn to fuzzy blobs. Hi, little guys. You look funny. I point at the picture and giggle helplessly to myself. While I swig some more of my drink, I stumble a little bit. I finish off the can and have a sudden renewal of energy. I want to dance some more. Let's get this music going. Then it hits me. It's as if all of the liquid I've consumed tonight go right to my bladder at once. They demand release now. I frantically look around. I need a bathroom ASAP. Move. 𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐸𝐬 𝐷𝐼𝐸. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Bolting down the hallway and opening every door I pass, trying to look for a bathroom. I duck under a tray of shots the guy holds. 𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐸𝐬 𝐷𝐼𝐸. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. 𝐸𝐴𝐺𝐸𝐬 𝐷𝐼𝐸. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Look where you're going. He sounds pissed. Why is he pissed? This party is so fun. Maybe 𝐊𝐢𝐺𝐸 is just jealous that I'm flying through this place like a ninja. Wait, why am I being a ninja? Oh right. I have to pee like a racehorse. Wait, come back. To the thrall of people, the shot guy turns around and glares at me expectantly. He looks angry. Is he still mad? What do you want? And I say one word. Bathroom. Shot guy points upstairs with one finger, pursing his lips. I grab 2 shots from the platter and smile at him. I scuttle away and up the stairs. I take the steps 2 at a time while I down my shots. I am now a shot-taking ninja. A ninja that desperately needs a potty break. I breathe a sigh of relief when I get behind the door of the bathroom and lock it behind me. I quickly relieve myself and leave the shot glasses on the counter. I stare at myself in the mirror, my hands gripping the counter edge. The pretty makeup that Stacy applied is a little smudged, but still intact. I wipe at the smudges. They streak even more. Black splotches surround my eyes. They make me look like a raccoon. Remembering the up and downs 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐷 gave me, I frown at my reflection. She's a supermodel. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐸 𝐂𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐬𝐩𝐭𝐢𝐴𝐷𝐸 𝐂𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐬𝐷𝐸 Native American supermodel with flowing black hair and amazing cream-colored eyes. How can I compete with that? 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐸 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐸 I ask my reflection, stifling a laugh when I remember my mirrored image 𝐂𝐵𝐻𝐻𝐬. The vodka shots spread through me quickly. I can't. That's it. You'll have to call Cedric and tell him I give up. I'm a genius. I let out a large burp. It seems like a marvelous idea at the moment. I stumble out the door and into the hallway. It's dark and I stumble on the carpet. This is like a roller coaster. I can't wait to go downstairs and dance. But I have to take care of something first. I lean against the wall and slide down. Down. Down until my butt cheeks hit the floorboards. I stretch out my legs until they hit the banister to the stairs. Moaning, I bend forward and rip off my heels. They squeeze my toes. I want them gone. My hand fishes my phone from my bra and I stare at the screen. It reads 130 for 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷. Time flies when you're having fun. It takes me a minute to go through my contact. My brain is too fuzzy and jumbled to concentrate. I click Cedric's name without any preamble. There is no waiting. I'm going to let him have it. He needs to get out of my brain so I can have more fun. The phone rings on unknown. I start to grow impatient until he finally picks up. Hello, Hendrix. His thick voice is groggy 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷 sleep. I woke him up. I let myself bask in a little victory. I don't care that you have her. I slur into the speaker, trying to collect my flying thoughts. It's like grasping at little birds as they fly past my face. Where are you? Why do you sound like that? He demands. His voice is more alert now. Sleep drawing away. There's rustling on the other end. In trying to have fun. But you won't go away. You won't go out of my mind. Why do you want to torture me? I ramble. I rub at my throbbing forehead. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Hendrix. What's going on? Are you alright? I have a bunch of boys who like me. I could kiss one. I could have someone else. But I can't because of you. I let out a little sniffle and turn my head to rest on my shoulder. I love you. But you don't care about me. You like Savannah. She's so pretty TTYYY. And him not. There's nothing but silence on the other side. Baby, are you drunk? He sounds incredulous. Breathless. Cedric is never breathless. You don't love me. I'm gonna get over you and find someone new. Hell be so great. You wait and see. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐸 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐸 I mean for the words to sound like I'm a boss woman. But they come out all goggle why. Tears are filling my eyes too. I thought talking to him would be a good idea. But now I'm even more sad as I face the facts. There's a crash downstairs, followed by a stream of cheers. You're at a party, aren't you? A frat party. What's gotten into you? He demands. There's rustling on his end, and I shrug. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐸 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐸 And vodka. It hurt my throat. The beer was nasty too. I like the punch though. Punch is gooded. I explain. I play with the hem of my red dress and run a finger down my thigh. I'm so cold and sad. They don't have the heat on. I need more vodka. Make me warm like a blind 𝐊𝐲. I mumble in a sing-song voice. It reminds me of the voice my daddy used to use when I was a kid. Stay right where you are. I'm coming to get you. I'm already out the door. He sounds angry and harsh. I didn't like it when he gets that way. I like soft and gentle Cherry. Mean Cherry is no fun. He has to be joking. He won't come here. He has Savannah. Remember, even though a deep sadness grips me, I'm satisfied when I end the call. Don't, I say when I press the button to end the call. I stare at the screen a while longer. It's blank now. Completely black. Just like how I feel on the inside. Hey Hendrix, how do you get all the way up here? Dylan comes up the stairs. His hair is sweaty and plastered to his forehead. He wears a shiny grin of relief, and I smile at him. Yes, nice. Cedric is mean. I stand up and try to walk over to him, but I almost collapse when everything goes topsy-turvy. I'm not wearing heels and I'm still a mess. Dylan catches me with an arm around my back. Tight fingers digging into my flesh. Just a little potty break. Dylan, just a potty break. You're such a silly goose. I lilt, trying to shift Cedric out of my mind. My sweet Dylan stares at me. A slow smile spreads across his face. I feel his hand go down to my butt and squeeze it. I squeal and then start cackling like crazy. That was hilarious. You're 𝐸𝐸. I let out a tiny hiccup. Funny. Dylan. He nods his head absently before looking around warily, and then smiling down at me again. Let's go get some more drinks. It'll be fun. He whispers. Yay, I love fun. 20 for my baby Cedric. Professor 𝐊𝐲. You coming to party or what, bro? I shove past the useless vermin that's in my way. I end up pushing him a little too hard because he goes flying to the ground a few feet away. His beard sloshes in the grass. Whoa man, he calls after me. I ignore him. I have to get to Hendrix. Imagine my surprise when I go to bed after a long day of worrying about a fight only to be woken up hours later with her calling me while she was obviously very, very drunk. I curse myself again. Have I made her that upset that she turned to alcohol to console her? And of all the places to have her first drink, a frat party filled with horny human college boys. The worst possible scenario I could think of. Guilt eats me alive. This is all my fault. I have to get her safe and warm before something happens to her. Once I'm inside the house, the smells hit me. Beer, marijuana, sweat. They all swirl together like some disgusting cocktail of disaster. I want to rip the walls down until I find her. She has to be around her somewhere. I will find her. One deep inhale and I pick up her aroma. It's not hard to miss. Every atom in my body is tuned into her scent. I push through the crowd of young humans. I tower over each and every one of them by at least a heads. My movements are carefully measured as to not hurt, or even kill, any of them. As much as I want to find my mate and then burn this place to the ground, I can't risk accidentally killing someone, even though I wouldn't mind at this point. I'm killing mad. Most of the humans stare at me as I pass. They stop to watch me in fear, some even trembling. I don't know if it's because of my appearance physically, or the fact that I'm a professor crashing a party, but I don't care. I shoulder past a few more people until I come to the living room where most of the party is going on. Countless humans dance to the loud music, grinding and swaying. My mate is in that crowd. My arrival hushes some of the noise as the mortals stop and stare at me. They back away to make space. As soon as I'm in the room, I spot her amongst the group. Her little head is barely visible through the dancing herd. I shove through, desperate to reach her. I knock a few people over on my way. They go tumbling down, and I don't give them a second glance. I have one thing on my mind. Hendrix. Heads are turned. Eyes are widened when I plow through to get to my mate. When I reach her, she's looking up at me. Her beautiful brown eyes are clouded over with a glossy sheen, and are covered in filth. Black rings of makeup are smeared all around them. Her curly hair is a mess. She reeks of cheap alcohol, and it almost completely covers her natural scent. I growl and wrap my hand around her wrist, my fingers swallowing her arm. I pull her towards me and lean down closer to her. Her full lips part. What are you doing? Who brought you here? I ask with concern, knowing full well she didn't try her bike all the way here. She stares up at me in confusion, squinting her eyes, and then she tries to pull away. I barely feel the small attempt. Instead of letting her go, I get closer. Her repeat. Hendrix clucks her tongue at me before shaking her head. The scent of a familiar human male draws my attention back up. It's Dylan, the one from her band that I already hate. I hate him even more now. The pathetic boy holds 2 drinks in his hand. One is very clearly meant for my mate, and by his smell I know 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐵 almost completely sober. He knows that she's too drunk to function and is supplying her with more drinks. There is only one gnawing explanation in the back of my head, and I want to deny it. Because if it's true I am about to murder this kid here and now, it would only take a second. One move and 𝐊𝐲𝐵 be dead. It would be so easy. The burning sensation of her trying to claw its way out of my skin alarms me. I can't shift. Not here. Not now. I need to remain calm. I take a deep breath, letting the scent of my mate splay along my tongue and float down my throat. I'm here now. Hendrix is safe now that the situation is in my hands. Dylan takes a step back, fear clear in his eyes. I get closer to him. Everything in me wants to tear him to shreds. I grab his wrist, yanking him towards me, and I can feel that the bone in his arm is on the verge of snapping. The temptation to hurt him is all too strong. I have to remind myself that if I kill him, my relationship with Hendrix won't be easy. I could get sued, and she'd be caught up in all of it. You talk to her, look at her, even think about her ever again, and I will kill you. Do you understand? I ask calmly, my teeth clenched. The room is still booming with music and dancing. People are still staring, but it's not as bad anymore. Dylan nods. Terror makes his face paler than a sheet. I take a small whiff of a disgusting scent. Urine. I made the little human wet himself. That ought to do it. We're leaving, I say to my mate, and I bend down to lift her into my arms in one fell swoop. Hendrix clings to me. It's only now that I realize she's in a short dress. A very short dress. I let out an unhappy rumble. It's 25 outside. She's going to freeze. Not to mention the amount of skin it reveals. I doubt any male in the room missed the opportunity to lay at us an object instead of a living creature with a heart and soul. You better put me down. She struggles and tries to wiggle out of my grasp. I ignore her pleas and start for the door. I'm getting her out of here right now. I don't know who you are, but if you touch me inappropriately, my boyfriend will come after you. She mumbles. She's so drunk she doesn't even recognize me. Well, this just keeps getting better and better. I bump into the occasional person, but nothing major. Now that I have her, I'm not in a big rush. Many humans have gone quiet and watch me as I carry her away. This will most definitely stir up some gossip, but I don't seem to care enough to stop. Seriously, my boyfriend, he'll be mad. You don't want to mess with him, she grumbles. She fights my hold, but her struggle is useless. She's only a weak little human after all. I roll my eyes as we make our way out the door and down the lawn that's littered with countless red solo cups. And who is this boyfriend of yours? I ask out of curiosity. I regret the words as soon as they come out of my mouth. I can only hope that whatever she says doesn't upset me even more. He'll tell Cedric and he'll beat you up. She's scary and he'll do anything I say. Hendrix demands, her words slurring. I grin at that. She just called me her boyfriend, and now I'm grinning like an idiot. Anything you say? I assume this Cedric person means a lot to you. My eyes set on the Suburban across the street. My pace is quick. It's too cold out for her in the skimpy dress she wears. I press her more snugly against my chest. Hendrix has finally stopped fighting me. Her head rests slightly on my shoulder. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐵 the best. He is so handsome and sweet. But 𝐊𝐲𝐴 scary. 𝐿𝐲 big and tough and no one can touch him because 𝐿𝐲 so scary. Like the boogeyman, she mumbles. I slow as her words put a pit in my stomach. Does she really think that of me? I never smell few and 𝐿𝐲 around. I thought she was afraid of me. You're scared of him? I ask Hendrik gruffly. I can't help but feel weird at referring to myself in the third person. I'm waiting for her to say yes. I've known for a long time that I'm not the most approachable. Centuries of living have showed me how terrifying I am to those around me. I've never cared about that until now. I can feel her shake her head adamantly. He could never scare me. 𝐿𝐲 my cherry. I love him so much. She breathes. And then there's that. I never thought the first time I would hear my mate tell me she loved me would be when she was drunk off her ass. She already admitted it over the phone, but now hearing it in person is almost just as heart-wrenching. I love her more than anything. It's clear she feels the same way. I don't know what I did to deserve her love, but I will try every single day to be worthy of it. When we reach the Suburban, I unlock it and round the car. I slip Hendrix into the passenger seat with one arm. She slumps into the chair and giggles when I grab for the seat belt. I buckle her in, leaning back to look at her. Safety first. I look at her and that drunken smile she wears. It warms me up inside. I lean forward and kiss her on the forehead. Apparently my mate is like a child when she's drunk. Hendrix jumps when her phone starts ringing. The loud noise of the device startling her. She begins laughing again as she pulls it out. The screen says Miranda, her liken friend. Anger simmers inside me. Let me take that. Baby, you sit tight. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. I brush her hair away from her cheek with my knuckles. My other hand goes to swipe the phone out of her grasp. She lets me take it. Thankfully, she doesn't object in the slightest. Hendrix just nods her head with a little innocent grin on her face. Damn, she's adorable. I close the door tight after making sure none of her limbs are hanging out of the car. Then I walk over to the hood. I take a deep breath before answering the phone. Hendrix. Henny. Where are you? Where did you go? Her friend, Miranda, asks frantically. Her voice is shrill and demanding on the other end of the line. I wait silently for a few seconds before replying. The real question is where are you? I say slowly, making it clear that I'm pissed. Professor 𝐊𝐢, what are you doing with Hendrix's phone? Where is she? She questions. Her voice is filled with accusations and I growl low. How did she get to the party? Miranda. She's quiet for a while. I know the answer before she says anything. Well, we brought her. She was sad after you broke her heart. We thought she would want some fun. We left her there for a while to go outside. When we came back, she was just gone. Her explanation is all it takes to send me flying off the handle. How long did you leave her alone? Clearly enough for her to get blackout drunk and call me. I got to her just in time. Some guy was getting her more drinks. I can only imagine what he would have done with her. I yell each word. Once again, the urge to shift and destroy overcomes me. I know the one thing to cure that urge. I turn around to glance at Hendrix through the windshield to reassure myself. I find her leaning against the door of the car. She's blowing on the cool glass of the window and drawing hearts and smiley faces in the fog with her fingertip. I watch as she grins. My heart pangs again. It kills me to think what could have happened. She's so small and innocent and trusting, and powerless to stop anyone who wants to hurt her. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Hendrix got drunk. She doesn't drink. Miranda demands. But I can hear the fear and trembling in her otherwise stern voice. She most certainly did tonight. You left her unattended, and that could have cost her dearly. Why would you leave her? Exasperated, I start pacing in the snow. It crunches under my boot, echoing in the dark along with my labored breathing as I try to calm myself down. She doesn't like parties. She sits in the corner by herself, observing everything. We didn't think she would be in danger. Is she all right? Can I talk to her? I can tell she's being sincere, but it doesn't fix anything. Amanda and the other girl, the Asian werewolf girl with weird clothes, they care about Hendrix. They're a pack of swords, and that makes Amanda the alpha. It's her natural instinct to take care of her pack. Protect them. She hasn't done a good job of it. No, you can't. I'll return her later. I will take care of her tonight since you're apparently too busy. I hang up before she gets the chance to answer, and I shove the phone in my pocket. I won't be giving Hendrix the phone back until I'm sure she won't be making any more surprise calls. I slip into the car and turn the key, and the Suburban revs to life. The heat comes on full blast, and I curse myself for not starting the car earlier. Hendrix must have been freezing. You are right, baby. And when she looks over to me, recognition finally flares in her gaze. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐫𝐬, heartfelt thanks to your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The endearment rolls off her lips easily. I sigh and push the messy hair out of her face again. She finally recognizes me. Yes, you called. Remember? I ask gently. She nods and leans into my hand, my bare palm swallowing up her whole cheek. I become agitated when I see that a thick layer of makeup covering up her freckles. I wipe at it with my thumb until I can see them again. I love those little freckles splattered across her nose. Whoever covered them up did her an injustice. How did you find me? She wonders and I shrug, smiling at her. There's 2 frats on campus, and only one party happening tonight. I connected the dots. I tell her reverently. I can't seem to look away from her beautiful face. Despite the mess of makeup, she's gorgeous. Nothing can ever make her less appealing to me. Yeah, you're so smart, she mumbles, her syllables slurring together in a jumbled mess. She continues to watch me with a smile. Whose car is this? She asks very suddenly, looking around the vehicle in wonder. Savannah's. I answer, but I immediately regret it when her face falls. Hendrix still thinks my beta and I have something going on. That's what started this whole entire mess in the first place. Hendrix says insecurities are getting in the way. I have to put this to rest once and for all. I grab her chin in my hand when she tries to look away, when I carefully pull her face to look at me. Tears shimmer in her eyes. Goddess, I'm such an idiot. Nothing, and I mean nothing, is happening between Savannah and I other than friendship. We're just friends. I've known her for a very long time. She's like a sister to me. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝. Heartfelt thanks to your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I ask gently, in treading on very dangerous territory here. How long? She presses, biting her lip. It draws my attention to her mouth, and I want nothing more than to kiss her. A few 100 years, I explain nonchalantly, and she giggles despite her sour mood, thinking it's a joke. If only she knew how ancient I really am. I doubt she'd be laughing then. Let's get you to bed. What do you say? I ask quietly. The car is now filled with warm air from the heater. Hendrix just nods her head, pushing a heap of brown curls out of her face. I just love looking at her. I hope I won't crash with the distraction she poses just by sitting next to me. It's easier on the bike. I drive her back to my apartment, and she doesn't say a word for the majority of the trip, not even when we pass her apartment building. My lungs catch when I realize just how easy it would have been for someone to take advantage of her inebriation. She's uninhibited. She wouldn't have put up a fight if Dylan tried something. Gripping the steering wheel a little more firmly in my hands, I dare a glance in her direction and let her scent calm me. I know if Dylan were in front of me right now, it'd punch a hole through his smug face. I wish she'd been at the party. It was so fun. Hendrix tells me, her feet in the chair as she hugs her knees to her chest. Hendrix looks at me like I hold the world in my hands. And maybe I do. This tiny human teenager's my life now. I wish I was there too. Baby. Then I would have been able to monitor how much she was drinking. But I don't have that. If my mate came to me and told me she wanted to drink for the first time, I would have gladly been there to make sure it went smoothly and safely, preferably somewhere less loud and not filled with human boys. I got to pick a song, and the whole crowd was singing. It was one of my daddy's favorite songs because he grew up in Alabama. She explains, and I tense, knowing that her father is probably a sensitive subject. She never brings him up. She looks remarkably calm though, looking out the window at the passing street lights with the ghost of a smile on her face, despite Avernus offered to dig into Hendrix's past. I haven't let her. I want to know what Hendrix's dad did that makes him so hard for her to talk about. But I also want her to tell me in her own time. When we pull up to the apartment, I carefully pull my mate from the car. She nestles sweetly in my arms, humming a song as I carry her up the cement stairs. By the time I have the door open and set her down, she's already clinging to me. "No, Cherry, I want you to hold me," Hendrix insists. And I sigh, shaking my head before taking her to my bedroom. It's not that I don't want to hold her, or that it's physically difficult, but she needs to get some rest. As do I. If I'm not asleep in the next few minutes, I might hunt down Dylan. Tonight has been a long night already, and I'm hoping she won't fight me. Despite her pleading, I put Hendrix down and go to my dresser to get her one of my shirts to sleep in. When I hand it to her, she immediately starts unzipping her tiny red dress, and my eyes go wide with panic. She instantly slips the dress down. I can't look away for a few seconds as she exposes her body. All she has on is a matching set of lacy underwear. I clear my throat, looking around the room frantically to try to shift my focus on literally anything else. Once she's dressed, I can't look away. She looks so little and tempting in my shirt. It's longer on her than the dress she was wearing. Hendrix walks over to me and wraps her arms around my waist. She sighs as she leans her head against my chest, and I gladly embrace her. She's too short for me to rest my chin on her head, but I hold her to me tightly. I don't know what I would have done if something happened to her. She's everything to me. After only a month and a half, she's become all I think about, all I want. I run a hand down her head and cup her neck as I pin her to me to calm her some more. She hasn't let go, and we've been standing here for over 10 minutes. Oh, I hear a little whisper of dread before Hendrix lets go of me and runs away in one swift motion. I follow her quickly, panic filling me. Thankfully, she finds the bathroom her first try. Hendrix dives for the toilet and he's into the white basin. The sound of her retching breaks my heart. I flick on the hallway light, kneeling beside her and pulling her mass of curls away from her face so they don't get soaked. I automatically rub her back in circles, shaking my head at the vast amount of vomiting she goes through. This night has done a number on her. She's a bit of a mess right now. I blame myself. She pulls up slowly, gripping the toilet so tightly her knuckles are as white as the tiles surrounding us. She gives me a guilty look, her dark eyes steeped in sorrow. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬 𝐷𝐿𝐻𝐸 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐭𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐿𝐻𝐸 Hendrix murmurs, and I shake my head and wipe at the corner of her mouth. No, don't be sorry. I'm going to take care of you, baby. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐿𝐻𝐸 𝐷𝐿𝐻𝐸 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐬𝐻𝐸. She nods, sniffling and rubbing tiredly at her eyes. Let's get you to bed. I carry her away, hoping that the guilt inside me will somehow ease. It doesn't. 25 behind the wheel, Hendrix POV and pulled out of the darkness with a thump. A big thump that won't go away. It consistently wages war with me in my head. What is going on? What's doing that? When I try to sit up, a groan splits the air. It was involuntary. I can't help it. I feel like I've been hit by a truck. Staring around the room, my heart sinks in my chest. I don't know where I am. The dark walls, the curtained windows, I'm sick to my stomach, and terrified. I take a deep breath to try and calm myself down. Try and think. An unfamiliar scent greets me. Just when I'm about to call out for him, He walks right through the door. "You're finally awake. I thought you might be dead," Cedric says, a bit gruffly, putting a bottle of Advil and a glass of water on the nightstand. Relieved him in his place instead of some random stranger. It's still unsettling to wake up somewhere and have no idea how I got here. As I try to recall how I ended up in this bed, my head splits and I hiss in pain, clutching my skull. It hurts so bad. Mistakes have been made. That's one thing I know for sure. Jerry is there in a second, sitting on the bed and pulling me into his lap. A chest so warm and cozy, like a big teddy bear. I snuggle into him without a second thought. My cheek brushes his stubble-covered jaw. His face is always covered in dark hairs. Last night was a fiasco. He grumbles, grabbing the bottle of Advil and dumping a few pills in his hand, forcing me to take them. After I swallow the pills, I sip on the water in thought. I don't know how I ended up here. That freaks me out. I got drunk and somehow ended up staying at Cedric's apartment overnight. The story that led me here can't be good. I need someone to fill in the missing spots. Speaking of, what exactly happened last night? I ask reluctantly, kind of afraid to find out. It's all a big blob of moments, and fuzzy scenes of drinking and dancing like an animal. I definitely shouldn't have gone to that party. And yet, I was feeling sad, and I can't exactly go back in time. I remember when I had my first drink, and it was nothing short of awful. My mother's words came to mind when I held that shot in my hand, and then I drowned my sorrows. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐧𝐼𝐻𝐸 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐸 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But only for so long. The morning after is definitely not worth it, or waking up with no memory. That's definitely a con as well. Which the last thing you remember? Cedric presses, and I shrug, racking my throbbing brain. I know I'm supposed to be mad at him, but not anymore. I never really was. I just thought 𝐊𝐲𝐷 want nothing to do with me. I guess I was wrong. I think I sang Sweet Home Alabama in front of everyone. I admit in embarrassment. I would never do something like that sober unless someone held me at gunpoint. My stomach turns over. What else did I do last night? Sherry smiles a small smile. Yeah, you told me about that on the way here. He admits, you called me while you were at the party, going off on me like a mad woman. I came and got you. I literally carried you out against your will. You didn't recognize me. I blush, heat climbing my neck. How embarrassing. What else? I choke out. Hearing about my intoxicated escapades is like watching a car wreck. I want to look away, but I can't. Cedric crunches his black eyebrows in though, holding me snugly in his lap. I took you back here, got you cleaned up, and put you to bed. He explains casually as he strokes my hair. I notice him in an oversized t-shirt, his unassuming, and all my makeup is gone. He took care of me in my time of need. He washed my face free of the cake of makeup that must be looked like a mess. Put me in his big clothes and comfy bed. Not to mention the Advil. I wrap my arms tightly around him. My cherry is everything to me. 𝐊𝐲𝐸𝐵, so kind and gentle. So perfect. Words can't describe how I feel about him. Like gravity, he grounds me. Thank you, I whisper, holding tight like he might drift away. My head going up and down on his chest as his lungs contract. You're welcome. I just don't want you doing that again. Baby, you scared me to death. I cringe when he reminds me of our fight that was really a fight. I still hold some guilt over all that happened, and this just adds to it. I feel like I'm going into debt with all the favors 𝐊𝐲𝐸 is doing for me. About all of it, especially leaving without telling you. I explain, shaking my head profusely at how stupid I am. How silly I must seem to him. 𝐊𝐲𝐸 in his 30s. He has life figured out, and I'm just a kid fighting reality. 𝐊𝐲𝐸's way too mature for me. Cedric pulls me back a little bit so he can see me. I just wish you'd consider my sanity. He presses his lips together. We were both at fault. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. I was just crazy when I couldn't contact you. Your insecurities didn't help. I wish you could see that you're the only one I want. I let what he says sink in. I agree with him one. I also have new insights to share with him on the topic. I look into his ruby red eyes and grin. After what you did for me last night, I have no more insecurities. Actions speak louder than words. I murmur, leaning in and giving him a kiss full of passion. A thank you kiss. He reciprocates, his strong lips sliding against mine with heated breaths, in gripping the front of his shirt, twisting the collar in my fists. His tongue slides into my mouth, and I moan. I get closer. I have to be closer. I start to get antsy. I want more. My life depends on it. My impatience grows with every second of contact. I know he can tell, because he pulls away. Typical cherry. Every time I think, well, take it to the next base, he draws back. I wonder when we can go to the next level. Or if he will. Maybe he doesn't want to have sex with me. Isn't that ridiculous? Why would he want to be together and not want to sleep with me? Am I not attractive enough? Do you not want me that way? I ask quietly, a little disappointed. My voice is barely a whisper. His eyes widen at my bold question. Of course I do. Baby, believe me, I want you too much. It's a constant struggle not to give in. He admits earnestly, his voice all raspy and sexy. He tucks a stray piece of hair away from my cheek. His lips are swollen and glistening from our kisses. Then why don't you? Cedric chuckles at my question. He can tell how frustrated I am, and 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐵 drawing amusement from it. I hardly thought you would be the one trying to persuade me into having sex. He muses, staring at my face like I'm the most beautiful girl in the world. I bite my lip, trying not to laugh. That makes two of us. I reply, still a little peeved, but in good humor. It will happen. Eventually. Believe me. He'll make sure of that. He assures me, flashing me a small smile as he cups my face in his hands. I want to take this slow. There are a few reasons why I'd rather wait. But I mainly want you to be sure that you're ready. I nod. To my agent 𝐷𝐸𝐿 𝐊𝐸𝐿. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't want to interrogate him on his reasons to wait, because I kind of get it. I've always wanted to wait to lose my virginity to someone I love. In high school I didn't date much. I was too busy working to hang out with many boys. If I didn't have to pay for my mother's treatment, maybe things would have been different. Just to let you know, I've never done it before. I inform him. I hope and pray it won't get a negative reaction. I'm not surprised. Not that you aren't beautiful, but you are only 18. He reminds me of my young age, and I cringe. Of course he would remember that one little fact. At least he doesn't seem fazed that I'll be taking the virginity of a teenager. I guess that's a plus. Yeah. I get it. I'm a fetus compared to you. You're just a bitter old man. And Cedric pretends to be appalled. His mouth drops open, and his hands grab my wrists. Old man, huh? He questions me, and I giggle when he starts to tickle me. I try to shove him away, but 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐵 too heavy, too strong. When it comes to physical strength, I have no chance against him. He rolls me underneath him, pinning me to the mattress and attacking me with neck kisses. I can't stop laughing. It takes control of my whole body. Everything feels right in this moment. No one can hurt me here. No one can take away my joy. Eventually, we make it out of bed. My headache is still going strong, but it's slowly easing. I'm thankful for that. Not to mention, I have a high pain tolerance. It comes with the territory when you grow up the way I did. I jump in the shower, almost slipping in my haste. I'm way too excited to wash last night's stink off of me. I take my time, and it ends up being a long shower. The hot water steams up around me. I grab a bottle of body wash, and I scrub myself clean. It's guy's body wash, but I don't care. It smells like Cedric, and that's all that matters. It smells like safety. I end up wearing another one of Cedric's shirts as a dress with his leather jacket over top. The whole outfit is kind of cute, and a little bit ridiculous. It's so oversized that only my calves are showing. Unfortunately, I lost the shoes I was wearing. The stilettos are doubtlessly still sitting in the frat house somewhere, waiting to be tripped on. I don't feel bad though. I'm sure that house is still a wreck even now. So I call on a pair of wool socks that Cherry lends me. He insists on carrying me out to the car. I cling to him, the cold not so uncomfortable with his warmth. The mounds of snow look pretty daunting though. He puts me in the front seat, and I see the Suburban is already on. The heat is full blast. He must be done that while I was in the shower. I guess he knows how sensitive I am to cold weather. I cut myself a nice one. When he drives off, I sigh in contentment. I'm so glad our fight is over. It was our first disagreement, and hopefully our last. I hate him being mad at me. I hate people being mad at me at all, but especially him. I want him to be happy. I want to please him. Seeing him upset hurts me. So where are we going? I wonder, hoping and praying he doesn't drop me off at my apartment. Cedric already gave my phone back to me, and it was blown up with text messages and unanswered phone calls. Amanda is worried about me after last night. Cedric is not happy with her. That's the light way of saying he basically hates her. I'm not surprised. I find it kind of crappy that her and Stacy left me at that party alone. I know Cedric didn't go into details, because he doesn't want to put a strain on the relationship I have with my friends, but I can tell it was pretty. It's a good thing I called him. He saved me from a catastrophe. I'm going to buy you some shoes. I find it an odd statement, but I isn't till I look down at my sock-covered feet. Yeah, maybe shoes of my own are a good idea. I guess it's better than trying to borrow a pair of his size for teen shoes. I want to insist on paying for them myself, but I know better. He won't ever let me pay him back. I cheers to chivalrous for that. You okay? Is it warm enough? He wonders, messing with the vents until Fat aimed at me. I roll my eyes playfully. He always acts like I'm a delicate little flower. I'm fine, thank you. And he nods. That you are. I blush when he says that. I didn't mean it that way. And he knows it. He just loves complimenting me to watch me turn red. We pull into the parking lot of Target. It's the only place to buy shoes within 10 miles. Our little college town isn't exactly hop-in. I pick out a pair of brown snow boots that go up to my ankles, and they go surprisingly well with my outfit. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks to your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We go on our merry way. I don't miss the fact that Cedric holds my hand the entire time we walk up and down the aisles. Callus' covered hand is warm in my own. Life doesn't seem like it can get any better than this. And yet, it does. Cedric drives me around until we end up at the movie theater somehow. He doesn't explain. He just leads me in while I grin like a gay kid. He buys me candy and popcorn, even an issy. I don't take it for granted. Growing up, I never got to do stuff like this. I never went to the movies growing up. I've only been to times in my whole life, and this makes it 3. I thank him profusely, but he keeps shrugging it off, assuring me that he is happy to spoil me. I blush at that. Of course he likes to spoil me. She is sent from heaven above. I've decided to stop fighting him on buying me things. I actually enjoy it. Also, I notice that nearly every time we pass another girl, their eyes wander to him. They can't look away. Their eyes glow with appreciation, and then resentment when they see us holding hands. I want to punch every single one of them in their pretty faces. I think Cedric picks up on my possessiveness since he has a smug smirk on his face. I would be annoyed if he was so beautiful. He lets go of my hand, putting an arm over my shoulders. I'm so little compared to him. Even a small fraction of his arm weight on me is a lot. We sit through the film silently, the armrest between us propped out of the way so we can cuddle. I hug my knees to my chest, happily enjoying my snacks. Once in finished eating, I get another snack. Cherry starts kissing me. No wonder her wanted to sit in the very back row. 𝐊𝐲𝐳, cheeky. I hope we aren't too obvious, but him too caught up in it to really make an effort to be subtle. When he pulls me into his lap, I feel complete. Try as I might have to keep it from happening. I've fallen in love with him. I just didn't know it would feel this good. I never imagined that my mentor was an ancient king. In an ordinary bar, his true identity was revealed, and it shocked me to the core. 26 I hear her play in the drums Cedric POV I don't belong here. That's what's running through my mind at the moment. Even Savannah said that this was ridiculous. She was right. Cups and I don't mix. I've stopped coming to places like these decades ago. It's just a place for people to drink and hook up. There's no pretenses. No expectations. It's not my scene. That is, my beta told me to have fun. She knew why I came here in the first place. Hendrix invited me here. I couldn't exactly say no. Any way I can see her, I'll take it. She's the only reason I'm still in the state in the first place. The rogue search isn't exactly going well. There's no sign of them anywhere. No trace of RYK. Or the Red Alpha. Truth be told, I don't think they're here. I never did. Part of me doubts they even came through here. Savinus, the one who has been in constant contact with the guard, informing them of our unsuccessful mission thus far. I don't have the patience to talk to a council member of the guard. They're too busy being on their high horse to actually care about the minor details. And it's not as if we have many big dilemmas as to provide for them. Then there's the fact that they're terrified of me. Then again, who's not? They'll tell you who's not. My baby, Hendrix, is perfect. It's not an opinion. It's a simple fact. If it weren't for her, I'd have left Virginia within a few days of finding nothing. It's been almost a whole week since I found her blackout drunk. And in that time I've watched her more carefully. Especially in class when she's around Dylan. She may be naive and gentle, but she's not dumb. Grading her work is enough to assure me of that. She notices his sudden aloof tendencies. He won't sit next to her in class. In fact, he tries to get as far away as possible. 𝐿𝐲𝐬's always shooting nervous eyes at me. Hendrix, the sweetheart she is, tried to find out what was wrong. Thankfully, she's dropped it after a while. Still suspicious. Again, she's smart. I'm sure she put two and together about that night. The little bug that is Dylan her skittish boy. I couldn't be more pleased. Our usual tutoring sessions have gone splendidly. We've somehow found at least a bit of time to actually talk about the subject instead of locking lips. She turned in her paper on time with remarkable grace and eloquence. It was the best paper in the class. No bias involved. Well, maybe a little bias. She did write it about my favorite book after all. I tried to take her out in celebration, but she refused. She invited me to her band gig tonight. I don't exactly enjoy the idea of her being in a bar, surrounded by alcohol. Images of that night flood my mind and I smile, but also went. Hendrix was adorable, and I didn't mind taking care of her, but the events leading up to it are still too raw. I can't have a repeat of that. I can't take it. My patience used to be something of legends. It was what I was known for. That patience doesn't apply where Hendrix is involved. Speaking of impatience, where's my mate? I growl low in my throat as I check my watch. The bartender backing away in the corner of my vision. Humans aren't accustomed to growling. It's a sign for them to keep away. It's also quite useful, almost as much as my face. There's still 10 minutes until Hendrix is up on the stage, sitting behind a drum set. She was very enthusiastic about me coming and watching her performance. I know she's talented, even though she won't admit it. She's too modest for her own good. I sip at the amber whiskey, the ice clinking against the glass as the liquid soars down my throat. I've drank so much in my time that it doesn't burn at all, and my age and strength leave me completely resistant to alcohol. I can't get drunk, even if I tried. And yet, I continue drink. I still enjoy it. Something I don't enjoy is the scent that comes up behind me. She thought she was being stealthy, slinking around. I knew she was here the moment she walked through the front door. "Miranda." I acknowledge her curtly. I hear a small gasp as I take another bored sip from my drink. "Why don't you take a seat?" The young 𝐊𝐢𝐬 scoffs. "I came here to tell you off. You do not get to ask me to sit down," she demands, standing beside me with a glare. I lean against the wooden countertop on my forearm, lifting a finger off my glass to point at her. "Watch it." The 2 words are enough to make her falter. Miranda knows that I'm dominant. She can feel it in her very core. I can take her down here and now. I can influence her decisions with a command. She shifts uncomfortably on her feet. "It's obvious that you're ancient. Are you? I mean, you couldn't be. To my 𝐊𝐸𝐬𝐧𝐼𝐸𝐬, 𝐊𝐸𝐬𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." And she sobers immediately. Maybe I shouldn't have told her. "This always happens. The king," she whispers. I roll my eyes and stare back down at my whiskey. I haven't been king in a very long time. She must know that. I helped create the Guard when I came to America years ago. I found the ship 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸 tribe in Montana. The Slate Penumbra pack. They became my pack. My family. It all started when a fairy killed the chief. Chief 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐧𝐼𝐸, Savannah's father. Back when she went by her crow name. It was a battle I was involved in. I had a mind to help them defend their land from the intruders. And their chief was murdered in the fight. Like so many others. I couldn't abandon them after that. They looked to Savannah to save them, crowning her as chiefess. The only problem was that she didn't want it. She somehow convinced me to stay and become alpha. It was something I didn't want either. As a white man from across the ocean, I didn't think that I was qualified to lead them. But their dead chief trusted me, and his daughter fought tooth and nail against taking up leadership, and I couldn't exactly leave them without help. I didn't think it would last this long. I thought Savannah would want to become alpha by now, but just happy to stay as my beta. Before that, I had wanted to drop my title as king entirely, but it confirmed it for me. It gave me a hell of an excuse. As soon as the Guard was formed, I retired from ruling shifters and became the alpha of my pack. The pack that is still left unprotected while I secure my mate at my side. Not that a pack of 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬s needs protecting, but my leadership is helpful. Don't call me that. I grumble, staring at the clock and willing it to move a little faster. She slides into a bar stool 1 seat down from me. The bartender asks if she wants a drink. She declines. I shake my head. "What? Got all the drinking out of your system at a party?" I wonder out loud. She doesn't appear amused by the question. Her face starts to turn red, and I can smell the fury that she barely keeps held at bay. I eye her. Good. She better keep that shit locked up. If she even tries to argue, I'll punch her in the throat. Try explaining that to Hendrix. I tell myself, better not risk the conversation. That was a mistake. Bringing her there. You mean leading her there? I correct, shaking my head once, my jaw clenching in irritation. Some friends you are. A defenseless human in the middle of a frat party. What could possibly go wrong? I can tell what I said bothers her. Miranda bites the corner of her lips anxiously. Sorrow spilling off of her. I can't keep up with all of these emotions she has. I guess she doesn't want to hear the truth. I didn't know she would drink anything. She's very sensible. And smart. And naive. I add. I love Hendrix more than anything. But she's innocent. She doesn't think the worst of people. She doesn't know what others are capable of. The 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬 female size. Nodding her head. Yes, she's very naive. You would think that with everything she's been through she wouldn't be. I don't press her for more. I don't want to hear anything about Hendrix's struggles unless they come from my mate herself. I want you to stay away from her. Miranda supplies, changing the subject drastically. Her walls have come up. She's more serious and closed off now. I know, and I don't blame you. I reply. To her shock, she can't believe I said that. I shrug my shoulders. Knew. Powerful. Intimidating. I'm not trying to brag. I just know how others view me. Why would you like me hanging out with your little human pet? Miranda presses her lips together, leaning forward. She's not a pet. She seethes through her teeth. I know that, but I'm just not convinced that you do. You sure do treat her like one. I'm not surprised when she gets all defensive. I'm glad she doesn't have a mind to raise her voice at me. No unwanted attention is necessary. I sit back and watch the frustration build and bubble at her. Maybe we do get a few glances. You're a piece of scum. Not only do you toy with Hendrix, you disrespect your mate. You can't wait for her. Why can't you respect Hendrix's ignorance in all of this? She presses a hand to her flustered face. She has trust issues. I don't know if you noticed. Her biggest fear is her loved ones leaving her. Any sign of abandonment. And she shuts down. What is she gonna do when you drop her? The only sounds that fill the beer-scented air are people laughing, and pool balls cracking off of one another. I let Miranda calm down after her rant, allowing her to get comfortable. I try to let the insults roll off of me. It's hard to do. What you don't understand is that Hendrix and my mate are one in the same. I inform her, letting myself sound condescending even though what I just told her is basically a bomb being dropped. She adamantly shakes her head in denial. That's not possible, Miranda demands. Her eyes are wide, her heart thundering loudly in her chest. Sounds like you're trying to convince yourself rather than me. I muse, actually enjoying the interaction a little bit. This is just helping the time pass until I can see my baby show off her skills. I can hardly wait to watch her face light up when she sees me. It's what I live for. But hell, shifters can't have human mates. I know. And she keeps on yammering. And they can't have. Helps. The word comes out broken. I glare at the ice cubes in my whiskey, like fair to blame for my predicament. Hendrix has always wanted kids. Well, she won't admit it, but I can see it. The information is like a stab to the heart. I would know. Not that it was Silver that was the culprit. Obviously I wouldn't be here if that were the case. But the Irish humans got creative way back when. I recall copper forks being a trend at some point. It would be easy enough to avoid them entirely, but I used to find amusement in their murder plots. I wish I could give Hendrix children. It would be a miracle if such a thing were possible. But it's not. Who knows what could be in our future? Adoption isn't out of the question. The CPO, the Creature Protection Organization, adopts out supernatural children in need of a good home. The idea of seeing my mate care for a child warms my cold heart. Well, as you can see, it's kind of hard for me to stay away from Hendrix. I would appreciate it if you would stop trying to keep us apart. I explain, my dwindling patience running thin as the clock hits 900. Before Miranda can open her mouth, a human male rushes out on stage and introduces the band as the Magenta Mushrooms. What an odd name. It's soon forgotten now. When the bar goes cheer, the rest of the band comes out. My eyes are only focused on my baby as she slips behind the drum set and picks up a pair of wooden drumsticks. The music starts. The lights go dim, and I fill with pride at the talented girl who's won my heart. Hendrix can't breathe again. I'm aware of the way she reacts to me, and she won't hold back. I have her pinned to the brick wall behind the bar. I kiss her neck, just below her ear, sucking the skin. She pants, trying to catch her breath. I can't stop myself from enjoying her. She's too sweet. If only she knew that I'm a lichen. I could mark her. I could make her mine and then we could do anything we wanted. I wouldn't have to explain why we can't have sex. It's tempting, too tempting. I pull away for a moment, letting Hendrix rest. I won't take this too far, and I won't invert my mate either. She needs oxygen. She licks her plush lips, eyeing me with hunger. She has half my size and she looks like she wants to pounce. It's adorable. Did I do good? And in perplexed at that question, how can she not think she's a good kisser? She smiles ruefully, giggling while her hands hold my face delicately. Her fingers are small and warm against my stubble-covered cheeks. Drumming. I meant, did I do a good job drumming? She clarifies. And it makes a lot more sense. I haven't exactly seen a lot of rock drummers in my time, but 𝐿𝐲𝐻𝐸's the best. The way she held the beat, making sure everyone else in the band was on track, on the right tempo. It was beautiful. She was lit up with joy the whole time. Unabashed, gleeful joy. Like the way she makes me feel. No, you did amazing. Like I knew you would. I leaned down and captured her mouth once more. Earning a moan from her throat, I slipped my tongue past her lips, brushing her top row of teeth, and flashing with her own tongue, up and down, left and right. I can't stop my head from spinning with delight. This must be heaven. Eventually we separate again, and Hendrix bites her lip. If that's the reward I get for showing you my drum skills, I should have invited you sooner. She teases, and I chuckle. Yeah, you should have. Why haven't you? And she gets shy suddenly, shrugging. She knows why. She just doesn't want to talk about it. Stacy and Miranda want to come to every show, and they don't really like you. Hendrix looks anywhere but my face, her fingers anxiously gripping my shoulders. Not that I've said anything bad about you, or that they even know anything about you. I don't really know why they don't like you. I've been a bit pissed at them lately though. They just left me in that frat house. Do you know how many embarrassing things I could have done? There are much worse things that could have happened to her, but I don't correct her. She blows out a frustrated breath. So, I thought, why not? Why should I care what they think? You're my boyfriend, so they should just deal with it, she exclaims, looking annoyed. I love when she gets that determined look. A little dimple appears in her left cheek. It dawns on me that she called me her boyfriend for the second time. This time is different, because she's sober. I'm smiling mischievously now. Boyfriend, huh? I pretend to be surprised. Always playing with her. She flushes, looking a little unsure. She plays with my leather jacket, one of many in my collection. I've already lent her two, and I'm not sure when I'm getting them back, or if I'm getting them back. Yeah, I sort of thought. You know, we've been seeing each other for some time, and gone out plenty of times. She shrugs, feigning nonchalance. Why do you not want to be my boyfriend? I can't think of anyone else I want more in this whole damn world. I reply happily, and then I wince. I should not be cursing in front of a lady, let alone my mate. My mother would have my head for that, if she was still alive. Bless her soul. Hendrix grins brightly, and then sags in despair. I wonder what's wrong when I figure it out on my own. She doesn't want to go anywhere. She's dreading leaving as much as I am. I know we have to stop this eventually and go home, but I don't want it to end. Can I come home with you? Her voice small and unsure. My mind goes blank. She wants to come home with me, not to do anything, but I just know we'll sleep better in your arms. I brush her swollen lips with my thumb. Then how can I argue? 27 Little Valentine Hendrix POV. Cedric's hands are so warm on my hips, and I can't help but lean back into his chest a little bit. I haphazardly crack the eggs into the bowl, tossing the shells into the garbage disposal. I insisted on whipping up some brownies for him. A cheer's way to kind letting me stay here again. I need to make something for him. He didn't let me play some music on a speaker he has in living room. I chose to put on some Chet Baker, obviously trying to set a certain mood. It's romantic music after all. Maybe tonight 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐽. I knew you liked old music, but I didn't know you liked music this old. He sounds amused behind me, obviously watching what I'm doing from where he stands over my shoulder. I cheer so tall he can probably see every little move. I like a lot of music. Well, you don't like oldies. Whisking the wet ingredients together until they're bubbling and frothy, the egg yolk styling it a perfect gold color. I can feel Cedric chuckle behind me. His fingers tighten on my hips, and suddenly it's harder for me to concentrate on what I'm doing. Oh, I love oldies. They don't make music like they used to, he admits. and I laugh, adding the chocolate mixture into the bowl, and mixing. I busy myself with spraying down the pan with butter. I hope I don't make any mistakes. I can't stop thinking about his hands on me. They almost burn. That sounds like something you would say. Pouring my brownie batter into the pan. He lets go. I immediately miss the contact. Cedric shakes his head, casually leaning against the kitchen cabinets now. What's that supposed to mean? He wonders, and I hide my giggle while I pop the brownies into the hot oven. I don't answer him, and I can tell that drives him absolutely crazy. He grabs me by the waist, and I burst out into laughter. He pulls me towards him with a wicked grin, and I know could spend 1,000 years just like this. I just wish I had that much time. The song changes, and it's one of my favorites. I get along without you very well. Chet Baker's voice is so beautiful I can hardly keep myself from swaying a little bit. Despite the sad lyrics, it holds a romantic feeling. Cedric turns me around, putting his hands around my waist, resting his palms on my back. It makes me realize just how perfect the atmosphere is for slow dancing. The light in the kitchen is dim, the kitchen warm from the oven heat. Not to mention that the music is just right. I put my arms around him, resting my head on his chest and sighing. My feet are bare, the tips of toes brushing against his boots on the wooden floor. It's a picture-perfect moment just to ourselves. The music is soft and gentle, just like Cedric as he leads me across the floor. I feel like him in the 1940s and his little wife who cooks for him. And 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐧 just come home from a long day at work. It's a silly idea, but I kind of love it. I don't really want this moment to ever end. I realize that my dream is to have this every night for the rest of my life. There wouldn't be a complaint to be heard out of me for the rest of my existence. When the song draws to a close, we're still waltzing around. Finally Cedric stops, and I sigh. I have to remind myself I have all night to spend with him. Every little moment can't last forever. I just wish I could have millions of them. I've spent my whole life boyfriendless, and now I'm trying to catch up on what I've been missing. I hope I'll want to settle down eventually. I think about what my mom will say. She'll definitely have something to complain about. I think Cedric is perfect, but I know she'll feel differently. I flutter my eyes shut, sighing happily. I want to stay here every single night. Maybe one day I can. Once we no longer have to hide that we're together. There won't be anything holding us back. We can have our relationship out in the open. It's almost too good to be true when I think about it. Cedric holds me close to him, his whole body like a space heater. He pulls me up a little so I'm standing on his feet. I squirm, feeling like I'm probably too heavy to be doing that. He won't let me climb off though. Stop. I'm squishing your toes. I insist, annoyed and amused all rolled into one. Laughing at me. You're too tiny to hurt me, Cedric says, shaking his head with the most handsome little smile on his face. I reach up, brushing my fingers against the corner of his lips. Your smile is so perfect, I tell him softly, and before he can answer, I lay my cheek on his chest again. I can only imagine the timid look on his face. I grin at the thought. I can't get over the fantastic fuzziness that takes hold of me when I'm touching him. It's like magic. It's a strange, obsessive feeling that draws me towards him. I can't get enough of it. The only thing I can wish for is that I get to keep him now that I have him, because I do not know if he'll ever be able to let him go. Cedric, POV. Even after the credits roll on the movie, and the screen goes black, I still have my little human nestled into the crook of my arm. She's perfect, and oh so warm and soft. She sleeps soundly against me. Hendrix fell asleep halfway through the movie, and since that moment I didn't pay attention to a single thing on the television. She insisted on watching an animated Disney movie, and I agreed. She's the only one who could convince me to sit through an hour and a half of singing and dancing. I was regretting my decision, but as until she put on another one of my shirts and proceeded to snuggle into me like a kitten as we ate the brownies she made. She's stuck to me like glue, and I'm not complaining. I wouldn't have it any other way. As I hold her against me, I can hardly breathe. I love this girl more than anything. I've decided that every night I spend with her has become the best night of my life over again. I clench my jaw when I realize how many more we can have. As soon as my mark is on her, we have the rest of the time in the world. Fear trickles in. Just sitting with her now, I can feel how delicate she really is. My hand traces her arm, her shoulder, her tiny little fingers. The bones underneath our propose aura is life frail. I used to be amused at how weak and helpless humans are, and now I'm cursing it. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐸 fragile nature is my enemy. Though I love her softness, I am not a fan of her humanity. Why couldn't she be a lichen, a werewolf, a vampire? Shit, even a fairy. Anything but a breakable human. But then I look down at her, and those chocolate-colored curls spilled across my chest. I know I wouldn't change her for the world. I have to remember that her strengthless nature is something I have to get used to. Even after I mark her, she will remain a human for eternity. Goddess help me. I'm going to need some patience. Time passes all too quickly. I've been enjoying her on the couch, but I need my sleep as well. I know that as soon as we lay in bed, he'll fall asleep. The company of my mate is enough to make me sleep like a rock. In all my years, I haven't had any sleep as good as when 𝐶𝐻's in bed with me. I slowly ease up off the couch. It's a precarious thing not to wake her since was laying on me. I carefully position her body so she doesn't collapse onto the cushions where I once sat. She moans in her sleep, likely missing me even in her sleep. I smile down at her. Pulling her into my grasp is another risky stunt that I pull off. 𝐶𝐻's in my arms like a child. hendrix is facing me, her chest pressed against mine, her legs instinctually wrapping around my hips, her arms clinging to my neck. I carry her to my room, and I can feel her warm breath tickling my neck. I gulp. Now is not the time for arousal. As I go down the hallway, I flick off all the lights, leaving the apartment black. I walk slowly. I don't want to jar her too much. Pulling back the comforter, I lay her on the sheets tenderly. When her head hits the pillow, her eyelids flutter. I hold my breath, prepared for her to wake up. Her eyebrows furrow. But 𝐶𝐻's still asleep. It seems my mission was so impossible after all. I'm a little proud of myself. I don't waste any time. I turn off the bedside lamp, slipping into sweatpants and sliding in beside hendrix. My vision in the dark is a blessing. I can see everything. She makes a small, anxious sound, and feels around the bed until she finds me. It's adorable when she takes a deep breath as she snuggles into me like there's no place she'd rather be. To my agent extraordinaire, heartfelt thanks to our unfailing patience enthusiasm. She murmurs under her breath, still fast asleep. I clutch her to my side. I'm here, baby. The morning is a rush around, because I completely forgot that I had a morning class to teach. hendrix stands by while I hurry to shower and dress. I'm not surprised that I forgot. hendrix's presence does a lot to me, including distraction, and what a distraction she is, even when she insists on staying out of my way and being helpful this morning. The few times I pass the kitchen, I get a glimpse of her washing dishes from behind, humming Chet Baker while she cleans the mess from last night's dessert. Her hair is messy from sleep, her legs long and slim, curving when they reach her thighs. On top of that, she moves onto the living room, fluffing the pillows, and then she makes the bed. All under 10 minutes. It's insanity. She looks amused when I'm surprised. You better wife me up. To my agent extraordinaire, heartfelt thanks to your unfailing patience enthusiasm. Then you do get brownies in a clean house all the time. hendrix grins up at me, all innocence and flirtation. I never knew you could wife someone. I put two and two together that it's another term for marrying. I give her a full-hearted grin. As much as I would love to make you my little housewife right now, I need to get going. I inform her, and some of the light leaves her eyes, and that kills me inside. It's like we were playing house, seeing what it would really be like to live together. One day it'll be our everyday, but it can't work right now. as I grab 𝐿'Hendrix's hand, leading her out to my motorcycle. I picture her in Montana on pack grounds. I try to imagine her being Luna, running the show, taking care of the pack members, and just glowing. It fits her. She was made for that role. I'm missing piece I didn't know I needed. The pack could use another leader, one with more compassion and feminine knowledge. And, of course, we'll spend every waking moment together. I can hardly wait. The bike crumbles underneath me, and I wish more than anything I didn't have to leave when she leans back on me. I don't want to be teaching a college class, but it's important to maintain a cover. If anyone found out that I was here, then it would put more than one person in danger, and the only person I'm worried about is sitting right in front of me. In old. I have my enemies. Not a lot, but enough to worry me. If they find my weak spot, then I'm done for. I can't come back from that. Losing her would destroy me. Stopping at 𝐿'Hendrix's apartment complex is hard to do. The restraint that I have is impeccable. I could just take her away and never return her. That's always a feasible option. Instead, I chose the least appealing option. I guess this is where we part ways. She says as I help her off my motorcycle, and I grumble something not very gentlemanly under my breath. 𝐿'Hendrix laughs, but it's a sad laugh. Neither of us likes being separated. It's getting harder and harder. I'll see you soon, baby, I insist, and she grins, getting me a firm kiss. When she pulls away, I spot a figure walking behind her on the other side of the road. My mood sours at the sight. 𝐿'Hendrix follows my eyes, and I can smell her sudden anxiety. That's one of my professors. You don't think she saw us, do you? There's panic in her voice, but she tries to hide it. I glance at the woman she speaks of. I recognize her. It's the blonde woman who threw herself into my arms. In thankful 𝐿'Hendrix can't see 𝐊𝐲. The female is looking right at me as we speak. I hate that sly expression on her face. I should hide that in dropping my mate off, that she was riding with me. But I don't really care. She's already seen us. Why bother? I doubt it. She's too far away. I try to ease her worries, cupping her face in my hand and giving her a smile. We just stare into each other's eyes for a moment. Locked in. I have to go, I finally say, and she sighs, nodding reluctantly. 𝐿'Hendrix hands me the helmet and gives me a tight hug. I didn't think it would be this easy to become attached to someone. I love you, she admits in a whisper, like it's a secret. You complete me, I reply. Then I'm gone, leaving my heart on the sidewalk with her. 28 Your atmosphere 𝐿'Hendrix POV. I snuck out of my class half an hour when Cedric sent me a flirty text insisting me out on a date. As soon as I read it, I was completely giddy. I still am, even as I rush across campus on my bike, determined to dress in something cute. I'm a simple girl. I like to impress my man. What's so wrong with that? When I get to the apartment, no one's home. I thank my lucky stars. I don't have to explain where I'm going to my friends. I doubt they would be very happy. I would still end up going regardless of what they would say at the notion. I fly to my closet, scouring the shelves and hangers for the perfect dress. I have to remind myself that it's still cold outside. And it's only getting colder. Leggings are an essential. I throw on a pretty mustard orange dress that flows around my thighs. It's a little shorter than most of my skirts and dresses, but that's what I'm going for. Maybe tonight will finally be the night I seduce him. A grin curls on my face at the thought. Cherry thinks he can resist, but I'm much more charming than he knows. I apply some makeup, checking the clock to make sure I have enough time before he comes to pick me up. A little bit of eyeshadow and eyeliner never hurt nobody. I fluff my hair a little, trying to embrace the mass of waves and curls on my head. They're too long, too frizzy, but they're part of me, and Cherry assures time that they're beautiful. I smile at myself in the mirror. Excitement isses inside me, threatening to burn my insides. Every time I think of Cedric, butterflies fill my chest. I've been spending more time with him than Miranda and Stacy, but I don't feel guilty about it. They don't like Cedric. And that's plain to see. Maybe that's why they've been avoiding them. I don't like to hear about how much they hate him. He's everything to me. And if they can't support that, then they aren't good friends. They should just realize that I'm going to be with him regardless of what they say. I shoot my Andy a text to let her know I'm staying at his place again, and that he'll be with him all afternoon. Like a nagging parent. She's always keeping tabs on where I am. I feel like a teenager sneaking out. Oh wait, I am a teenager. Except she isn't minor. Spending time with Cherry makes me feel a lot older. More mature. He helps me forget myself. When I hear a car horn blare outside, I know 𝐊𝐲𝐬 is here. I do a little jump in anticipation. I grab my bag, taking the stairs 2 at a time. Black Suburban makes me grin. He keeps borrowing it from Savannah since it's cold. I know he loves his motorcycle. But he loves me more, even if he hasn't explicitly said so. I told him I loved him, and he said I complete him, which is basically the same thing as I love you too. Hearing the word love would mean a great deal to me. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I wonder if he will ever say it. I try not to let that get to me. When I tiptoe through the snow, and Cedric jumps out of the Suburban to hold me into his arms, it shows that he loves me. Love is more than words. Love is action. He shows me love by the things he does for me. Right. Hey there, I say breathlessly. And he smiles, kissing my cheek while he carries me bridal style through the inches of white fluff. I hate snow, but I love him. It evens things out. Hey B, he murmurs, and the words roll straight up my spine. I swing my legs. They're draped over his arms at the knee. When we're driving down the road, Cedric hands me a white wire connected to the middle console. I stare at the old cord in wonder. I twirl it in between my fingertips. What's this? I ask him cheekily, waving it in the air while he drives on. He glances at me, and then the cord. A triumphant look on his face. I bought it so you could play music while I drive. An auxiliary cord. Right. Cedric wonders, gesturing to it. You can plug it into your iPod thingy, yes. I know what an O cord is. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Also, how do you know that I brought my iPod? What if I don't have it? I question. He raises one eyebrow at me as if to tell me he knows me a little too well. I guiltily pull my iPod out of my purse, already planning what I'm going to play in my head. Cedric groans when the Christmas music comes on. I throw my hands up innocently. What? It's December. Am I not allowed to enjoy it? 𝐊𝐲𝐬 shaking his head the whole time I'm talking. It's December 1st. There's still 24 days until Christmas. He explains, putting on his blinker before he reaches an intersection. Yeah, well, I like it to feel like Christmas the whole month. You're supposed to celebrate all 25 days leading up to the actual day. Duh. Cherry just shakes his head again, but I see the amused look on his face. Sometimes I forget about his scars and his ruby-colored eyes. 𝐊𝐲𝐬 Cedric. 𝐊𝐲𝐬, not just his face. We keep driving for what feels like forever. I love road trips, but I didn't sign up for one. The snow-covered trees pass us by the dozens. They're so beautiful, despite my hatred for snow. Where are we going? Still staring out the window. Nothing looks familiar out here. We're getting further and further into the wilderness. I'm beginning to think you're taking me somewhere to murder me. Cedric laughs, continuing to drive on. He reaches a hand over and places it on my bare thigh. His thumb traces my skin. I've never been so happy in my whole life at this moment. I've always wanted a guy to do that. And here's my perfect guy. You'll see. We're almost there. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He reminds me, and I shake my head. 𝐊𝐲𝐬's always such a mystery. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever really know him fully. We're in the car for a while longer, but finally he pulls off the ramp and onto a dirt road. I wonder in the back of my head who on earth would think to clear the snow from this random little trail in the woods. This must be an important place that we're going. After a few bumpy minutes, Cedric stops and parks. I look around warily while he comes to my door and opens it. "Come on," holding out a hand for me to take. I gladly step out. The outside is cold in contrast to the warm car. The sun hidden behind mounds of snow clouds, spotting the sky. Cedric holds my hand, squeezing it in reassurance. He pulls me over to a particularly tall tree. His head is ripped up, staring at something. When I look up, I gasp. A treehouse. In the middle of the woods, Cherry grips the wooden ladder. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐻 𝐬𝐷𝐿. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And my jaw drops. He had this planned. What's up there anyway? I take a deep breath, hiking my purse up my shoulder and starting the adventurous climb up the tree. Cedric puts a steadying hand on my back, and as I ascend higher, it travels to my butt. I glance down at him, and 𝐊𝐲𝐳 smirking ruefully at me. He thinks 𝐊𝐲𝐳 so cheeky. I just laugh, pretending that it doesn't heat me up the way it does. Once I reach the top, I'm a bit apprehensive when I open the trapdoor underneath the structure. I'm pleasantly surprised at what I find. It's completely decked out. A fluffy blanket is laid out. A vintage picnic basket sitting open with all sorts of goodies. Fairy lights adorn the walls, and there's even a portable heater tucked in the corner. It's perfect. I sit down on the blanket. I'm in awe. I'm still looking around the treehouse with wide eyes. Cedric climbs in, shutting the door and securing it. His gaze is timid, almost embarrassed. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐻 𝐬𝐷𝐿. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This is amazing, I tell him, still shocked that he would do this for me. It doesn't seem like something a guy would even think of. Lowering himself down next to me. I didn't do it all by myself, as much as I hate to admit it. Savannah helped a little. He confesses, and I raise my eyebrows at him. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐻 𝐬𝐷𝐿. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She helped a lot. I didn't have a clue what to do. Well, I guess that makes more sense. It's much easier to see Savannah as his friend when she helped orchestrate our date. That's what friends do. Cedric pulls out a furnace, unscrewing the top. The smell of hot chocolate almost makes me drool. He pours me a cup, which I gladly take, sipping on the steaming beverage. It's so sugary and good. I can't get enough. Soon I find that there's much more sweetness to be had. He brought cinnamon rolls, and they're delicious. I didn't know you were such a good cook. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐻 𝐬𝐷𝐿. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Taking a generous bite, he shakes his head, leaning back with my hand in between both of his. If you count buying frozen cinnamon rolls and putting them in the oven cooking, then I guess I am, he replies, and I won't stop beaming up at him. I can't believe this is happening. I bend my body closer to his, my face right in front of his. Cedric, this is the nicest thing anyone has ever done for me. I can't even believe you would do something like this just for me. Thank you, I whisper, my voice the slightest bit husky, even to my own ears. It seems I'm constantly trying to seduce him. The corner of his lips lift, and he tucks a price of hair away from my face. I can't look away from his eyes. Oh, but I adore his perfect cherry eyes. Of course I want to do things like this for you. I love you, he says like it's obvious. That's the first time I've heard him say it, and it's already my favorite thing to hear. At least, someone does. I scratch the back of my neck. I've wanted to tell him about my daddy for some time. It's not something that's easy for me to talk about. Opening up about my past is difficult, but talking to Cedric is so easy. He takes my hand in his, our fingers intertwining. His eyes hold an invitation. I take a deep breath, I loved my daddy. He was everything to me. I thought he loved me too. But one day he just left. With another woman. I shake my head. I can't figure it out. My parents were going to get a divorce. I was supposed to choose who to go with. I would have picked him. I would love going with him in a heartbeat. Cedric is silent, but he squeezes my hand in reassurance. I lean against him. I try not to cry. 𝐿𝐤𝐷𝐞𝐫𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was right before Katrina. That hurricane was on its way when packed his things and disappeared. I watched him walk to his car in the pouring rain. Mama and I went to a shelter. And by the time the storm passed through, the house was destroyed. He didn't come back. He didn't call me. Didn't even send me a card on my birthday. Nothing. I'm getting choked up now. It still doesn't make any sense to me. How could he do that to us? A few months passed, and we had moved into a little trailer across town. I was home alone while Mama was at work, and the doorbell rang. I opened it up and found a couple of boxes. It was my daddy's record collection. I don't know how it got there, but I know he did it. It was the thing we shared. A love for music. I guess he wanted me to have a part of him. You know, he nods, his expression gentle and understanding as he pushes a curl out of my face. 𝐊𝐤𝐳 everything I ever needed. I feel like I've spent my whole life lost and confused, and it all made sense when I found Cedric. I'm kissing him now. It's a slow kiss, a short kiss. He tastes like chocolate, like love. I don't want to let go. I never want to stop kissing him. Eventually I need air again, so I pull away. Cedric's lips are swollen, his eyes shimmering with so much love I might cry. How did I get so lucky? 𝐿𝐤𝐷𝐞𝐫𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Lifting his cup of hot cocoa, I cling my mug against his, grinning. We sip our drinks, and kiss a whole lot more. There's no better place in the whole world than right here. When we finally get back to his apartment, in anything but tired, even though it's pitch black outside, and I've been awake for hours. Being with Cedric helps me stay awake. I don't want to miss a thing. It's been bad. The nights I don't stay with him. I work at the diner until 2 a.m. And the times I'm not with him. In study, my life is so full of things. I have no downtime. Whenever I'm not with him, I'm thinking about him. I'm not complaining though. I cut down my work schedule so I could be with Cedric more. I don't regret it. Not for a second. Even as I watch him do the simplest of tasks, like locking the front door after he closes it. I want to eat him up. Being in love is different than I thought it would be. I never knew it would be this all-encompassing. The man takes up my whole life. My mind. There's nothing I want other than his company. It's almost unhealthy to be this obsessed. It can't possibly be bad if it feels this good. Cedric sighs while he takes off his jacket. He stretches his long, muscular arms over his head. He looks at me with a completely sated smile on his ruggedly beautiful face. 𝐿𝐤𝐷𝐞𝐫𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He asks me, and I nod dumbly. He knows of my love for movies, but what he doesn't know is that the last thing on my mind is a movie. I have other plans in mind. It's only a matter of getting him on board. I can take my eyes off his body. Instead of the living room, we take the bedroom. The man has 2 TVs. I can hardly believe it. Growing up, we didn't even have a flat screen, let alone 2. I could get used to this. I prefer the bedroom to the living room. I couldn't be happier about it. It falls directly into my plans. We pick something to watch. I can't concentrate enough to care what the title is. It's trivial. All I can focus on is how good Cedric looks as he snuggles up next to me under the covers. I stare at the screen, hardly paying attention. I've basically thrown myself over his chest. My hand sprays across his pecs. He clears his throat. 𝐊𝐤𝐳 obviously trying hard to constrain it on the film. I didn't give him a hard time. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐬. It's all falling into place. The characters chat and the movie goes on. I don't know how long it's been droning on for, but it's starting to get annoying. Cedric's spine goes stiff when I lean over and clamp my lips firmly on his. He groans in a weak sign of protest, even though he kisses me back. His hot tongue swiftly delves into my welcoming mouth. I murmur nonsense under my breath as we move in sync. His body and my body react to each other perfectly. Every little brush of skin, every tiny movement, it all works together in harmony. We were made for each other. That's all I can think of as I slowly lift up his shirt with determined fingers. His lips arrest, and his body stops moving. Cedric ever so slowly takes my wrist in his grip, pulling it away while he takes long, calm breaths. "What are you doing, baby?" he questions, staring deep into my eyes. His jaw is clenched, those lips pursed. 𝐻𝐸s restraining himself. I huff in annoyance. "I want this. And I want it bad. You want this just as much as I do." I inform him, and he nods. He won't argue with me on that, because he knows that I'm right. "Of course I want it, but we should wait," Cedric insists. His voice is sure, but his expression isn't. He still leans into me. His body heat continues to mingle with mine. "Why should we wait? We love each other. I love you. Is that not enough for you?" Feeling like a complete waste of space. Was he lying when he said he loved me? Was this all a joke? My suspicions start to creep in, and I can tell that Im's slipping back into my mind. I guess he can see the frantic question shining in my eyes, because 𝐻𝐸s quick to cup my face in his enormous hands. "Baby, I love you. I love you so much." Cedric's voice is wavering, in breaking him down. 𝐻𝐸s tempted to give in. 𝐻𝐸s so close to agreeing. The prize I seek is right in front of me. I can almost taste it. To my 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐳 𝐊𝐢𝐳, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I whisper, feeling dejected, but understanding where 𝐻𝐸s is coming from. I look up to see Cedric biting his lip, 𝐻𝐸s staring down at me with a war raging in his red eyes. I'm careful in my next move, taking my hands away from his shoulders and looking away guiltily. I shouldn't push him. It's not right of me. Something in me stirs when Cedric's hand touches my neck, and his lips come down on mine. What I expect to be a light kiss is actually a crash of pure lust. It would seem that a part in Cedric has snapped, and I had a hand in it. Guilt and self-hatred swamp me, and I try to push his off of me in one last form of restraint. I moan into his mouth, to caught up in what 𝐻𝐸s doing to stop it. Ever since I've known what sex was, I wondered what it was like. I knew it would feel good. I knew I would like it. But having it with someone you love, someone you would give your life for, there's nothing in the world that comes close to the pure euphoria. The intimacy that Cedric and I share as we fall together. There are no words to describe it. All I know is that my life will never be the same. 20 I pushed away Cedric POV. My heart is broken when I wake up. I roll out of bed, staring at the clothes strewn across the floor in our haste. I can't believe myself. I can't believe Hendrix. How could I ever let myself do this? How could I let her do this to me? Sex before mating is a crime. The moon goddess made sex a sacred act only to be between two mated people. I've disrespected her. I've disrespected Hendrix. Anger bubbles up inside me. I want to hold this against her. She pressured me, persuaded me. She knew I wanted her. She knew I wanted to wait. Knew that I was tempted to give in. She pushed me into it. I regret giving in. I wish I could take it back. I need to beg for the moon goddess's forgiveness. In the end it was my choice. She was backing down, but I was too invested, too tempted by her mere presence. Although Hendrix was very kind in her seduction of me, I still enjoyed every second of it. It was heaven. She's heaven. Every bit of her. She's amazing. She's a queen. What did I expect? She goes after what she wants. Maybe I should have outright told her. I could have explained my species, our religion, our customs, which she have understood. Would she want screaming? I sigh, lean forward and rubbing my temples. Hendrix didn't know how serious this is. It's shameful to have sex before mating. She unknowingly helped me break all of the goddess. She didn't know better. She's a horny teenager, and I enabled her. I was more than happy to actually. I leave the apartment. My brain is still scrambling with the information of what happened. How could I give in? I knew the moment I saw my mate I wanted everything to go right between us. And I already screwed up. As much as I want to blame her, she didn't know. She's emotional problems stemming from her father's absence. I'm not surprised she questioned me when I wanted to wait. It makes sense that she pushed for sex to prove I love her, because she has a hard time believing it. It's no excuse though. If she loves me, she wouldn't push me. How can I be mad when she's a mess? How can I be mad when I'm the one who gave in and let it happen? I was a very willing participant. It didn't take much pleading for me to slip. This is on both of us, but I feel the most responsible. While Hendrix was in the dark, I was. If anyone finds out what we did, it'll be looked down on. It'll lose my pack's respect. It'll seem weak and foolish. I am weak and foolish when it comes to Hendrix. She's my one true weakness. My hands go into my pockets on their own. An automatic tick. I stride quickly into the woods. The chill in the air would be pleased take if not for the predicament I find myself in. The sensation clawing at the base of my spine means only one thing, and I need to keep far away from human civilization if I'm actually going to go through with it. And something tells me I will. I trek deeper and deeper into the snow on my two legs, ready to sprint on for paws instead. It takes out my frustration in a way like no other. It's effective, and it's easy enough to do in the middle of rural Montana without anyone to spot me and make a scene. Virginia, however, that's a different story entirely. Even though my senses are sharp, I still continue to check over my shoulder every few minutes. I'm on edge. Hendrix. I can't stop imaging her. What we shared last night. I don't even know what it was. I haven't experienced anything remotely similar in all my time. It doesn't compare to any experiences I've had. It was phenomenal. Life-altering. How can I ever come to regret something like that? When I'm far enough into the woods, I know I'm in the clear. No humans venture this far. I should be safe from prying, terrified eyes. Even though my mate is immortal, it doesn't keep me from despising other humans like I did before. Most of them are still the bane of my existence. I shed my clothes like a dead second skin. The harsh elements don't have an effect on me, but I am antsy to shift. My whole being tears and crackles, parts forming and parts disappearing in mere seconds. Claws burst from my skin, a tail growing on my back end. It doesn't take long before I'm towering over the snow around me. A pleased chuff ripples from my chest. It's been too long since I've had the pleasure of becoming my other self. Too long since I've felt paws beneath me. My mind is still a bit frantic, occupied with too many worries. I shove them aside for now. I propel myself into the forest, losing myself to the most primitive part of me. Hendrix POV. I peek around the apartment curiously, calling out for Cedric as I stroll around on my bare feet. The floorboards are freezing under my toes. Chill bumps run up my legs. All I'm wearing is a blanket trapped around my body. I clutch the soft fabric to my skin. Despite the cold floors, it's actually quite nice in here. He must have turned the heat up before he left. I know he left, because HE's most definitely not here. I check the time, biting my lip when I realize that I have to get to work soon. I can't exactly sit around here and wait for him to come back, even though I want nothing more than to do just that. Last night was the best experience. I'm still not quite sure it happened. I want it to happen again, and again, and again, but a sensation of guilt bubbles up inside of me. I practically begged him, and he wanted to wait. I bite my lip so hard that it might fall off. Tears pool in my eyes. I hate myself. It's all I can think about as I pull on my clothes from yesterday. How could something so wrong feel so right? The way we connected, the things I felt. It highly exceeded my expectations. and I can't but feel like I did something awful. And now I have this deep sensation, like 𝐸 somehow irrevocably tied to Cedric somehow. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm not sure if it's because I handed my virginity over on a silver platter, or because I'm so incredibly in love with him. Probably a little of both. I shoot Andy a quick text to ask for a ride, and she obliges. I once again curse myself for not being able to afford car insurance. It's just another bill that I can't deal with. If only I could win the lottery. Maybe I'll ask Andy to stop in at a gas station so I can buy a scratch-off ticket. 𝐿𝐲𝐸 my head, my own joke in my head. Happy no one's around to judge me on my nonsense. Everything is so wonderful right now, but so messy. I have to find Cedric. I have to apologize for the way I acted. When I make my way outside, Amanda's already there. Her car is warm and dry, a haven against the bitter cold outside. I climb in, slamming the door closed with a shiver that racks my whole body like a vice. Thanks for picking me up. Settling my jacket over my shoulders. Miranda nods silently. She's too focused on the building and parking lot to actually be listening to what I have to say. I roll my eyes, picking at my nails anxiously. 𝐊𝐲𝐬's not here. Calm down, I explain, and she squints at me as if she doesn't quite believe me. Suddenly her nostrils are flaring. Those intelligent eyes that don't miss a thing snake over me with a wide measure of horror. She's on to me. Did you sleep with him? Miranda demands. Her voice is strained and a bit higher in pitch than it usually is. I've been caught, so it would seem. There's just one thing I can't seem to figure out. Why is she so surprised? How did you guess that? I think out loud, casually propping my feet up on the dash. I try to hide my tears, but they continue to fight for freedom. It loses, as I dab discreetly at the moisture with my shirt sleeve. My best friend takes a deep whiff again, and I wonder if she knows something I don't. That's always the way she makes me feel. That's just the type of person that she is. Your hair's a mess. Your dress is on backwards. And you're acting like you're awake. She lists, and I'm surprised she doesn't hold up a finger for each point. I bite the inside of my cheek. Well, my hair is always messy. I inform her, and Miranda lets out a frustrated breathe, opening her mouth to say something else, but I interrupt her. Before you accuse him of being a jerk who's only after sex, I will have you know that I'm the one who wanted to. I kind of corralled him. I'm a complete jerk. Miranda, you didn't want to sleep with me. I'm awful. I put my head in my hands, trying to control my breathing. Corralled. Are we talking about a cow or a grown 𝐿𝐲𝐳? She coughs. Man, it's my turn to look confused. I brush the strangeness off. It's not unlike my friends to do or say weird stuff. Maybe corralled isn't the right word exactly. I might have pressured him. I admit. And doubt begins to trickle in. What have I done? There's no easy way to say it. I basically assaulted him. Miranda makes an expression so sour you'd think she was sucking on a lemon. Oh shit, I whisper, and immediately cover my mouth with both hands. That has to be the first time I've cursed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And I have good reason. I'm already neighbor at this point. I messed up. Oh no, he probably hates me now. Not as much as I hate myself. The tears spring back into my eyes in a second's time. I thought what we did was right. But nothing is right when you have to coax someone into it. I shouldn't have begged the way I did. I made a mistake. A mistake that I might not be able to fix. But that won't stop me from trying. 30 seem like enemy Cedric POV. Hey, dumbass. You ever gotta crawl back out of your hiding hole? Savannah's voice is muffled as calls at me through the other side of the door. I'm laying on the couch, my body taking up all of the space that it offers. Biting back a groan, I roll over, I haven't been out in a few days. Calling in sick to work, telling Savannah to get lost, even ignoring all of my phone calls, especially Hendrix's calls. I'm still sorting it all out in my head. I need my own opinion at the moment, and only my own. Other voices won't help figure anything out. After hauling myself to the door, I unlock it, swinging it open, and ready to argue. My beta forces herself into the room the first chance she gets. One look at me, and her hands are on her hips. What happened to you? Savannah wonders, and I narrow my eyes at her as into the kitchen without another word. Like I would tell you, I reply. I go back to my place on the couch while she rummages through the freezer. She comes over with a handful of ice wrapped in a dish towel. When she hands it to me, I just raise my eyebrows. For your sad face, you look like shit. Her light eyes take me in from head to toe pointedly. Let me guess. Miserable. Moping. Pissed off. I've seen you like this before. You had sex. You know, that's supposed to make you feel better. Not worse. She tries to joke, but I don't find it amusing. I see a flicker of pain in her eyes. And I know she's probably disappointed in me. She always thought highly of me. That's not my fault. Not in the wrong context. Not before mating. You were right the first time. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐷, I regretfully tell her, leaning back and pressing the ice back to my eyes. I haven't slept in 3 days. My idiotic brain won't allow rest. I can't see Savannah, but I feel her presence shift until she's sitting in the armchair across the small room. She loved to sit parallel to me when she has some lecturing to do. Last time I checked, it takes two to tango. I move the ice so I can glare at her. She just shrugs, observing her nails. Hendrix didn't know any better. I did. It's my own fault. It's something I've come to realize more and more. She might have convinced me, but it didn't take a lot before I gave in. My mate claimed I wanted it just as much as her. And she was wrong. I wanted it more than she could even imagine. She's sensitive.
She thought that when I refrained from intimacy,
that I might not be committed. Savannah shakes her head. Ridiculous, she murmurs, and I agree with her. She's only 18 years old. She's had a rough life. Sometimes it's hard for her to decipher relationships. I blame her parents. They don't sound like the most upstanding people. I grundle. Her father left her, and her mother wanted to get rid of her. It couldn't have been a great combination. Not to mention she was raised in the human world where sex means everything. Barbaric creatures. Savannah brings up. And I have thought about that as well. I guess that our age difference would pose issues, but I didn't think culture would divide us as much as it has. I should have been more prepared. Hendrix and I are very different. We're worlds apart in more ways than one. Our relationship will have many ups and downs. Even for an amazing life with her at my side. Albeit interesting and even stressful at times. I suppose you're right. I relent, still mulling it over with heavy dose of regret. I could have handled all this much better. Relationships are all about communication, and I couldn't even rely on that. Emotions are a dangerous thing to get raveled up in. They're amazing, lovely, but dangerous all the same. Being with my mate has taught me many things, including how much emotions can cloud my judgment. Having sex with Hendrix is the perfect thing to prove it. I have to be more careful. Of course right. But don't thank me just yet. My beta says, sighing as she rubs at her temples with 2 fingers. I just got off the phone with one of the council members. The news isn't good, and I already know it. I hate the shitty council. What do they want now? I dread her answer. They want us somewhere else. Rogues have been spotted. It's a 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐩 and the big bad red alpha. Apparently they're planning an attack on some werewolf pack. When needed. No is all I say. It's an affirmative decision. What I say goes. I had to know complications would arise with this useless mission. I knew at the moment I agreed to come here. Now I have Hendrix, and she makes everything more confusing. My brain immediately frays with sparks of scenarios burst forth. I have to hatch some sort of plan to tell her about what I am. That would solve everything. I could take her with us. We wouldn't have a single misunderstanding again. Life would be splendid. I just know it. That is, if I can tell her, and if she'll accept it without screaming. Maybe this change of plan could work in my favor. Back up. I see the wheels turning. We can't take your mate with us. Savannah talks down to me, and I growl. Why not? I demand. And she shrinks back a few inches, eyes widening with a healthy amount of caution. The vibrations my alpha tone releases makes anyone wary. Savannah is no exception. I'm in charge here. I don't necessarily think she forgets, but she certainly doesn't keep it in mind when she opens her big mouth. Because you've mated with her. If anyone that knows you, or someone who knows how to sniff out royalty catches a whiff of her, she's in a world of danger. We're going to an unfamiliar pack. Cedric. Sure, she'll be safe once she's in Montana, but trusting her security in an untrusted werewolf pack when the Red Alpha is lurking around. Hendrix would be dead in a heartbeat. It's too risky. What she says makes sense. But I sneer. My common sense isn't right. It's a train that's stumbling right off the tracks and into an endless cavern called love. It's impossible to make decisions between her safety and my own personal, selfish desires to tether her to my side. I love Hendrix. I can't breathe without her. How long would this take? How long will I have to be away from her? I can hardly survive a scarce few days without her. I can't imagine making it much longer than that. So, that's your plan. Abandon the only person I love to her to reckless friends who can't keep an eye on her. I asked dully, still processing. I don't like this idea. In fact, I despise it. I let my disapproval show. But Savannah is right. That's why she's my beta. At the moment, I can't fathom going through with this. She has a troubled look on her, her back stiff, fingers locking together as she tilts her head in fixed determination. No, of course we can't just leave her friends here. They know who you are. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐧𝐼 𝐷𝐸𝐿𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You can't expect them to keep their mouths shut. I'm starting to get pissed at this point. How can I argue with her ideas when they're completely logical? She's beating me at my own game. I've been drowning in the honeymoon stage. I haven't exactly been in tune with what's going on around me. And Hendrix. How the hell am I supposed to leave my heart here all and trust she'll be alright? Finding the Red Alpha isn't worth it. That's all well and good, but who's going to watch over her? Hoping Ivy finally stumped her and I'll be able to do as I please. I have contacts in the CPO. I'll get someone out here to watch her from far away. Make sure she's safe. I'm already shaking my head by the time she's done speaking. I can't go through with it. I don't care enough about helping the god to do this. Hendrix is more important to me. And set my jaw firmly in place. The image of Hendrix all alone is painful. The idea of being without her wrenches my heart, makes my stomach clench with nausea. Savannah sighs, leaning forward with her elbows on her knees. She rubs her palms together. I know you love her, but you also love our pack. You're a good leader. That's why we chose you after my father died. He trusted you to lead his people. She pauses, letting that sink in. The Red Alpha has attacked us before. Not on our territory, but who knows what the future holds. As long as HE's still out there, we aren't safe. Never completely. That includes Hendrix. She's weak. She doesn't understand our world. If you don't take this opportunity to rid this world of the danger that threatens us, you might not get another chance. This is your opportunity to make it safe for your mate. To make it safe for our pack. It's rational. It all fits into place. But every instinct I have is fighting against leaving her. What kind of mate would I be to just abandon her the same way her father did? She'll never trust me again. But might be a risk I have to take. This could be the only shot we have to end up together, the way it was intended. My beta is right. She's thought this through. And I hate that. I hate that it makes sense. I stand, barely even looking at Savannah while I pass her by, running a hand through my disheveled hair. I take the hallway in long strides. "Where are you going?" she calls after me, frustrated. To think. I decide. The door slams behind me, an open invitation for her to leave me the head alone. Imagine waiting in agony for a whole week, only to have your boyfriend show up out of the blue and tell you 𝐊𝐢𝐳 leaving. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐑 𝐊𝐢𝐳 I spend the next few days reflecting. Deeply. I can't thinking. All I want to do is think. My brain is a beehive of activity. I can't sleep. I can't comprehend school. I can hardly even pay attention when I go to work. It's like I'm a zombie waiting tables. It all stems from one thing. Cedric. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸 𝐷𝐐𝐝𝐻𝐢𝐃𝐜𝐿𝐷 unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐐𝐸 enthusiasm. When does my life not center around him? 𝐊𝐲 has taken control of everything. Nothing is as important to Cedric. And then there's the distractions that I've riddled myself with. My friends have made some things better for me. They're always happy to cheer me up. Except that it doesn't work for very long. I always go back to daydreaming about my boyfriend. I'm hopeless. A whole week goes by. She is not in class. At answering my texts. I even become desperate enough to ride my bike past his apartment once or twice, slipping on the icy sidewalks and freezing my butt off. Cedric's motorcycle was out front. I immediately felt guilty immediately after. I've turned into some sort of stalker. He deserves his own personal space to think about what happened. Processes anger. Because he has to be out of his mind with hatred right about now. The only thing is that I'm drowning in my own guilt. And the sooner I talk to him and beg his forgiveness, the sooner he'll be relieved of the pain and suffering. My hellish feelings bring me back to that night. He didn't want it. He didn't want to have sex. Well, but he wanted to wait. I'm kicking myself. It was a mistake. I was terrible. He probably hates me. Miranda keeps reminding me to stay positive, despite her dislike for Cherry and our relationship. She said that it's paranoia egging me on. Cedric doesn't hate me. I've been chanting those for precious words to myself every minute of every day. It's a good reminder to not let myself run away with terrible thoughts that are too painful for me to bear. Today I woke up early to go to band practice. It's a long 2 hours of rigorous rudiments and drilling beats into my muscle memory. We have a few gigs here and there, and Dylan is as determined as the rest of us to get it just right. The only thing is that I'm not truly invested. Not anymore. All I can focus on is a scared face with bright ruby-colored eyes staring at me with so much love. I want to see that again. After a frustrated argument about the set list, and a headache later, I'm back at the apartment ready to crash. My eyelids flutter as I scan the pantry with my lazy gaze. Miranda and Stacy aren't here, and I wonder absently where they've gone. The last time I checked, neither of them have classes at 900 AM on a Saturday, but who am I to question them? The last 2 months I've done hardly anything but gallivant on around with Cedric. Half the time they didn't know where I was. They deserve some payback. I turn around when I hear the front door open and close, ready to lose myself in the company of my best friends. What I'm greeted with instead is Cedric. I haven't seen his handsome face in a week, and I'm catching up now. I've been starved of his company. I stare at him and his confused expression. He stands tall and stiff in my living room. His nostrils flared as he looks at me before shifting his gaze around the apartment with a heavy amount of curiosity. They're not here. It's just you and me. I inform him, because I know how much him and Mother are in the worst way. Cedric gives me a short nod, and I can't help but push myself closer to him. I have to resist the desire to run and jump on him with my open. I want nothing more than a hug after a painful week of silence. 𝐊𝐲𝐳 the one to embrace me. I sputter in surprise, but quickly get over it. I can't say no to him. His warm body is my safe haven. I hug him back, tightening my hold. There's an odd drop in my stomach. It clenches reflexively, and for some reason I know something's not right here. He doesn't pull away, doesn't make a sound. He hasn't said a word since he showed up out of nowhere. I clear my throat. Nothing. After several minutes, I ease back until I'm staring a foot and then some up into his face. I'm struck by how handsome he is, but also how tired. Haggard. He appears worse for wear since the last time I saw him. Dark circles assault his eyes. Tired lines adoring his normally healthy-looking skin. I'm startled by his harsh appearance. 𝐿𝐤𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐬 heartfelt thanks to your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. What's wrong? Patiently waiting for an answer that doesn't come. He just stands there with his arms wound around me. His eyebrows are so set in place that they look like stone. Is this about what happened? You know, between us. He shakes his head. Beautiful black hair fanning out. His hair is softer than it looks. I want to run my fingers through it right at this very moment, but I think that would be slightly inappropriate in this situation. Then, what is it? I press after a few torturous seconds. I've waited all week to hear from him. I can't wait much longer, I might explode. His shoulders lift slightly, his leather jacket crinkling, as he takes a deep breath. "I'm leaving," he says simply. It's just a short sentence. A statement. A handful of syllables. It shouldn't shatter me, but I feel myself coming apart at the seams anyway. I flinch, reeling back out of his hold until I'm a good foot or two away from him. He can't be serious. That has to be a joke. But we. I try, not able to grasp the concept of words. It's too much for my already deteriorating mind to handle. Maybe I'm imagining things. Maybe my worst nightmare is so overpowering that I'm hallucinating it right here in my own reality. I got a new job. A temporary one. He'll be coming back. He explains, and I detect frustration building in his voice. He doesn't want this. He doesn't want to leave me. I already know him enough to pick up in his signals. And 𝐻𝐸's not happy. I take a quick few steps towards him. Thinking quick. You don't have to take it. Stay here. Please. Please don't leave me. I practically beg, taking hold of his hands and squeezing. The position of his body is enough to show 𝐻𝐸 is serious. 𝐻𝐸's as straight as a board. I'm yielding. I'm coming back, Cedric says slowly, as if it's hard for him to speak through his tight lips. I love you. You have to know that. I will come back. I can't really see with all the tears blurring my vision. This was supposed to happen. I gave my heart to this man, and he was meant to keep it safe. Being left behind is my worst possible fear. And here it is. I don't know how long goes by. Minutes. 𝐿𝐤𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐬 heartfelt thanks to your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. It doesn't matter. Neither of us speaks for a long while. Cedric's hands turn into fists at his sides. For once they're not in his pockets. Well, say something. He and 𝐊𝐸 strokes them patiently, clearly becoming agitated by my depressed silence. I rapidly blink away tears, wiping them out of existence. Like what? My heart thudding insistently in my chest like a bird with a broken wing. Cedric runs a hand through his hair. I don't know. Something. Anything. Do anything but cry. I can't take it when you cry. Baby, he tells me, shaking his head and looking down at his shoes. I sniffle, trying to pretend like I'm not breaking down. How long? I wonder, and his peculiar red eyes are back on me in a second. I'm not sure. A few weeks. Maybe months. He relents. Cedric blows out a deep breath, and every passing moment is sheer agony. My brain twists, wringing itself out as it works double time. Several ideas pop up in my head. They're risky, but I know I'd risk it all to be with him. I don't want to be separated. I need to be at his side. It's where I belong. I don't exactly know how I know that, But it has to be true. It's my gut instinct. Take me with you. A little too much excitement in my crackly voice. I know it's a leap. We've only been dating a short time, but I'm ready to go all the way. Cedric's eyelids close hard, little wrinkles appearing as he sighs. Hendrix, you can't come with me. You can't leave school. Your job. I won't let you. But we'd be together. Don't you get it? There's other schools. Other jobs. I don't care where we go. I just want to be with you. I'm desperate. Pleading. The tears are back full swing. I know he doesn't like to see me cry. But I can't hit. I'm only human. I look up at him, but he won't meet my eyes. He looks at the ground. At the coffee table. Our hands are still connected. Fingertips brushing. You can't come with me. Everything inside me crumbles like my bones have turned to ash. Your 𝐖𝐨𝐷𝐬𝐬. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You don't seem too torn up about it. He says he loves me, but 𝐻ES also leaving me. It doesn't make sense. He could very easily take me with him. Decline the job. Anything that's in his power could be done to make certain we remain together. But no, he can't. He doesn't want me anymore. I start the realization. We had sex. What if I let him take what he wanted? And now 𝐻ES abandoning me. It's my daddy leaving all over again. What have I gotten myself into? When I slowly start to back away, Cedric is quick to reach out for me with his strong arms. I swat them away. My tears are flushing down my neck now. No. Don't touch me. I demand. And his jaw clenches.
Powerful muscle and bone straining against his skin.
I don't want this. I love you. You know that. Do I? He doesn't seem to like that question. Words are just words. Cedric, you can say whatever you want to someone, but you have to prove it's the truth. It's an unspoken ultimatum 𝐼𝐸 provided for him. I know he can tell how serious I got because I called him by his actual name. This is serious. I can't indulge in silly pet names when my happiness is on the line. Cedric collects himself. I do love you. More than life itself. But you can't come because it's not safe. He explains. A glint of indecision in his deep, throaty voice. As if he shouldn't be telling me this. What? I scoff. Is it a bad neighborhood? Is it in the middle of a frozen wasteland? Where are you going that's so dangerous that you can't take me with you? I watch as his jaw works again. 𝐻ES chewing on the inside of his cheek. He looks dangerous. Intimidating. I've never been scared of him before. But I see a different side of him. I hope and pray to any god that will listen that Miranda and Stacy stay far away. I have no idea how I'd explain this to them. Or how I'd get them to leave willingly. They don't exactly listen to me. No one does. Not my mama. Not my friends. And certainly not Cedric. He has me questioning everything that happened between us. Everything we shared. Every word exchanged. I want to believe he'll come back. I love him. Of course I want him back as soon as possible. I just don't know if 𝐻ES telling the truth. No. The area isn't dangerous. I just mean that there are people who could find out about you and me. And there would be consequences. Last time I checked. Age of consent is 18. We're not going to get into trouble. It's a lousy excuse. I didn't think that my age mattered to him. He hasn't given me any reason to believe it bothered him. He sighs out a frustrated sound, rubbing at his temples with nimble fingers. No, that's not what I mean. Let's just say that people are after me, and they'll do anything to blackmail me. It's not safe for you to be associated with me. At least, not for a while. He shakes his head adamantly. They can't waste anything. I don't want you to pay the price. I go blank at that. I knew there could be ramifications for our relationship if we were caught by the school. But other than that, what could possibly keep us apart? Maybe his limitless excuses. We both stop talking. My silence is obvious. Because it's technically my turn to talk. This is a back and forth kind of thing. I keep my mouth shut tight, mulling things over. Please, Don't leave me here. I finally say, my broken heart controlling my tongue. I sound as pathetic as I feel. I realize that I can't feel my fingertips. Or my feet. The numbness is spreading. I have to. Baby. I'm so sorry. I love you. Cedric replies. And even though his words are sweet, all emotion is gone. It's gone from his words. His expression. 𝐿𝐤 has turned his feelings off like some kind of robot. I'm scrambling while I fall apart, scheming for ways to keep him here as long as possible. It's not enough. I'm not quick enough. His enormous body is in front of me in a second. Those safe arms of his entangling me. I fit snugly against his chest. A perfect puzzle piece in this broken world. He bends down slightly, pressing a firm kiss to the top of my head. It's long and short all at the same time. Then 𝐿𝐤 has gone. Into shock to register the door slamming shut. All the ringing in my ears. This place still smells like him. I can still feel him. He has to be here somewhere. I would bet my life on it if I didn't just watch him walk away. But no. 𝐿𝐤 has disappeared on his bike. When it finally settles at the bottom of my brain, crumbling to the floor in a heap of sobs. I know I'll have bruises on my knees, but I don't care. Those will heal with time, unlike my heart, which is irreversibly torn into. The 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐫𝐬. My eyes are permanently swollen to the size of golf balls. I'm positive of it. They're tender and moist. That's what happens when you can't stop crying. I don't really care though. I keep on with the crying, because my insides are a wreck. Daddy left years and years ago, and I moved on from that for the most part. I learned to cope. I learned to be independent and not only take care of myself, but take care of Mama too. I got good at it. I got stronger. Built defenses high and strong to keep myself safe from the pain of abandonment. As soon as I let those walls lower, it all came crashing down. I'm paying the price for my stupid mistake. I don't know if I can recover from this. I'll either come back stronger and more guarded, or I'll live in my bed crying all through the day and night. Either way, I won't be the same after Cedric. I knew as soon as I saw him he would change my life. I just hoped it would be for the better. As I toss and turn for hours, the sun goes down, and my mind wages war against itself. 1 minute I'm positive he was a lying jerk who will never show his face here ever again. And on the other hand I'm leaning more towards believing he'll come back. He said he would come back. He said he loved me. Should I believe him? His excuse was strange. Maybe part of it was true, but he had to be holding something back. Why would he lie if he loves me? Why would he refuse to tell me exactly what's going on? It's just as much my business as his. Time crawls by slowly. The sun sets outside my window, painting the sky with a brilliant pink and orange sunset that I would usually love to admire. My mood prevents from it. All of my energy is gone. All of my excitement for life has disappeared. 𝐿𝐤 has gone. What's the point? I can wish and dream that he'll come back, but I don't know that for sure. Whether he told the truth or not. 𝐿𝐤's not here right now. Not knowing if I'll see him, or how long it will be until I see him. It's killing me. The uncertainty. The pain. It's thrown me off course. My shift already started at the diner, and I obviously didn't go. Or call in. I can't even conjure up any fear of losing my job. I fall asleep. I don't know how that happened. I must have cried so much that my body gave up. There were no dreams in my nap. There was only darkness. And it was cold. It is cold. Even after I'm awake. Even under all these blankets. The chill goes bone deep. Maybe I'll just lay here until he comes back. I hear my bedroom door open. And I flinch. Is he back already? But no. It's just my friends that are there standing over me in the dim lamplight. I don't know why I could ever think it would be Cedric. Miracles are bogus. Miranda is cupping my face. Her long fingers are cold against my flushed skin. Her strawberry blonde hair is pinned back, revealing her tense expression. Oh, sweetheart. I'm so sorry, she says, kitty dripping from every letter off her tongue. My bottom lip starts to tremble. and I'm shocked when tears dribbled down my cheeks. I thought I was all dried out. Apparently not. The tears persist, fighting on. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐲𝐻𝐬 𝐷𝐼𝐻𝐬 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Gone. I choke out, and before I know it, I'm sobbing. I don't want to cry. It's an involuntary thing that I can't stop. I have to try to bear it. I need to get through it. In falling apart, I clutch my pillow to my chest, crying into its plush, forgiving material. The white fabric turns blotchy from my salty tears. The sobs have a hold of me. I want this pain to end. My whole body shakes. I'm completely hysterical at this point. Aranda's hand gently rubs up and down my back in comforting circles. I can feel her and Stacy silently communicating like they always do. I swear they know a second language that only works through facial expressions. Eventually the crying dissipates. I'm left to hiccuping, sniffling pile. If Cedric saw me now, he'd be glad he left. He dodged a bullet with me. I might as well tattoo crazy across my forehead. I look up at my best friends through puffy, swollen eyes to take in their strange faces. Something's not right here. They look worried. What is it? I ask reluctantly. Stacy pales, turning to Miranda with pursed lips. Their eyes dart back and forth from me to each other. This can't be good. Miranda clears her throat, finally managing to maintain eye contact with me. There's a family emergency down in Mississippi. We have to leave. I'm so sorry, Hendrix. Her voice cracks. I've never heard Ma's voice crack. I've never seen her cry. Today's a day of firsts, I suppose. I sit up in a panic. It shocks my body into action. This can't be happening. It has to be a dream, a figment of my imagination. Cedric's departure has me shaken up. That's all. This isn't real. But no, as many times as I pinch my arm, they're still here. My heart still aches. My head still throbs. No, no. No, no. You can't leave. You can't go. Please. Please. I beg. Sobs taking over once again. Miranda embraces me, practically pulling me into her lap while I cry frantically, shaking my head. She shushes me, squeezing me tight. Everything's going to be okay. Hendrix. You'll see. She's wrong. She has to be wrong. There's barely any time for me to say goodbye to my friends. There's boxes, bubble wrap, and tears. Then they're gone. Just like that. We said our goodbyes. They told me how much they love me, but I don't really believe them. In being abandoned, my worst fear has slapped me in the face like a ton of bricks, and I can't do anything to stop it. I have to stand here and let the cards fall where they may. I don't have much time to process anything that's happening. It's all in the span of 2 miserable days that weigh me down. I hardly speak in that time, and I don't dare to look my friends in the eyes. Then they'll see how broken I really am. Sure, I haven't spent much time with them in the past 3 months, but I still love them. They ground me. We've been friends for years. We planned to go to school together forever. This college was supposed to be starting over from the life I had in Ocean Springs. Instead, it's much, much worse. At least back home I had Mama. After Miranda and Stacy are gone, I stare out the window long after they've driven away. My legs start to get sore from all the standing, so I wander down the hallway until I'm staring into their empty bedroom. They insisted that I be the one to have my own room. They're cousins with an enormous family. They said they're used to sharing space. I sigh to myself. I have a few more days to sulk before I have to push myself onto my feet and get back to work. Literally. Luckily, my boss was very understanding. It's not like they're very busy when there's mounds of snow surrounding the building. He said to take my time, figure things out. I just have no idea how long that will take. I lower myself down onto a now naked mattress, putting my face in my hands. Eventually, I ran out of tears. I woke up yesterday unable to cry. Mentally, I'm in anguish. I should be crying right now, but I can't with the gumption. I'm exhausted. Most of all, and just ashamed of myself. It's been today since he left. 48 hours, and I already miss him. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐿𝐤 𝐂𝐵𝐿𝐻𝐸 𝐂𝐵𝐿𝐻𝐸. I didn't see or hear from him for a week prior, but the fact that I might not see him again makes those 2 days feel much longer than a mere week. I have things to distract me over the next few days. Finding new roommates is at the top of that list because I can't afford to live here alone. I know that will be difficult. I can't imagine what I'll do if I'm not successful, but I can't think of that now. I have enough to dwell on as it is. My body pitches over in the dark room, drab from its lack of decoration. Anyone who walked in here wouldn't be able to tell that only days earlier it was alight with life and cut. Now the pale walls glare down at me. I miss 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸 glow in the dark stars that she stuck to the ceiling. Or Stacy's ridiculous Twilight poster with a giant picture of Jacob Black's face on it. My eyes slowly close, unable to hold themselves open to witness the ugly, empty room that reminds me how alone I really am. I've kind of become numb if I'm being honest with myself. Everything tingles a little bit. But that's the only feeling really. So much emotion has wrought itself on my system that I've become burnt out. Mama always said that life throws things at you regardless if you're ready or not. And most of the time you're not. Expected the unexpected, she would say. Because it's bound to happen. Well, she was right. It's all I can think about as I drift to sleep. Right before I drop off into sweet oblivion, I picture Cedric as handsome, scarred face, and I smile. 33 breaks my heart. Cedric POV. Welcome. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸. So glad you could make it. Councilman Cole stands when I enter the room, stretching his arms wide to motion to the whole boardroom. 7 pairs of eyes land on me. Not every council member is here. There's easily over 50 members, but not all of them are on standby all the time. I haven't been in the room in years. Now I know why. As soon as the doors close, I feel like I've been doused with ice-cold water. I hate it here. Slithering into the closest leather chair, I border-wide acknowledge the male I've come to despise over the last few years. As soon as he became part of the council, I hated him. 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐸 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐤𝐻𝐸. I say simply, that ought to satisfy him for now. I've never liked the lichen. He hasn't been on the council long. It's been less than 1 year at least. Red mustache crinkles up when he notices my bored tone. Councilman Cole glances around at the other members. He clearly meant to impress them by sucking up to me. But it didn't work out in his favor. I catch Councilwoman Aditya roll her eyes. They must be used to the imbecile by now. She clears her throat, turning to observe me through small, rectangular glasses. If I remember correctly, vampires don't need glasses to be able to see. Their vision is superb. It has to be a fashion choice, albeit a not very good one. We are pleased to have you join us. As you know, this is a high-profile case. We need the best, she explains, and a few papers ruffle on the table. Glancing over, I'm not surprised to see Councilman 𝐊𝐲𝐬 shaking his head. His pointed ears and scent are enough to tell anyone he's a fairy. Those harsh, pale features are another indication. We have many options as to who is best for this mission, the majority of them being from my realm. He pushes his long, white hair aside, a pleased smile on his face as he openly brags about his kind. The only reason you're here, 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐸𝐀. Is because you have a history with this red alpha. You can help us. I'm not offended by the insults he sneers at me, or the way he looks at me over his pointy nose. I've never had a good relationship with the 𝐵. They're not fond of me. It's probably because I'm not shy about my distaste for them. Despite the fact that they can't lie, I don't trust them. I clear my throat, already miserable at this meeting even though I haven't been here longer than a few minutes. To be transparent, I haven't actually seen the red alpha. Yes, he attacked my pack, but not on pack grounds. A group of my pack members were out on a supply run when they were ambushed. The only way we knew it was the Red Alpha was behind it was 𝐊𝐢𝐳. He killed my gamma. I explain, hoping they might reconsider asking me to particular mission. They ignore my comment. Apparently a personal vendetta is good enough for them. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 has been spotted. There's a little werewolf pack settled in West Virginia, only a few hours from here. 𝐷𝐷 explains in her thick Scottish accent. I nod slowly. I know her parents, and fair good vows. They rely on me to look out for her when I can. I owe them enough favors not to groan. The council was my idea. A board to watch over the guard and help supernaturals without a king or a queen to rule. It was agreed upon by the rulers of most races. That's why each member of the council is a different race. You could think of it as having multiple points of view. Like human government, not everyone is the same political party. That way, it's not just a bunch of idiots spatting each other on the back. Discourse is best. We've already sent a 𝐊𝐢𝐳 crew to scout it out. And apparently one of them found their mate there. She risked her life to save him from rogues. She survived, and said that they mentioned 𝐊𝐢𝐳 and the Red Alpha. They're planning an attack. That sparks my interest. I raise my eyebrows. An attack on what? Slightly leaning forward. On the green pack, someone speaks up. Councilman 𝐿𝐢𝐳. A montage sits in between her eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐢𝐳, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. Do we know why they're so interested in a little pack full of redneck werewolves? I wonder, almost to myself while I mull it over in my head. It doesn't make sense. But then again, the Red Alpha doesn't really make sense. He strikes randomly. And he strikes hard. No one knows where he'll be next. What do you think? Why on earth would they target such a small, insignificant pack? 𝐷𝐷 throws her hands up in the air in exasperation. A small growl leaves her throat. The gnome next to her leans away, a smidge of fear in his round eyes. Councilman Cole is oddly quiet, and I narrow my eyes at the lichen. A glare forms on my face by just looking at the creep. Nothing to add. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐢𝐳, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. I ask him, and he jumps in his chair, appearing very flustered to be put on the spot. He frowns, clearing his throat and shaking his head. He looks down at an open binder in front of him, pretending to be busy with reading something. I'm not surprised. 𝐊𝐢𝐳's always been terrified of me, as like most of the council. So, who's in this tactical crew you sent into the belly of the beast? I turn to 𝐷𝐷, since she seems to be the only resourceful one here. I eye the full table of creatures. The enormous, punched man is named Frank if I'm remembering right. 𝐊𝐢𝐳's obviously a half giant with his big body. He pulls his cloak closer to his skin as if that will somehow hide him. Apparently, the giants thought he would be less intimidating one of their own to represent their kind. There's a dryad, who clearly is too busy fixing her lipstick in a handheld mirror to give her input. She carefully adjusts her green eyelashes that look like they're made of tree leaves. You remember Ezra Blackmore? You've met, I believe. You said he had. 𝐷𝐷 glances down at a page in front of her through her glasses. Great potential. I scoff. That's on record. I do remember saying it. The lichen population is very low. My pack is the biggest lichen pack at 17 members. Not many of us choose to join the guard, but the ones who do are dedicated. I've never seen one as dedicated as Ezra Blackmore. 𝐊𝐢𝐳's obsessed to a fault. His team were dispatched to watch over the pack. They apparently had problems with rogues. We didn't know it would turn into this. They're the same team that spotted 𝐊𝐢𝐳 near that little town you were in. What's it called? 𝐷𝐷 asks, and I sigh at being reminded of what 𝐊𝐲 left behind. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 Creek. Thinking of Regina, Hendrix might hate the snow, but she looks so damn cute, bundled up in her winter wear. It's cold there, and Chef's still there. I'm here in Maryland. It's not right. It doesn't feel right. I hate this feeling of being separated from my mate. The sooner this is over, the better, because then my mate will be in my arms. Everything will be made right. My mother and father have volunteered for this mission. They heard you were involved and wanted to join the cause. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬 brings up quickly, seemingly embarrassed that her parents are becoming involved. I nod. I haven't seen 𝐊𝐲𝐬 in decades. I wouldn't mind visiting with him and his mate. I stand, rolling my head so that my stiff neck crackles. If that's all, then you'll be going. It says on this report that your beta has requested that someone be deployed in Virginia to surveillance a human girl. Cole suddenly says, as soon as I've turned my back. That was supposed to make it to the council. How am I supposed to explain this? Yes. It's all I reply with. And after a moment, words finally come to me. That is of the utmost importance. If it's not done, then I walk. I see the shock on every member's face. Even the dryad has closed her cosmetic mirror. A look of distaste on her face. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐬 is quick to nod her head adamantly, shoving down her surprise to confront my ultimatum. It will be done. The snow crunches under my booted feet, and I stalk to my bike with impatient legs. There's too much energy thrumming through my body. I'm suddenly anxious. West Virginia is a lot closer to my mate. It's a short ride too. I could make it there in a few hours, check up on Hendrix, and then be back before the sun is up. I take a deep breath, closing my eyes right through the turmoil. I wouldn't have the strength to leave her again. I couldn't do it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It has been too long, my friend. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Rolling Scottish accent calls. I turn to see Fraser stalking towards me in the cold, dark night. We shake hands roughly. I nod my head at him. I'm glad you'll be on our side. That's for damn sure. I reply, gesturing my head at him. You sure knew how to take down those Nazis. Humor lights his eyes, and he throws his head back in deep laughter that breaks the delicate silence around us. It's always fun to remember the battles we fought together. Yes, I'll admit, I have a fighting side. His humor dies slowly, and he rubs at his beard in thought. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Bringing my mate poses issues. She is still a young vampire, and she can't be in the sun without burning. Well, be limited to the night, but that hasn't stopped us before. By young, he means that Elsa is a few hundred years. It takes a long time for a vampire to become resistant to the sun. Because of Fraser's old age, he can go outside at any time of the day. It's time to stop the chat. Boys, we need to hit the road, Savannah says, slinging a black duffel bag into the trunk before turning to look down at Stacy. Do you really need this whole thing? My beta waves a dismissive hand at the enormous purple suitcase that the small werewolf clutches. Unlike you, Miss Perfect, I didn't pack light. You want to know why? Because I had to bring all my shit, as per your request. Remember, I didn't have a choice. So shut the hell up. A very pissed off Stacy growls, and she must be feeling pretty brave to say something like that. She grabs the 60-pound suitcase and hauls it into the back of the SUV without much difficulty. I shake my head, straddling my bike as everyone piles into the car. The engine roars to life. I check my wristwatch to see it's a little after 3 a.m. I haven't had a good night's ride in a long while. Somehow, it doesn't feel as right anymore. This motorcycle used to be my cure-all. I sit here thinking about it so long that the SUV rolls away, disappearing down the road. It takes me a minute or two to realize what the empty sensation is. Hendrix isn't here, her back against my chest, her hands under mine on the handles. A small smile climbs my cheeks at the image, but quickly dies. I left her miserable, and Chess not the only one feeling it. The next time my helmet comes off. We're in West Virginia. It's a state that I've rarely visited. I don't mind it. It's one of the more beautiful parts of America. There's not a flat stretch to be seen here. I glance around the group of people surrounding me. My gaze glides over the 2 werewolves who accompany them. They're too terrified to make eye contact. It's finally bright enough to see. The sun hasn't risen all the way. Savannah, Stacy, Miranda, and Elsa stand on one side, and a group of males on the other, most of them 𝐿𝐼chens. This must be 𝐊𝐲's team. Oh dear moon, guys. One of them whispers. I ignore him. I've heard that once or twice in my time. I move on. There's 3 𝐿𝐼chens other than Ezra, and one of them is entangled with Stacy. The Asian girl is wrapped around the tall, blonde 𝐿𝐼ch𝐸, never seen someone of the opposite gender before. 𝐊𝐼𝐻𝐸 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐑𝐞𝐝𝐬. I reel back my harsh reaction. The other 2 are standing close by. One looks similar to Stacy's mate. The other is completely polar opposite. His skin is dark. His hair and long, tidy dreadlocks. I stride over to Ezra, the leader of the small group of 𝐿𝐼chens. I can detect the slightest bit of hesitancy in his yellow eyes. 𝐿𝐼ch𝐸. I acknowledge, offering my hand for him to shake. He takes it. So you do remember me? He wonders with a casual tone. I nod in reply, looking him up and down. He hasn't changed much. Same auburn hair, same determined slant to his face. I let him know if you ever considered retiring from the guard you'd be welcome to join my ranks. I pause to remember the conversation with his commanding officer years back. I've always known someone with Ezra commitment would make a good addition, though I doubt you ever will. Why is that? I know your E-type. I've seen it all before. Too restless to quit the guard and settle down. I stare at him a while. Just too dedicated to his ranking to leave. I've known people like that before. It's not necessarily a bad thing, but it can screw with your mind. Well, maybe before, but not anymore. I found my mate, and I'd be willing to do anything she wants. Ezra says reverently. I've vaguely recalled you mentioning someone finding their mate. It must have been Ezra. I can feel the jealousy bubbling up to a dangerous level. The amount of happy mates couples is too much. I don't care how dangerous I look. Even as the ones surrounding my jump away to avoid getting burned by my fury. A deep puff exits my chest. My jaw clenches. It seems a lot of us are finding our mates. I state the obvious, glaring at Stacy and her newfound mate. The 𝐿𝐼chen in question clutches his mate to his chest. It's obvious he wants to lash out, but he's too afraid to. I turn around. Everything inside me is too much. I picture Hendrix's, the smile on her face when I drove her home from her drunken party, or her calm state when I found her naked after our night of passion. Then I remember the pain, the begging. Everything goes white. Like a flash of lightning, a roar fills the air. My fist connects with something hard, and a crack and a crash follow. Small bits of snow scurry through the air. I stare at the fallen tree before me, not sure how I managed to lose control so easily. Ever since I met 𝐿𝐼ch𝐸 walking on a tightrope between sanity and fading into an oblivion of destruction, I tried to catch my breath, tried to calm my racing heart. With each pump of my heart, the heat only spread. Talk about anger issues. Someone murmurs. I don't look to try to see who it was. I don't care. Well, as great as that show was, my wee body mate and I need to get indoors before the sun shows up. He pins his mate. 𝐊𝐼ch𝐸 𝐊𝐼𝐻𝐸𝐸 closer under his arm. She was an enormous trench coat to cover every inch of skin besides her face. Savannah purses her lips when we make eye contact. Before I turn around again, could you show us where we're staying? She inquires. Then she pauses. Somebody needs some downtime. If you can't tell already. I roll my eyes. Even if I do agree, I can't wait to be alone. Though I thought it'd be relaxed once I was shut away from the others. In anything, it's almost worse. In pacing, puffing and puffing, cradling my knuckles. Hendrix's face is stuck in my head like a dream. I'm not sure if it's a good dream or a nightmare. Maybe a little bit of both. Her laugh rings around me. Her blinding smile chokes me. Her long skirts and kind words annihilate me. I don't know how long I'm walking around in my room, one hand clutching my cell phone. The sound of voices downstairs slowly dissipates. Footsteps and doors closing soon follow. Everyone is in bed. All except the vampires I would suspect. I've been in here an entire day. I watched the sun set. I ignored Savinus' pleas for me to come out and eat something. I don't deserve to eat. Don't have time to. I wonder if Hendrix is eating. I've seen time and time again that the mate bond does affect her. Even in her human condition, she'll be human forever. Even when my bite is placed on her slender throat, she'll be a human, but she'll live forever. It's the way mates work. Our mate bond will fix that side of things. But on the other hand, her fragility will remain. Her humanity won't be my downfall. I won't let it. Anything could happen to her while I'm gone. Surveillance be damned. She's so damn breakable and helpless. She's so naive, so sweet. Without a second thought, I lash out. A clear vase from the dresser goes hurtling towards the wood floor. It shatters into a million pieces. I stare down at the fragments with thoughtful eyes, recognizing cuts how I am on the inside. Broken, beyond repair. The only one that can fix me is miles away. Another growl pierces the air. My body threatens to half-shift. I desperately hold the reins on my anger. My lungs work overtime. I can't breathe. I'm breathing too much. I'm struggling to find a balance. I rip my shirt off in frustration. The clothing feels like it's strangling me. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐸, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Shy knock echoes through the room. I ignore it. It's probably Savannah anyway. She needs to learn to mind her own business. When I hear the doorknob turn, I almost curse out loud. Damn this old house and its lack of locks. The smell of werewolf fills my nose. Not Savannah then, but definitely female. Everything okay in here? She asks tentatively. I hear her take a small step forward. I turn my head around to look at her. It's Ezra's mate. The one I met earlier before fleeing for solitude. 𝐾𝐿 was her name. I remember her complaining about her mate. Clearly not everything is peachy between them, quite yet. Go away. I tell her simply. I can see that the demand has an enormous impact on her. She'll be influenced by any command I give her. I'm an alpha. I'm ancient. And I'm the king. My word is law. And hard to resist following. You're upset. Right. Do you need some help? 𝐾𝐿 offers. Her voice a bit wobbly. I shake my head. I'm fine. I tell her. But she's still here. She takes a few more steps until her grey eyes are drawn to the mess on the floor. The glass. Jagged pieces glint in the low light. Even I know that sounds ridiculous. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐸, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. She draws out the word, fiddling her fingers around awkwardly. Do you want to talk about it? Talk about what? I demand. The word's harsh and cruel. She doesn't flinch. She doesn't even look surprised. Your anger issues and whatever it is that's setting you off. 𝐾𝐿 raises her black eyebrows in question, and I rumble out another defensive growl. Normally this works in scaring off a weaker being, but just to determine to get inside my head. You wouldn't understand, and I believe I told you to leave. Instead of listening, she rolls her eyes and settles her very curvy body onto my bed. She places a glass of water on the nightstand. She tilts her head to the side. Try me, 𝐾𝐿 says, and I glare at her. Some nerve she has, but I have to admit, she's brave. Go on. I'm more than awake, and I'm bored. I give great advice to solve sucky problems. It comes with the experience. I narrow my eyes down at her. Then I step over glass, leaning against the wall for a more relaxed position. Maybe talking about it will help. Might as well give it a shot. Better to lay it on someone I don't know. 𝐾𝐤𝐬 made it sounds like she's been through a lot. But then again, who hasn't? Everyone had their sob story. My mate. I finally relent. That's my problem. She slowly smiles, full lips quirking like she knew it the whole time. What you said yesterday made me assume something like that. So it's the problem. You found your mate. Shouldn't you? I don't know. Be happy about that, she says in exasperation. And I forgot what I told her exactly. Everything's a blur. I am happy with her. She is everything to me. I insist. And then I pause to shake my head. I don't even know why I'm talking to you about this. How did she get me to spill all of this? It doesn't make sense. She coyly shrugs her shoulders, grinning from ear to ear while she brushes her dark hair over her shoulder. I guess I'm just a good confidant. Go on. There's no one here but me, and I won't tell another soul. I give her a look, and she throws her hands up. I don't have many friends. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐫𝐬, heartfelt thanks to your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't really have anyone to tell, although I'm skeptical. I have to keep talking. Getting it all out there feels like purging the emotions. I'm already feeling better. I just don't know where to start. Sighing, I rub at my sinuses with stressed fingers. It's complicated. And it's more than complicated. 𝐾𝐤𝐬 sees through the bullshit. She scoffs. You love her. Clearly. What's so complicated about that? She demands. And I go quiet. She's right. I stare at the glass fragments between my feet. I love Hendrix. I had to leave her. I can't deny it. It happened. It's my reality. It's silent for a while, and I decide to lay it all out there. She's a human. 𝐊𝐤𝐬 gasps, covering her mouth. Her eyes are enormous with horror. But that's impossible. Right. I finish for her. I raise my eyebrows at her until she nods. My mouth forms a hard line. That's what I thought too. But here we are. 𝐾𝐤𝐬 doesn't say anything, but I know what she's probably thinking. Humans and shifters don't go together. They never have. She couldn't be more right. I release a humorless laugh. My whole miserable existence I've disliked the little things. Humans, they're useless and weakened. I didn't have time to worry about them. What if I became attached to one? They died eventually. So what was the point? I explain, every word spilling out. My heart softens when I remember Hendrix, my mate. And then I found her. I've waited literal centuries to find her. And she's a human. I don't hate that about her. I wouldn't change a thing. But it makes everything that much harder. She doesn't know about our world. Doesn't know that because she's human, we'll never be able to have pups. She wouldn't understand that I'm a monster that has to be careful of my every move around to fear that he'll accidentally hurt her. She's absolutely clueless about the danger she's in when she's around me because of my countless enemies. I shake my head. I rub a hand quickly across my face, trying to contain myself. I always go back to her. But right now, it's not safe for her, so I had to leave her behind. I had to take her to best friends away out of fear that they'd be found by rogues. And when they see my human fail decide she's disposable, I almost don't get the last word out. I hate to think about the countless things that could go wrong. I'm terrified of losing her. I finally whisper, my eyes closed tight, trying to shut the world out. Everything is spinning around me. I try to grip reality with a firm hold, but it's beginning to slip through my fingers like a wet bar of soap. 𝐾𝐤𝐬 eventually speaks up again. How did you meet her? Something easy to think about. I could talk about that all day. The tension in my shoulders eases. I was in a small town in Virginia. A YK had been spotted there with his team of rogues, and I was asked by the guard to leave my pack and go undercover as a college professor. She was one of my students, a freshman, just 18 years old. I shake my head. Sometimes it astounds me how young she is. She didn't know why she was so drawn to me. She's so damn innocent. She had no clue that when she asked for after-class tutoring, she was going after a beast instead of a man. 𝐾𝐥𝐬𝐩𝐿 looks amused. It sounds like she's just a kid. She says airily, like this is a normal conversation. I can deal with that. Lighten up the mood. She's naive, but independent. Smart as a whip. She had to grow up way too fast. But she's the sweetest thing. Can't hold a grudge to save her life. I let out a laugh. I remember how quick she is to forgive. How easily persuaded she is when she thinks something will make another person happy. She's selfless. Special. One of a kind. She sounds great. When will you get her back? 𝐾𝐥𝐬𝐩 asks the impossible of me. I have no idea how long it'll take to get my mate back. That's one of the worst parts. My Hendrix-induced smile dissolves. It'll show up at her apartment of a second the red alpha is caught. As long as 𝐊𝐢𝐳 is out there, I can't put her in danger. She's defenseless, and I would never be the same if something happened to her. When a mate of a lichen is killed, they go insane. The destruction I would wage on the planet would be horrendous. I can do some damage. All in all, it's not just about keeping Hendrik safe, but also the hundreds or thousands of people I could kill if things went wrong. 𝐾𝐥𝐬𝐩 nods, but a look full of sorrow covers her face. Well, she's. I wish I had a mate that was as kind as you are to her. She admits, and I can't help but detect the bitter edge to her voice. What on earth did 𝐿𝐲𝐻 do to this poor girl? She gave me advice. I guess it's time to return the favor. You need to remember that the moon goddess chose him for you. That counts for something. She saw the two of you and thought you were perfect for each other. I tell her. She looks up at me with doubtful eyes. 𝐿𝐲𝐻 hurt me. Not physically, but emotionally. 𝐿𝐲𝐻 trying to make it better. And I've forgiven him. But I haven't forgotten. I'm scared. I can't trust him. It's too risky. She confides, clutching her arm to her in an effort to comfort herself. I cautiously walk towards her, folding my arms. Sometimes, you need to be vulnerable. It's worth the risk. If there's even a chance of a happy life with your mate, you need to take it. It's my parting advice to her, and I can see a shift in her gaze. A new outlook that was there before. She eventually leaves after a few more minutes, and once the door is shut, my foe becomes more appealing than ever. The more I've talked about Hendrix, the more I want to talk to her. I know it's early. She's probably asleep. It doesn't stop me though. Not even close. I crave her voice like a drug. My fingers have a mind of their own, speed dialing her number and lifting the device to my ear. My stomach flutters with nerves. I don't know what I'm going to say. I haven't planned this far ahead. After too many rings, I'm positive she won't pick up. But at the last second, it connects. Hello. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. Southern voice answers. Hendrix. That one word she says fills me with so much hope. I might burst. Baby. I just wanted to check in on you. I say evenly. And there's a pause. A sniffle. And then more words. Don't you ever call me baby. Her voice is much clearer. As if hearing me woke her right up. The sentence is so full of hate. I'm surprised it's coming from my human. As a matter of fact, don't call me ever again. The phone disconnects with a click, and I'm left in the silence of my bedroom. My frustration builds until I hit redial. One ring, and it goes straight to voicemail. She blocked me. She actually blocked me. I'm not sure what happens next. It's all a blur, but I know that I end up breaking something. Again, third time for empty Hendrix POV 1 month. One whole entire month since he left. And it feels like years. The only way I know it's been a month is when Christmas comes and goes. I can't believe it. It has to be February, maybe even March. But sure enough, it's still December. December 31st to be exact. The night's weight wore on me. Sometimes I'm awake all night, just picturing him in my head. I don't have any pictures of him, and he didn't leave anything behind to remember him. So I try to picture his face often. I don't want to forget what he looks like. Unlike my daddy disappearing, I don't have a picture of him. All the nights, I sleep like a baby, even waking up at 1 in the afternoon. One of my sleep-filled nights, I was woken by a phone call. I had rolled over to answer it. I didn't even check to see who on earth would be calling at that ungodly hour. I just flipped it open and held it to my ear. It was Cedric. He was checking in on me. I don't recall what it said, but I told him off. As soon as the call ended, I blocked him. I tried to go back to sleep after that, but I ended up crying well into the morning instead. It's all I can think about today. New Year's Eve. Dylan's invited me to hang out at his frat house to celebrate. I decided to go. I haven't been out in ages, unless it's been to buy food or go to work. I don't know how I've been able to focus on anything after that incident. It's not any wonder I haven't been in the mood to hang out with anyone. Nothing's the same. I don't have Miranda and Stacy to drag me outside into the world. I have to do this for myself. I ride the bus, feeling a little embarrassed. I can't exactly ride my bike through a foot of snow. I have to trudge through the white fluff 1 foot at a time. In freezing, and I'm running out of breath way too quickly. That's been happening a lot lately. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐷, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I can never seem to do anything without getting tired, or running out of breath so bad that I have to stop. The house doesn't look as crazy as it was the last time I saw it. There's no crazy loud music, no insane lights blinking or flashing. I sigh in relief. So Dylan was telling the truth. It's just a chill hangout. My anxiety flits away. This will be fun. I'm sure of it. It's time I get over Cedric once and for all. I'm nowhere close to that point, but this is just another step in the right direction. When I knock on the door, I'm surprised by how quickly it swings opens. Hey, Hendrix. I'm so psyched you came. It's Dylan, and he smells like beer. Predictable as always. His jaw is sprinkled with peach fuzz, as if he can't summon a 5 o'clock shadow like 𝐊𝐲𝐻𝐿. I shake my head, dislodging the thought. I actually smile when I see Dylan, focusing solely on him. I missed hanging out with him. He hasn't been the warmest over the past few weeks. I don't know why he has been avoiding me, but clearly that fiasco is over. It was like as soon as Cedric left, Dylan was there for me. I duck into the house. There's music playing, but it's not loud. It's soothing, calm. It's not music I would expect from Dylan, or on New Year's Eve of all days. I nod my head along to the slow tempo as he leads me down the hallway into the living room. Guys, this is Hendrix. He introduces, clapping me on the shoulder roughly, and I sober at the sight that greets me. It's a bunch of dudes, sitting around the coffee table. 4 of them. Great. More testosterone. That's all I need. Hendrix. This is Jake. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐲𝐻𝐿. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐲𝐻𝐿. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And Ryland. He motions to each of them when he says their names. I wave shyly at them, but I think Dylan can sense my unease, and I want to leave. He grabs my hand forcefully. I wince when he yanks me into the couch beside him. Archie's already a bit tipsy. I can tell. I glance uneasily around the group of men. They stare at me, a few of them elbowing each other and giving suggestive looks. They're all a little tipsy. My eyes dart to Dylan. I assume 𝐊𝐲𝐻𝐿 said some things to his buddies that aren't actually true. I scoot down the cushion, trying to put distance between us. Want to cruise? Someone offers, shoving a can in my face. I shake my head adamantly. Last time I touched alcohol, I made a mess. I don't want a repeat of that. That headache the day after. Not worth it. The guy shrugs his shoulders, cracking open the beer and swigging away, taking a break to belch. I hope I didn't look like that on that one drunken night. I would have hated for Cedric to see me like that. I shove Cedric out of my mind again. My heart thumps angrily in my chest, reminding me of the pain that 𝐊𝐢𝐳 caused me, that 𝐊𝐢𝐳 still putting me through even though 𝐊𝐢𝐳 long gone. I shouldn't waste a second thinking about that jerk face. All of them are drinking and laughing. I lean back against the couch, biting the inside of my cheek as I sit silently. The aroma of the beer floating around me is nauseating. My stomach gurgles, and I wring my hands in my skirt. I close my eyes until the wave of sickness passes. So, Hendrix, how is your boyfriend? One of the guys asks, and I startle at those words. I swing my head around to see Dylan's eyes widen. My friend shakes his head, but his lips stick upwards at the corners. A laugh from bedside me makes me jump. Oh, are we not allowed to mention him because he left? Alex wonders, looking amused. I can't imagine how they found out about me and Cedric's relationship. Did Dylan tell them? How did he find out? My eyes flutter down to my feet. A blush climbs my cheeks, and tears threaten to leak out. Cedric left. Oh, she is gone. I may never hear from him again. I pull my phone out of my pocket and glance at it. I blocked him because I was angry and emotional. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and it made me feel good at the time. But now I'm starting to question the decision I've made. What if he won't try to call me again? What if he was going to come back, but he won't because he can't get a hold of me? What if I ruin everything? He did make an effort to keep in contact. That has to count for something. Right. Why did that guy leave anyway? Did the two of you have a massive fight or was it something worse? One of them, Jake, asks a little too loudly. The others erupt into boisterous laughter as if he just cracked a hilarious joke. I try to get Dylan's attention, hoping to see compassion or even anger in his eyes. His blue irises are filled with mirth as he chuckles. I duck my head again. This isn't what I was expecting. I bet he got tired of this town. He seemed pissed off all the time. Offers Mason, leaning back against the coffee table. He smirks at me. I dart my eyes away. Someone bursts out a short laugh. What if he was getting it in bed on the regular? Sexual frustration can make any man pissed. Right. Dylan. I clench my fists. Although I was embarrassed at first, I'm angry now. Did they invite me just to make fun of me? It's only now that I realize what heartless jerks they really are. I silently wait for the conversation subject to shift. It doesn't. Man, lace you had tied around his neck must have been hella tight. The poor dude looked like he was choking. The obnoxious noise of their laughter taunts me. Someone grabs my shoulder for balance as they laugh so hard they almost fall over. I tersely shove them away. I stand up, observing the drunken idiots before me. Dylan makes no move to defend me. He looks at me over the can of beer that drapes from his fingertips. His expression is amused, as if daring me to say something. If I were any madder, there would be steam coming out of my ears. I didn't come here to be crapped on. I tell them, clenching my jaw. One of them points at me with crook lips. She's so cute. Crapped on. She can't even say shit. He all but yells. Why don't you stamp your foot, sweetheart? That would really get your point across. I pale when they all cackle. My ears are ringing, and I wish I had more to say. But the words get caught in my throat. There's nothing I can do but be the bigger person and get the heck out of this place. That's probably why he ditched her. She has a daddy kink. Daddy issues and a daddy kink are not the same thing. I explain, but they won't listen. Does baby girl miss her daddy? They won't quit. One of them sprays beer from his mouth as he giggles fiendishly. I hurry to grab my purse. Dylan is the only one that tries to follow me when I flee. He takes a step in front of me when I get to the door. I stop right before running into his chest. Where are you going? The party's just getting started. I sniffle, pushing at my tears with my coat sleeve. This guy used to be someone I wanted to spend time with. I thought he was my only friend in this whole town. I was dead wrong. As if I haven't been humiliated enough. I mumble. And he shakes his head, tilting an eyebrow at me. Everything he did used to charm me. Now I see straight through it. You're either one who chose to be a teacher's pet. Was it worth it? Did you get an A+ for wearing yourself out? I hardly believe the words. My mouth parts. And I realize Cedric was right. People will assume things about our relationship. They see what they want to see. Get out of my way. I order calmly. And am surprised when he actually listens. As soon as he steps aside, I'm out the door and trading for the mounds of snow. I'm shivering on the bus, even with the heater blasting me with warm air, staring out the window into the dark. I wonder what 2020 will bring. A new year. A new decade. It makes me nauseated thinking about it. So many possibilities. All of them terrifying. I rub at my temples as I remember about my new apartment. Turns out that no one wants to pick up a new contract. So I can't afford to live in the place I shared with my friends. I wince when I remember them. They've called me a few times, but it's always a short conversation. My new apartment is on the other side of town, and it's not the nicest neighborhood. And yet, it's all that I can afford. My paychecks aren't exactly exciting. I can barely make ends meet. A cheaper rent will definitely make things easier for me. I tried to find any slots for people with open rooms with absolutely no luck. I have to face the music. This is my new life. No sense in wallowing. I've already done plenty of that. When I get home, I step around my small pile of boxes to get to the kitchen. My nausea is bubbling over, and I desperately need something cold to wet my throat and settle my belly. I grab for a glass, turning on the tap and filling it to the top. I guzzle the whole thing down in a couple of swigs. I stand there for a few moments. The liquid sits in my stomach, right before it flip-flops. I know it's about to happen, but I'm dreading it. My body flies to the kitchen sink automatically. The vomit burns something fierce rushing up my throat. I retch and retch, my chest clenching with each round of horror. The acrid taste in my mouth, and the smell of the vomit causes me to dry heave. Staring down at the sticky sink, I try to catch my breath through my nose while I clutch at the counter. Something in me sinks so low that it hits my toes. I have a bad feeling about this, and I have no idea what I'm in for.